Strap in, get comfy, get ready to GollumMaxx like I did when making this video, because it's going to be a long one, but you're going to get a lot of value out of it. I hope you enjoy. Day 1, conference. On this day, we essentially just had the conference that the International Task Force on Public Child Protection Wales put on, with all of the presentations from the speakers coming from everywhere in the world, from Ireland to America to New Zealand. Shows how united everyone is across the world in this fight to protect childhood innocence. Presentations coming up, as well as one of the interviews with one of the international speakers that I was able to grab later on in the evening. I hope that you enjoy. And at this point, I need to say a massive thank you to one person in particular. That is Mr. Steve James of Edge of the Matrix. Steve not only spoke at this event, which you will see later on in this mammoth long Lord of the Rings extended cut style video, but he also very kindly allowed me to use some of the footage from the first 2 presentations, which you'll be seeing on screen coming up in a moment. Without Steve very kindly allowing me to use his footage, I would not know what I have done. I had significant memory card trouble earlier on in the presentations that I was luckily able to solve for the last few presentations from about Rhonda Miller's onwards. Without Steve, I would not have had complete presentations to put for Rebecca or for Audrey. So a massive thank you to Steve. Make sure you go and follow him on all of his social medias and follow his channel. It'll all be linked down below. Make sure you follow him, because he's got videos coming out from this event as well, and it'll be a very, very good perspective for you all. So a massive thank you to you, Steve, and make sure you go support him, guys, down below.
So our first speaker is UK-based. Herself and her group has done lots of work protecting children, raising awareness, working with parents in England. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce Rebecca Manning from Too Much Too Young. Welcome, Rebecca. Woo.
Thank you very much to the chair. And good morning to everyone. Good morning. For anyone that don't know who I am, my name's Rebecca Manning and I am part of the group Too Much Too Young. We are long-time supporters of Public Child Protection Wales. Welcome to the start of their 2nd annual conference. Bigger and bolder than before, they have international speakers lined up for you today, as well as us usual faces who I hope you're not sick of seeing yet. Thank you to Public Child Protection Wales for organising this wonderful opportunity to give the people here a chance to hear from such fantastic advocates for children. And thank you to all of you for being here. I love these gatherings and being in a room full of people who, for some reason or another, have been able to see that something is going very wrong in our country and around the world. A bit sooner than the majority of the population. Not only have you all seen it, you've all looked into it, and the most important step, you've tried to do something about it. Yes. Although the RSC is the little section of all the wrongs that I focus on, I suppose being a mother and working with children, it was the part I felt most strongly about. We all know it's not the only problem though. Agenda 2030 is getting very close now. We can see all the cogs whirring as the populations are being moved ever closer to the globalist goal. And still, frustratingly, many are so busy with their day-to-day lives, they don't take time to look up and see that the problems are coming from global initiatives that our countries have all signed up to simultaneously by some weird coincidence, if we still believed in those. They are not seeing that we are being socially conditioned and have been all our lives. They are not seeing that the changes are not organic and natural, but instead are carefully engineered over many decades, starting before any of us were even born. Well, welcome to a room full of people who can all see, pretty clearly now after all the reading we've done, and are acting on what they see. As I mentioned at the beginning, we have followed and supported Public Child Protection Wales for a good while now. At the beginning of this fight, they were our inspiration. More recently though, I'm proud to say we have become more closely aligned, collaborating together on projects for the benefit of all our children, one of which it's my privilege to announce to you today. But first, I'll give you a little backstory. Last autumn, Too Much Too Young and Public Child Protection Wales attended Washington DC to meet with our international friends. We are fortunate that some of them have been able to be here today to speak to you about the situation in their own countries. Whilst there, we delivered information packs around Congress, asking for a bill from the 90s to be revived that was smothered at the time. I think most of us here understand at this point what a cover-up is. Had this bill gotten the traction it should have back then, the damage to children could have been stopped in its tracks, but instead it has seeped out around the world. Unethical, disproven already, but still being applied to all our children's education. We had to try, so working together with Public Child Protection Wales, we've produced a UK version of the American bill. It's called the Child Protection and Research Ethics Bill 2026. Our bill will seek to have any legislation or guidance that's built on unethical data sets removed from all our institutions here in the UK. Even better, we have managed to get someone to listen to us and have a meeting on Monday morning in Portcullis House to begin our campaign to push our bill forward. We'll be able to tell you more about that at the rally at Parliament Square Gardens in the afternoon of the 20th at 1 p.m. Hopefully, we'll have some good news to bring to you all. It's been a very big year for Too Much Too Young. We've had to up our game quite a lot to keep up with Public Child Protection Wales. We have a new website, which is www.toomuchtooyoung.co.uk, which has some fantastic resources on already. We finally started fundraising ourselves after self-funding for the first few years, and we're finding new ways to push forward against this curriculum, as well as still assisting parents in how to stand up themselves. If you'd like to come and visit us on our stall, please do. Thank you all for your time listening to me today, and I hope you all have an informative, interesting, and a fun day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rebecca. That's a great speech as always. And as Rebecca said, yes, herself and a couple of us will be delivering that bill in Parliament Square on Monday. For anyone who wants to join us on a peaceful rally, please do join us. We have got a bus coming from South Wales as well. So if you're not already on that bus, come and speak to one of the team and join us in that rally, because this is really, really important. It's such an important issue. And you know, if we can get this through, then it's a massive, massive win. So now we're going to come to our next speaker, who has come all the way from Texas. And she's the president of the Matthew 18th group. And yeah, she's been doing some fantastic work, her and her organisation. And I will just introduce her, Audrey Werner. Come on up.
Thank you. I always pray before I come, and I say, Lord, get me to the remnant. So obviously you're here for such a time as this, for this information. So I thank you for coming out today. I do have British roots. I had the Bates family from England came over on my mother's side, and the Robertson clan, so from Scotland. So I feel like I'm at home. My presentation is called Getting to the Root of the Problem. Whenever you want to take out a tree, you don't just cut off the branches. You don't just cut off the trunk. You have to dig the root out. And that's exactly what this presentation is what I hope to connect some dots as to what is happening. And I know we're talking about sex education, but sex education came out of the sexual revolution. So we're going to do the deep dive. My background is I'm a registered nurse, and I was a sex educator. I was the one that went into the schools and taught children about sex. I was told parents aren't doing their job, so I need to go in there and do it for them. And you're going to hear this lie that if you talk to children about sex, they're going to go out and do it, and that's simply not true. You're actually going to decrease the pregnancy and the STD rate among the teenagers. And I thought, well, I could do that. I can help parents. I was newly married. We didn't have children yet. I did that for 5 years, and then we were blessed with our first child, and I still wanted to work for the health department part-time. So the only job available in the health department was working in the STD HIV clinic, where we treat people who have sexually transmitted diseases. And I saw some alarming trends, and I saw the opposite of what I've been told. I saw that children are becoming sexually active at earlier and earlier ages, and I was very concerned. 5 years after that, our oldest is entering kindergarten into a Lutheran school, a Christian school, and the Lutheran Church Missouri Synod came out with the first Christian sex education program in the 1960s. And I started to do the deep dive into the origins of that, because it seemed like the children coming out of the churches were no different than the children who didn't know God. And I found that the series had been developed by Hugh Hefner, Planned Parenthood, and a man by the name of Alfred Kinsey. So I thought, wow, that is really huge. So Matthew 18, verses 15 to 17 said, if your brother's sinning, you go to them. If they don't listen, you go with someone else. If it doesn't work, you take it to the church. Well, what happens when the entire church is in error? And that has been my 30-year journey, so it's been a long haul. So sex education is just the tip of a very large iceberg. Sex education came out of the sexual revolution. It was funded by the foundations, the wealthy elite. It was put into our institutions, and it was infiltrated into the foundations in our society. Every institution in America was infiltrated. I don't care if you're in education, medicine, law, military, or government, or church. If you were infiltrated in every area. The plan was to shift America away from God, and ultimately, if we go back to Genesis, it was a battle between good and evil. America is, we have the term one nation under God. We are known as a Christian nation, but we're not a Christian nation because we have more Christians or churches. We're a Christian nation because our laws and our government were founded on the principles of the Old and New Testament. Going back to our founders, referred to England and William Blackstone's commentaries of laws that were extremely influential in our founders who signed the Declaration of Independence. They said, upon these two foundations, the law of nature and the laws of revelation, which was the Bible, depend all human laws. And that is why America has been so successful. But then came the wealthy elite, who, it says in Psalms 2:2, there were those that wanted to be the kings of the earth. And they actually became the fourth branch of our government. This book, Foundations, Their Power and Influence, is a book written in the 1950s by one of our lawyers that was a congressional aide, and talked about how by the 1950s, America was already starting to see a shift, a moral shift. And they thought, could it be the Fords, the Carnegies, the Rockefellers? They had started up a foundation, tax-exempt foundations in the 1920s, and some of these foundations were doing really great things, but some of those foundations were doing some things that were a little iffy. They were funding, for example, Margaret Sanger from Planned Parenthood. They were funding, they started up the American Law Institute in 1923, and then they funded a guy by the name of Alfred Kinsey. So they concluded at the end of the Congress was worried about this, so they did the investigation. The Reese Committee concluded that the Kinsey reports were a deliberate attack on Judeo-Christian morality. So you ask yourself, well, why would the wealthy elite want to remove God from America? Well, what happens when you take morality out? You have immorality. What happens when you have immorality? You have chaos. What happens when you have chaos? Well, the government needs to come in and rule over you. Hence, we have communism coming in. The signer of the Declaration of Independence was Samuel Adams, one of the signers. And he said, a general dissolution of principles and manners will more surely overthrow the liberties of America than the whole force of the common enemy. While the people are virtuous, they cannot be subdued. But when once they lose their virtue, they will be ready to surrender their liberties to the first external and internal invader. So I always say that morality is your biggest national security issue. And for America, what is happening? We are being invaded internally and externally. So how do you shift a Christian nation away from God? Well, if you look to Scripture, how did the Israelites mess up? Usually it was sexual immorality. Well, where do you aim the attack first? Well, you aim the attack at men because they are the head of the family. So hence, pornography was legalized in America in the 1950s. You aim the attack at marriage because it is the foundation of the family. And it wasn't same-sex marriage that destroyed marriage in America. Back it up. It used to be against the law to have sex outside of marriage. That was called fornication. It was against the law to commit adultery, and we didn't have anything called no-fault divorce. So all of these things began to erode traditional marriage in America. And then you have to aim the attack at children. You have to raise them up to believe that they are sexual beings from birth. So I came across a man by the name of Alfred Kinsey, and I had never heard of him before. I had heard the term children are sexual from birth in medical school, but I never understood where that came from. And for me, I'm not thinking perverse, I'm thinking differently, but Kinsey actually meant perverse. He was a zoologist at Indiana University. He studied the sexual behavior of the gall wasp. The media portrayed him as a happily married man with children, but in actuality, his own people admit he's a homosexual sadomasochist who believed in all sexual rights. He did his research in the 1930s and 40s, and his studies were then published in 1948 as Sexual Behavior in the Human Male, 1953, Sexual Behavior in the Human Female. What is interesting about his data is it was not objective, it was subjective. He went into the prisons, he sought out the most sexually deviant criminal and said, this is the typical sexual behavior of the American male. He interviewed prostitutes, and if they lived with their pimp for more than a year, he said, this is the typical sexual behavior of the American married female. And for his childhood data, he interviewed pedophiles who had raped children. He was funded by the Rockefeller Foundation, and eventually US tax dollars funded his research. Dr. Judith Reisman, I see her picture back there. She was the #1 expert on Kinsey, and she trained Rhonda and I, so we knew her personally for some years. A wonderful lady. And she found herself on a talk show in the 1990s, sitting next to some of Kinsey's associates. One of them was Clarence Tripp, who had photographed some of the horrible things that they did. And Phil Donahue, who was the host, interviewed, they put up some data that Kinsey had on children. And they're like, how did he get this data? And Clarence Tripp said, oh, they listened to only pedophiles. They were very careful. They used stopwatches. They knew how to record their thing. So Kinsey has Table 34, which documents how many orgasms do children have in a certain amount of time, starting from 5 months old up to the age of 14. And there's a poor 4-year-old that they documented 26 orgasms in 24 hours. A child was raped for 24 hours. And so how do you know that a baby is having an orgasm? How do you know that a toddler is having an orgasm? This is in Kinsey's book. Sobbing, sometimes with extreme abundance of tears, especially among younger children, afflicted with extreme trembling, collapse, and sometimes fainting. Kinsey wrote that children enjoy the experience, although many fight away the partner. Not the perpetrator, but the partner. So the media, back in the 50s, started to promote this revolutionary scientist that was doing wonderful things. And here is the picture of Table 34. I have people who take Table 34 to school board meetings and say, this is where the sex education comes from. And this is where sex education comes from. Because if they are sexual from birth, we need to, in Kinsey's eyes, we need to train them on how to have better sex. That's what sex education is. So Kinsey, after he did his research, his conclusions, he said all sex laws are broken, thus they should be eliminated. Rape is really a myth. So all of those laws need to be removed or downgraded. Sex should be shared with everyone. He believed in womb to tomb. All sexual experimentation before marriage will increase a long-term successful marriage, and venereal disease will be reduced dramatically. Now we have statistics that show, of course, the exact opposite of that. Children are sexual from birth. That's where that came from. He said adult-child sex and incest is not harmful to children. He said everyone is bisexual. He also claimed that 37% of all men are homosexual. And again, where was he interviewing but the sexually deviant criminal in prison? So the Kinsey reports were used, the Kinsey reports were used by our state commissions and revision committees. They said, you know, our laws, which we had since the founding of America, our common law had been the same until the 1950s. And then they came in and said, oh, it's too old and antiquated. We need to update the laws. We need to get with the modern times. We're evolving. So draft number 4, the American Law Institute's Model Penal Code, was issued in 1955. Of 197 footnotes, Kinsey is the sole authority on normal human sexual behavior in the sex offense section. So the states, what they did is the State Revision Committee, the first one being in Wisconsin and Illinois, they passed the Kinsey-based Model Penal Code, and then it was a domino effect. It went from state to state to state. And we actually found that in Texas, they adopted the Model Penal Code on May 16th in 1973, which happens to be when Roe versus Wade, when we legalized abortion that same year, so, which came out of Texas, by the way. So Texas was very key in all of this. So the birth of sex education. Sex education was not meant to decrease pregnancy and STD rates. It was meant to groom children. Think about it. Knowledge, when you go to get a surgical procedure, you have to consent to that, right? Knowledge is consent. So if we are educating children on sexuality, they then are can be consenting now, because we've gone ahead and told them this. We've told them that they are sexual from birth. We've told them of all these various practices and devious lifestyles. So now they can consent. This is a picture, by the way, of Kinsey showing, this is back in the 1940s, showing children in a classroom, animals copulating over and over and over again, because pornography was illegal. I mean, if he could have, he would have shown porn to them directly. But you can see that the children don't seem to be enjoying that too much. So there was an organization that was formed. It was launched from the Kinsey Institute in 1964. And it's called SECUS, which is Sex Information Council, Sex Information Education Council of the United States. And there's a woman by the name of Claire Chambers in 1973. She started to do the deep dive into who are all the organizations involved in SECUS. So you have sex publishers, and these are publishers of school books, by the way. We have all the religious institutions that were infiltrated with this, that were involved with this. We have our primary education system that was involved with this. You have the international, UNESCO, of course the UN, the Council on Foreign Relations. You have, of course, Kinsey Institute, Waldor Pomeroy, who worked with Kinsey, Mary Calderon, who worked with Kinsey, Margaret Sanger, of course, from Planned Parenthood, and Hugh Hefner is involved. So you have the porn industry, you have the abortion industry. What a great business model. You go in, you sexualize the kid, and you get them hooked on porn, and you get them getting abortions. Brilliant, brilliant marketing plan. So, of course, you have the WHO, the NIH. So, again, this is big. This is really big. It went global. So what happened to America? By the way, we took prayer out in 62. We took Bible reading out of the schools in 63. And in 64, it is by no accident, we put sex ed in our schools. Take God out, put sex ed in. So look at the statistics. This is national statistics. Sexually transmitted disease for children between the ages, gonorrhea, between the ages of 10 and 14. And you can see in the 60s, relatively low, and then it takes off. You have birth rates to unwed girls, 15 to 19 years old. Again, relatively low in the 60s, and then it takes off. Then what happened to the American family once you started to sexualize the children? The family fell apart. This is single-parent households. Female had no spouse present. So it's interesting to note who Kinsey's disciples were. Hugh Hefner, who founded the porn industry. He worked with Kinsey to fund the porn industry, or found the porn industry. Mary Calderon, who happened to have been the medical director of Planned Parenthood, she was key and instrumental in developing the concept of sex education. Then we have Harry Hay, who came from New Zealand. Penny's going to be speaking today. He was the founder of, John Money is the one who came from New Zealand, who was the founder of the trans movement. Harry Hay was the founder of the civil gay rights movement. So these are key to the foundations of what we're dealing with today. So what can a few dedicated people do? Because this was not the majority of America. These were a small group of people back in the 20s, the 30s, the 40s, and the 50s who said, we need to change the world. And this is what one of Kinsey's, Ira Reese, said. He said, to build sexual pluralism, we must firmly root out the narrow thinking about sex that exists in all our institutions. Family, political, economic, religious, and educational. We need to change our whole basic social institutional structure. We don't need a majority of the nation in order to make a significant change in our society. We only need a small percent of the population who are dedicated to promoting all of our sexual rights. How successful has that small group been? Is it not amazing? Is it not amazing? So something that those of us, all the speakers here, know is back to the good and evil. You have God's team and you have Satan's team. And this team, especially those at the top, love our children, but they love our children in a different way. They love to rape our children. They love to torture our children. They love to sacrifice our children to Satan. And they love to eat our children. And we are dealing with the most demonic forces. Here is Kinsey, a picture in the upper corner there of Kinsey. He was at Aleister Crowley, who was known as the Beast, came from England, Satan worshiper. He is in Aleister Crowley's temple in Sicily, where he would rape, torture, murder, and sacrifice babies to Satan. And Kinsey is there marveling. He wished he could have gotten his all of his, because he recorded what he did, and Kinsey wanted those diaries. So we have now, when we go and battle in our state legislators, in our legislative offices, or if we go to the Capitol buildings, guess who's there? The Satanists are there as well. So we now have Satan clubs at our schools. So again, you have to understand this is spiritual warfare. For those of you who are Christian, understand this is spiritual warfare. And you better armor up. You better put on that full armor of God. So how do you restore, big question, how do you restore biblical foundations to our nation, but to your nations as well? Because some of you have that. Number one is personal repentance. We've all been lied to and deceived. And I realized that myself, that I had bought into a lot of the lies. that means we were the first generation to have been indoctrinated. We had a new identity. We're not made in the image and likeness of God. Rather, we are sexual beings who need to embrace our sexuality. Start with prayer and reflection on your own life. I always say this to audiences. Because I have parents who come up to me because I talk to parent groups and they say, how can I possibly teach my child about biblical purity when I messed up in that area? And I have to remind them that we have a loving Savior who died on the cross for our sins, all sins. And all we have to do is repent. He forgives and he restores. So leave it at the cross. Don't be overcome with evil, but overcome evil with good. We have to model purity to our children. What we watch, they pick up on that. What we say, they pick up on. So it's important that we're modeling for our children. Are we honoring God in all that we say and do? Number 2, pray, fast and pray, activate prayer groups. This is a global attack on children. This is a plan to destroy not just our nation, but all nations. This is to get us into that one world order. And I like the verse of Nehemiah. He said, I looked and arose and said to the nobles, leaders, and the rest of the people, don't be afraid of them. Remember the Lord, great and awesome, and fight for your brethren, your sons, your daughters, your wives, and your houses. Number 3, protect and prepare our children. This is a job for parents and not for the schools. The parents are to instill the morals into their children. The schools can come along, but we're finding that the schools are teaching new morals, different morals to our children. So it's important on that. Number 4, educate, educate, educate. Spread the word. I changed my prayer to, Lord, just get me to the remnant, because I kept knocking on church doors. And there are not a lot of churches that would have this kind of an event in America. There's only a handful that would have, because the churches have been corrupted. So I like the verse, Hosea 4:6, my people are destroyed by lack of knowledge. We need to be aware of what is happening here. That's a picture of me. I was flown into Kentucky to talk to the Kentucky Pro-Life Caucus and awaken them. On the other side is a picture of speaking to 500 parents in Uganda. And then I say, let God amaze you. I was invited to write a Supreme Court brief for a case that came up. It was Paxton versus Free Speech Coalition. It's the first time since the 1950s that our pornography industry was being challenged. And the case was about, Texas had passed a law that we made it illegal, that there had to be restrictions on the website, so that underage children, you had to prove that you were 18 or older to be able to watch pornography. And the pornography industry and the sex toy industry got together and said, that's discrimination, and we don't want people outed on this. So it went all the way to the Supreme Court. So that's me speaking on the steps of the Supreme Court. And then presentation. I have been to Uganda 4 times, and in 2019, the first time I went was at the moment that country was about to put sex ed in their schools. And the Minister of Ethics and Integrity, somehow I ended up in front of Parliament members, and I got to do this presentation. And the Minister of Ethics and Integrity, Dr. Nasaba Baturo, got up, and he said, Professor Werner, never have I heard such talk. He said, in our hearts we knew it was wrong, but we didn't know why. You just gave us the why. So let God wow you when you get this information. And the national action. Some of the ladies in the room and Eugene were with us in Washington, D.C., and we went office to office. We are going nationally. We're trying to resurrect. In 1995, there was an attempt to have nationally recognized that Kinsey is a fraud. He is a rapist, a pedophile, and his stuff being taught in our universities, the entire field of human sexuality, comes from him. So Congress in 1995 put together a bill that not only were they investigating Kinsey, but they were going to, if found that these crimes had indeed committed, purge human sexuality, Kinsey stuff from the colleges. Could you imagine purging the field of human sexuality? That takes it all out in one swipe. So again, let's go back to the tree. What happens when you get to the root of the tree, which is Kinsey science? And you have the Rockefeller Foundation, you have the CIA and the MK Ultra, you have the United Nations that's pushing sexualizing our children. And then ultimately you have you take care of abortion, all the branches. Let's not just fight one branch, let's take the whole tree down. And that's what we're going for. So this is my contact information. I've donated a book for the raffle today, and I want to donate one to the church here today as well. 10 tips on how not to talk to your kids about sex. So the first 100 pages is the history of the sexual revolution and sex education. Second half is biblical principles on how do we raise pure kids in today's culture, and it can be done. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Audrey. That was a brilliant speech. I was just about to plug your book there, actually. It's like a very good book.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. If I can get off, Audrey. You're off stage. Thank you so much for having us, and thank you for putting this conference on today. So it has been an honor to be able to work alongside many of our colleagues internationally now as we have spread the word about what Kinsey did. Audrey just gave you a brief indication of that. And so you are going to go a little bit deeper as we go through this one, but I am the CEO of Purple for Parents United. We're a grassroots organization that really went after what was happening in Indiana. Because Indiana Hoosiers is what we go by, had no idea that Alfred Kinsey had set up camp in our state. And so I was on an effort to educate them about the responsibility that was carried. Independent researcher now for 14 years, became a public speaker. I'm a natural introvert, so the Lord put me in front of this people to talk about sex. Talk about a real serious sense of humor, that would be it. And for the first time testified in committee at the State House and had never done that before. So here I am today. My husband and I will be celebrating 36 years of marriage this October, and we have 3 kids. Our oldest was captured by the educational system. So we're going to start here, give you a little bit of historical background. I'm going to take you on a timeline, and I'm going to take you on the funding mechanisms that are behind all of this. Right here you will see, back in 1727, the Illuminati started essentially this one world government that they had devised. You can see there they set up all these entities on the outlying framework. The names in the umbrella are the 13 bloodline families. We're going to spend some time today going a little bit further into the Rockefellers. Essentially what they've done is they've created the United Nations, and they've developed Agenda 21 and Agenda 2030, which you heard about earlier. So here is what the Rockefellers were behind. You can go on our website, and you can see this document that Dr. Judith Reisman and I worked on. Kinsey, Rockefeller Foundation, and the MK Ultra. It's a very heavy document to read, but it goes into great detail as to what was going on. The Rockefellers funded Kinsey, the CIA protected him, our intelligence agency protected him. In fact, we believe strongly that Indiana University was one of the universities that the CIA used after World War II to destroy our country from within. You can see right here at the bottom, that is right off the Rockefeller website. They were bragging about the fact that they funded the sexual revolution. And right there you can see this is the Kinsey scale. You can be anywhere from 0 to 6, 0 completely heterosexual, 6 completely homosexual, and you can be anything in between any given point of the day. This is what's driving all this gender perversion for our kids. Audrey went over this tree. I'm just going to show it to you again real quickly. Again, we're going to go after the root of it, the Kinsey Institute. This right here is what I want you to really understand. The funding of an international moral genocide. Rockefellers and the Carnegies had an agreement in 1918. Rockefeller was going to go after our national education. Carnegie went after it internationally. Okay? Through the National Research Council, the Rockefellers were funding Kinsey. So in 1948 and 53, he wrote his books. And you can see there in 1923, Carnegie then starts funding the Johns Hopkins University, which is where John Money came from. Okay? He was the first doctor to perform transgender surgery on a set of twins, and it was horribly wrong. They both ended up committing suicide later on after he had sexually experimented on them, converted the one boy into a girl, and then the young man found out later on what had happened to him. He ended up committing suicide, and then his brother did later on. So you need to understand, again, as Audrey said, Alfred Kinsey helped set up these SICAs, which you'll learn about more in a minute, but what you need to understand is Rockefellers and Carnegies essentially have funded the publishing companies, the sex ed curriculum, and the educational curriculum. As Gates said in a video in 2009, they'll know they're successful when the standards and the curriculum align to the tests. It's all by design. Then the Rockefellers funded the effort in 1955 to change our laws. How many of you know what this is? When Audrey and I were in Dr. Reisman's library a few weeks ago, we understood by having a conversation with another doctor, friend of ours, Dr. Lynda Jeffries, that Kinsey helped write the original version of the Wolfenden Report. In 1955, after he published his second book in 55, they changed our laws from common law to the Model Penal Code. Well, 2 years later, they targeted you. Kinsey wanted your laws changed as well as all these international funders. So in 1957, he helped write the original draft of the Wolfenden Report that was targeting your laws on homosexuality and prostitution. In 1957, you became the target. So as Audrey told you about the SICAs, she showed you how they work through the publishing companies, education, the global network. Well, I want you to understand, these are some of the founding members of SICAs. They were humanists, communists, and Marxists. You can see there, many of them sat on various boards, many of them on various educational institutions, including Indiana University. We're going to go through this timeline right here. 1953, after World War II, Kinsey's writing his books, the CIA is using him as a tool, Rockefellers are funding him, the MK Ultra experiments began. 1955 is when Kinsey meets Kenneth Anger in the Satanic Temple. 56, the states began implementing obscenity exemptions, which allowed schools to push pornography into the classrooms, okay, public libraries. 60s and 70s, you had this massive push for sex education. 1962-63, as Audrey said, removed the Bible and prayer. 64 came SICAs. 73, Roe versus Wade made abortion illegal. The 1980s and 90s, you had this satanic panic. People were starting to realize there was something very sinister going on, and all these Satanists were doing their demonic activity. In 1991, you had SICAs, then wrote their first edition of the Guidelines for Comprehensive Sexuality Education. And this is the entity, ooh, that's got foreign language. Yikes. Wasn't prepared for that. CASEL, Collaborative for Academic Social Emotional Learning. This is the entity who's pushing a lot of the social emotional learning programs into the schools. Social emotional learning, when I really came to understand what it was, I called Judith. And she had told me to watch a lot of MK Ultra videos because I didn't understand what that was. That's how naive I was. So I did, and I called her back and I said, Judith, MK Ultra didn't end in the 70s like they told everybody it did. I said it went underground, and it has now surfaced as social emotional learning. She said, you, my dear, are 100% correct. Here's what I want you to know. Lilly Pharmaceutical is headquartered in Indianapolis, Indiana. Lilly Pharmaceutical provided the LSD for the MK Ultra experiments to the CIA. Lilly Pharmaceutical is also the one who was behind implementing social emotional learning. Let that sink in. Big Pharma, providing LSD for the mind control experiments, then is pushing social emotional learning, which is about social engineering through the emotional manipulation, through the lessons learning in the curriculum. That is essentially what social emotional learning is. They were funded, CASEL was funded by the Rockefellers. The Rockefellers, the Gates Foundation, Zuckerberg, Robert Wood Johnson. It's important for you to understand who's really behind all this effort and the funding. And that's what's on the chart, if it wasn't in foreign language. But you can see, you know what you see right here? I don't know if it has a little thing on it or not, no? Arabella. You see Arabella off to the right? How many of you know what Arabella is? Arabella Advisors is incredibly powerful. They've gotten a lot of publicity. They've now recently changed their name, as they often do. But Arabella Advisors raises more money than the two political parties put together. This is who's controlling our elections. This is who's controlling education. This is who's controlling everything. Okay? It's like this big money movement. Hence all these lines. They move money around. But there's a website called influencewatch.org. If you want to write that down, influencewatch.org, where we in America can track all this money. This is an incredible website that I use, and I'll show you in just a minute a book that you can read too, and more about Arabella. But in 2001, this is what happened in the state of Indiana. Lilly Pharmaceuticals, I told you, dumped money in to the University of Indianapolis, okay, which is a Christian school, supposedly. And then comes the Bill and Lynda Gates Foundation, 18 months later, and then Knowledge Works and Lumina Foundations, two other globalist foundations. They start dumping money in, nobody knew it across the state. 2001, 2005, they then go into legislator. Lilly has a lot of money, a lot of buying power on our lawmakers. So they go in and they put social emotional learning and cultural competencies into state statute. Then it kind of lays dormant, and not a lot is done with it, until 2015, 2016, Lilly then launched a counseling initiative, and all the schools across the state of Indiana competed for this grant money. Now, anybody who's done any research on grant money, you know it comes with strings. So, the schools all compete for this money. The money goes out in 2017 and 2018. Think about the time frame here. 2017, 2018, the schools get the money, and so then they go on a 3-year training cycle with this radical Trish Hatch. And I found this out because after our school passed a referendum that included mental health counselors, which raised an alarm bell for me, because I had done enough research on social emotional learning to know something was not right. So, I filed an open records request with our school. And I got a 3-inch binder thick of reports, charts, graphs, emails of what was going on behind the scenes with Lilly's grant money. And that's when I found out what they were doing. They had to bring in the business leaders, the community leaders, and the pastors. They had to indoctrinate the pastors as well. So then we started thinking, okay, well, this is probably why we can't get churches to open their doors and even talk about this issue, because they don't want to know. So this radical Trish Hatch was former vice president of American School Counselors Association. Counselors are deeply involved in this. Okay? So she was going around training them for 3 years, 6 days annually, on how to implement the American School Counselors Association position statements. 53 of them, and they're very alarming. Training the counselors on how do you transition a child in the school and not tell the parents. How you open up the locker rooms, the bathrooms, the sports teams, shower rooms. It's all in there. But nobody in the state knew this is what's going on. sadly. Pushing all this sexual perversion into the schools. Many of the books that started showing up in our schools were all printed, mostly, between 2015 and you can say 2025, because they just keep printing them. It's all the pornographic images that are planted in children's head. It's all driven out of the same thing, and these are the people behind it. The position statement, school counselor and social emotional development, school counselor and transgender and non-binary youth, school counselor and student sexual wellness, and the school counselor and LGBTQ youth. Those are just a few of the guidelines that school counselors are being trained on. This here is the Arabella network that's behind most of it. This network here, you can make the connections to, obviously, the Gates Foundation, because they're big funders, down here in the bottom left, of Arabella. Knowledge Works and Lumina Foundations, you can make the connections to as well. But this is the network. They just added 2021 Telescope Fund and the Impetus Fund. But this is how they're moving money back and forth to control your elections, to control education, to control the medical field. They control everything. Because when Kinsey did what he did, the Rockefellers then sent him out across the world to train every facet of society on this perversion. This is the book written by Scott Walter in the bottom right-hand corner. I would strongly encourage you, if you can get a copy of it, to order it, because it's well worth the read to help you understand. So, more timeline. 2009, I already showed you the historical context up to this point. 2009, UNESCO then releases their first international technical guidance on sexuality education. And then in 2013, Kinsey's then given consultative status to the United Nations. So his perversion then went global, because what happened is they used our tax dollars then to basically blackmail other countries. You either pervert your children or you get no US aid. As Audrey can tell you story after story about Uganda, this is what they were doing, especially under Obama. Okay? In 2015, you had the increase in the pornographic books that were then coming into the schools and the public libraries. It's all by design. Because remember, who's controlling the publishing companies? Right? We had a young man on our team, when we were fighting the pornography in Indiana, I said, go get me the connections to these publishing companies. We had made a list. For 3 years, we made a different list of all the pornographic books, and you would see publishing company after publishing company showing up. So I said, go get me the connections to the World Economic Forum and the United Nations. Didn't take him long. He comes right back and goes, it's all connected. Yeah, because they control the publishing companies, just like they control the media. They control what books are going out to the schools and what your kids are reading. This is why it's creating a lot of mental issues for children. Some of these books are incredibly pornographic. Not only are they pornographic, but you've got murder, you've got suicide, you've got all these facets that are screwing up our young children's minds. It's intentional, because who wins in the end? When the children are screwed up, they go get on a pill. And Lilly, one of the pharmaceuticals, benefits very much so. Then you had the US, like I said, begin blackmailing for grooming. So currently, what's happening? Well, this is a bill. How's Kinsey influenced current policy? He's still doing it. So this year, we had an anti-grooming bill that we were trying to pass at the State House. You'll see one of our friends here in a minute, Michelle Peterson, we were working with her to do it. And so this bill was coming through, and this legislator in the upper right-hand corner, Beth White, she's working with ISCA, the Indiana Coalition to End Sexual Assault. They were one of the people there testifying in favor of this bill that left 14 to 17-year-olds vulnerable. Our legislators refused to expand the bill to protect that age group, which that age group is the most vulnerable to grooming. So we're pushing back. Well, then we did some research and found out the connections. That organization was working directly with the House representative who wouldn't listen and refused to expand the protection. So I said, go get me the connection, because I'll guarantee there's one with Kinsey Institute. Sure enough, the organization had been holding a coffee and tea, if you will, at the Kinsey Institute. That tells you how much power and influence this institute still has. So as you can see there, this is the new director, Justin Garcia. This is the statute of Kinsey. They very much revere him on the campus. The whole campus is demonic and sexually perverted, just so you know. That is the statute that they just put up there a few years ago. And same sacrificial ideology as Jeffrey Epstein. And we can make connections to the Kinsey Institute from Jeffrey Epstein's releases. So, what have been the victories? Because there have been some. So let's talk about those. Well, since we've gone on an educational war, if you will, to help people understand in America what's going on, Indiana was one of the ones who overturned their obscenity exemption loophole. There was a lot of yellow on this map to start with, okay? We are by one, we are flipping the states. Texas did it in 2025, we did it in 2023. States are starting to push back and they're starting to repeal some of those Kinsey-based laws. So we're very thankful for that because that's what we need. This young lady right here, she's a friend of mine. Very courageous woman. She got elected to position in the State House. In 2022, she was elected. 2023, she went into office. And we said to her, what will you help us with? We gave her a list of things. She said, well, what do you want me to help with the most? I said, I want you to help me go after the Kinsey Institute. She said, okay. So, 2023 was budget year. So we had her hold the amendment. She proposed it on the floor, second reading on the bill, and she proposed an amendment to remove state tax dollars from the Kinsey Institute for the first time ever. It passed overwhelmingly. But let me tell you, this young woman took a beating. Right after that passed, the Speaker of the House got off his high horse on his little podium and went down and railed on her. She took a serious beating for defunding the Kinsey Institute, but no less, she did it, so we're very thankful for that. This here is Michelle Peterson. She is the mom who's behind passing the anti-grooming bills. Her 15-year-old son was groomed by a former, I think it was coach. Hundreds of times he was receiving texts from this individual. She finally pushed and pushed and pushed and got Illinois, of all places, to pass the first anti-grooming bill. This anti-grooming bill is being used across the country now as the basis for which to go after predators, including those in sex trafficking. You can go to her website, michellepeterson.org, and you can see the list of states there. Missouri just passed theirs. You can see the list of states, and you can look at the different pieces of legislation. So as you start to push back here in the United Kingdom and Wales, take a look at those laws, because some of them are very, very strong, and sadly, Indiana's is the weakest. So, where do we go from here? Well, it's time for action. I'm here to ask for your help. Because, coming from the state of Indiana, I've watched as the Kinsey Institute and Indiana University have been protected beyond anything I've ever seen. Nobody will touch it. Nobody will fight it, including conservative organizations. They all turned a blind eye to it. But I made it my mission, and I told Dr. Reisman, I promise you, I will continue to go after it. So because Kinsey went global, I need your help. Because your kids are being targeted as well. And here's what I ask you to do. A couple of really good things. This man right here is the new governor of the state of Indiana. And in 25, when I wanted to take further action against Kinsey Institute and the university, they said, well, hold on, we're going to let him take over the Board of Trustees. And by taking over the Board of Trustees, he'll be able to take action. But it's going to take a year. Well, it's now, what is today? April 18th? Almost a year, and they haven't done a darn thing to address the Institute. In fact, the Kinsey Institute is now, they're claiming, funded by the Indiana University Foundation. I said, okay, I'll sit back and I'll let you take action and we'll see what happens. So what did he do? He appointed 2 more foundation members to the Board of Trustees. So what I need you to do is let him know how you feel about that. I need you to let him know how you feel about Indiana impacting your nation and your nation's children. He needs to hear from you. He needs to hear the impact it's had on you. Okay? There's his phone number. There's his office address. Have fun. Next, if you didn't catch that, you can see me afterwards and you can get a screenshot of it, okay? Next, I want you to go after them. I want you to let the Board of Trustees know exactly how you feel about Indiana perverting your kids. They need to hear it, okay? I've been told, Jim Bop down here on the bottom left, second one in, oh, he's a strong conservative. Yeah, well, he hasn't done anything. In fact, he was supposed to call me months ago. I'm not sure what time frame he's working on, because it sure wasn't the same hourly time frame I was told. So I want you to let them know how you feel, okay? They need to hear. They need to hear the impact that Indiana has had on the children of Wales, the children of the United Kingdom. And I will leave you with this. Here's the information to the Institute. Please, let them all know. They need to hear it. They need to hear how they've damaged your kids, your nation. Okay? That is the Institute. That is the statute. And this was when I went to DC with Dr. Reisman in 2020. She died in 21. We had the privilege of taking her to Bloomington in 2019 and putting her on the steps of the Kinsey Institute, where she got to expose front and center what they had done. And you will see there in the bottom right, this was Kinsey's house, where he performed a lot of sick things in that attic. And so we put Dr. Reisman on the sidewalk and let her just tell the entire busload of what he did in that house. This is where they started filming pornography that then spread worldwide. And as Clarence Tripp said, there's no harm done. They knew it was illegal. As he's talking about a young girl who's being raped by Rex King, also known as Mr. Green, because she's screaming as he's raping her. She's a young child, and he, a very large man. You can hear that straight out of his lips in your film, the UK film called Kinsey's Pedophiles. You will hear his own words. You will hear many of his people's own words. I encourage you to watch it. And then I encourage you to join with me and go after the governor of Indiana, the Board of Trustees, and the Institute itself. Thank you.
So our next speaker, her name is Jana Lunden from the Natural Women's Council. So can we have a massive hand for Jana? apologies if I said your name wrong. Come on, come on. Thank you. You look like you've got a lot of books there to...
Okay. With some very undesirable covers, but I won't be reading much of these for you today. Just going to set it up there now.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, thanks everyone for your hospitality. Very hard acts to follow with all the amazing information from Rhonda, Audrey, and Penny, and it's very heavy information. It's very hard to take because for those of you who may not have known the magnitude of this global attack, it can even red pill some of us who are awake. So I hope you're angry. Is everyone quite angry and upset about what you've heard? Good, because it takes anger to inspire you to do something. And my presentation today is talking about how to get activated. So there is something you can do. You may feel powerless. We don't have all of the time and the money and the trillions and the global forces behind us, but as Audrey and Rhonda said, it's a battle of good versus evil, and good will always win over evil. And what we lack in money, we have in heart because we love our children. The Natural Women's Council started in, well, we sort of met back in 2020. This lady here, Lynda, who's on a panel later today, dragged me into the world of campaigning. It happened I'm an accidental activist. We were campaigning to get masks off our little children in school, and we won that battle through lots of personal notes, letters. Principals were calling us to say they felt threatened, and we said our letters aren't to threaten you, they're to protect you from all of us parents who come after you, and it worked. We thought when the mask came off, life would go back to normal. We then had lots of other issues come up, and here we are 6 years later. Who are the Natural Women's Council? We started with a few of us in a room saying, what can we do? And now we have nearly 100,000 parents in our network across Ireland and all of our channels. We take an evidence-based approach, and we're not a single issue group, although now we're focusing mostly on education. We focus on anything that affects the safety, the health, and the well-being of our most precious, our children, but also anything that goes against our parental rights, because our children belong to us. And we will take on any issue that we can. We're very small. We have an army of people in Ireland behind us, and we have some initiatives that we are going to be growing bigger and bigger. We've joined up with 7 countries with this international task force. We all met in DC, and being an American citizen with an American passport does have its perks. I'll be flying over soon. We're going to get some investors to sponsor what we do over here and take it down, just like the lefties try. This was our promo launch video, so I have a few videos today to keep it lively because I knew I was just before lunch and it smells delicious, so I need to keep everyone focused, so I've got some movies to show you.
I begin to say goodnight, then I saw my child in prayer send for me some scarlet ribbon.
How dare you! You have stolen my dreams! We are in the beginning of a mass extinction. All you can talk about is money and the fairy tales of eternal economic growth.
So boys can change into girls. And girls can change into boys.
always see our videos and think they must be getting some funding, but that's a man who happens to follow us on X, and he's used to do mini documentaries and film work, and I said, I need a promo video, here's what I want in it, and did it for volunteers. So we get a lot of people doing a lot of good things to help us. We don't have all the skills, but we have an army around us. So some campaign highlights. We do things with legislation. So a few years ago, the Irish government, back in 2022, tried to erase woman from the Maternity Protection Acts because woman was just too gender normative and it wasn't inclusive to all of those trans-identifying men who chest feed. Luckily, we won that battle, but we fast forward to 2024. The Irish government spent, I believe it was 15 million on a referendum where it was put out to all the Irish people to vote whether to erase woman, mother and home from Bunreacht na HÉireann, our constitution, and replace families with the term durable relationships. So they wanted to erase woman, mother, home and family from the constitution. There's 32,000 NGOs in Ireland. These are government-approved NGOs that take between 6 and 12 million euros of our tax money. Every political party, every NGO was trying to get a yes, yes vote, yes to erase. We went up against every political party. We went up against 32,000 NGOs. I had a man donate me a sound system. I bought a trolley. We walked through the cities. Lynda was with me many times. We walked through the cities handing out 150,000 leaflets with our microphone. 75% of the Irish people said no. And they voted no, we're not erasing. But had we not gone out there and fought it might have happened. So that shows the power of all of you in this room, and your voice, be it talking to your friends, neighbors, or on a mic, is powerful. We do a lot of submissions to the school curriculum, opposing content in the campaign from the curriculum proposals. We started our campaign with some library books that we were finding, and this was one that most of you probably know. This book is gay, written by a man called Juno, who's a man identifying as a woman. We found this book in the libraries showing kids they could order hormones and puberty blockers online with some pictures of how to inject their bodies. We wrote to HIQA, which is sort of the drug control department in Ireland, and they opened a case with a nurse in our group and their doctors, but the case was closed. They got the memo, and we know they got the memo because one of our volunteers had a family member working there and they shut it down. These are in the age 12 section in the library, not for children. Then we did some book readings. We actually were a group that shut down the GPO in Ireland, the General Post Office, by going in there and reading the books sponsored by On Post that were being put in front of our kids. They called the police on us. I said, we're in a public area, we're reading the books and promoting the books you sponsor. I stood there with 2 police officers who let me continue to read this pornographic material, and the GPO shut for business for 30 minutes. I never thought an American in Ireland would be shutting down the GPO at the same location as the 16 Rising, but there you go. And third parties in schools, we've exposed these really bad actors going in, teaching children about masturbation, pornography, gender identity, and more. We campaign against men and women's sports. The Ladies Gaelic Football Association allow boys and men to compete against my daughter if they say they're a girl or a woman. This is not the fake rainbow. This has the indigo color before anyone gets triggered by the rainbow. We're going to reclaim it. How do we get activated? This is the most important thing I would ask as a call to action for everyone in the room. Have 5 a day. That's not just for your health. 5 conversations a day with people you don't know, or maybe you know them but they don't know what's happening. I had one in the barber shop recently. I live in a very woke, liberal, progressive area run by the Fine Gael Mafia, the political party destroying Ireland. And I was in the barber shop and I said to those mummies, what do you think about what's happening in school? What do you mean? Oh, you haven't seen the books? No. The genderbread person? No, what are you talking about? I said, well, there's a book in our children's classroom teaching your sons and daughters they can be a boy, girl, neither, or both. And the faces dropped. After that 5-minute conversation, they asked me to go to their school gates and pass out leaflets. I had them all on site in 5 minutes because I talked common sense and stood with love for the children. And that's how you do it, 5 a day. We do leaflets. We have 250,000 in our last campaign. We have 70,000 so far out on the streets, people in every county passing those out. We do events, we have conferences. I've had 5 of them canceled though by the hard left terrorists who threaten venues. And we've had to do lots of changeovers and undercover conferences, but we work on the streets as well. And we do subscribers. We have over 20,000 subscriptions on our website, but we have 100,000 between Twitter, YouTube, and everywhere else. Send them newsletters. We have whistleblower interviews. I'm going to show you a few snippets today. We do media, press releases, interviews, lots of podcasts. Eugene will speak to you today. He does all of our amazing research. Mainstream media ignore all of our press conferences, but if anyone wants to look up, the Daily Mail did a 4-page spread and referenced our work, and that was the first time we broke through to the legacy or the mainstream. And then we do a lot of letters, Freedom of Information Act requests, letters to the school, notices of liability, and more. So what are children being exposed to? I'm going to show you a video to keep everyone awake while I can smell the food. I'm just going to skip through that now for the sake of time, but I'll try to play the next one. But for anyone who wants to see those 2-minute clips, we fundraised to produce 10 of them, and they're on the naturalwomen'scouncil.com channel. Go to YouTube playlists. So this, I'm just going to skip through some of these horrific books. Most people listening would agree that you would not want your age 12 child to be using the Grindr dating sex app, where it tells them in this book to upload a picture of themselves to the app. It will work out their location so they can meet the nearest homosexual in their area, age 12. We went to the police station in Ireland, 5 of them. We got criminal case numbers on these books. We made that police officer sit there while we read those books. Their faces turned red, they opened up a case, but guess what happened? They all closed at the same time because they got the memo. Doing the Sex, this book teaches children how to give a good handy, a bad handy, and I think there's blowies in there, and bumming as well. Something most of us would agree age 12 shouldn't be taught. This book, another one by this author, Juno Dawson, What's the Tea? Teaches children that they can consider douching their backside to avoid poo nuggets when they have anal sex. Not for age 12, I hope everyone agrees. This is the book teaching children to order hormones and puberty blockers online, and pictures of how to inject themselves. This has a little sticker on the front, HI. Healthy Ireland, sponsored by our National Health Service, the HSE. This book is an English book in our schools, and this shows the cross-curricular approach. So we ask every parent to see ask your children's teacher to see what's in the books, because the books in Ireland are purchased by the state, locked away, and parents don't see them. English book sponsored by Trans Equality Network Ireland, because of course, children don't need to learn about Shakespeare anymore, they'll learn about pronouns. Oh, and we have Greta Thunberg telling our children the Earth's on fire, there's a climate crisis and the world won't be here. Kids are coming home traumatized saying, Mommy, Daddy, I'm not going to be able to have kids, the Earth's on fire. Causing terror, eco-anxiety it's called. I Am Greta, we'll skip through her. Make a Difference is another book as well, again all about being racist, telling our Irish children they should feel privileged for being white, male, or Irish. I'm sorry, but no one should feel privileged or guilty for how they are born. And of course we have to have all the sexual identity flags, so the children in the classroom at age 12 can pick whatever flag they want to fly. Maybe it's the LGBT, the trans, or any of the other, I think there's 12 of them in the school book. And some of the schools are hanging these flags outside their classroom. The global goals, Penny mentioned that. We have number 4, quality education. The word quality is very deceptive. This is not quality education. It's indoctrination. It's state-sponsored child abuse. It is grooming. Who's responsible? In Ireland, the books are bought by the government. All the mummies were so excited they didn't have to go buy those books. It saved them a chore. The books get locked up, so Mummy and Daddy don't need to even have a look at those. And in the books, there's class contracts. Our children in Ireland are asked to sign a class contract. And we found an NCCA who designed the curriculum. We found a document, 2 of them. One was how to create a safe classroom. One was how to create an inclusive classroom. And one of those documents was telling teachers, make sure you introduce yourself using pronouns. Don't use gender normative language like boy, girl, mother, or father. That's not inclusive. And one of them said, What happens in the class stays in the class, and that goes for teachers too. And the class contract backs it up. Eugene and I chatted one night. We said, they're going to start taking these documents down off their website because we've exposed them. We pulled it a late night and we downloaded all the documents and archived them. Guess what? They deleted them. But we have the receipts. This woman here, whatever she is, demon, Helen McEntee with the rainbow umbrella. Her husband, she's a minister in Ireland, one of the highest ranking officials. She was Minister for Justice and signed in the gender equality. One of the senators in Ireland had to read through all the genders being signed into legislation, 72 of them. It took 25 minutes. Minister McEntee then moved from Minister for Justice over to Minister for Education, pushing all this gender woo into the classroom. Guess what her husband's job is? He's a senior director at AbbVie Pharmaceuticals who make Lupron a puberty blocker. I did a complaint to Standards of Public Office about her. Did she declare her conflict of interest? They declined to investigate. I did a Freedom of Information Act. I wasn't going to take no for an answer. I got all the information back. 4 pages of a big black box, redacted. There you go. She lives down the road from me. I'm not her friend. She doesn't send me a Christmas card. She endorses belong to going into schools because our children need to learn about top surgery, removing healthy breasts, bottom surgery, removing their genitals, chest binding, tucking, and all those other things that a 12-year-old child should learn in school. Sick. And this one's pretty sick too. If there's any young children in the room, I'm just going to trigger that any kids under 18 should probably not be here. No kids? Okay. It's in the school books though, or library books.
Good morning and welcome to Storytime with the Irish Mammy, the show that informs you of what your beautiful children have access to in your local library, because reading is such an important part of child development. You may find this book in the age 12 to 17 section in your local library. Okay, this morning we're going to read from a wonderful and very informative book called Sex, an Uncensored Guide to Your Body, Sex and Safety by Nico Hasler. Let's turn to chapter 6, oral, vaginal and anal sex. You're going to put that where? What is fisting? It involves putting a whole hand in a vagina or anus, but the fingers are typically straight, with fingertips touching, not curled up in a fist shape. The person doing the fisting will, using lubrication and a rubber glove for safety, start with one finger and then, with the other person's permission, gradually add another and another. Fisting is not for everyone. A whole hand inside someone can actually be wider than a penis, and it can be uncomfortable for some people. Fisting is considered an advanced level sex act, and therefore not necessarily something to try right off the bat. That carries a significant amount of risk, including the possibility of excess bleeding due to a muscle tear, and a higher risk of contracting an STI. If what you have just heard disturbs you, and you do not consent to your child being exposed to this type of content, please go to the naturalwomenscouncil.ie under the campaign menu, Libraries. There you can send a pre-written letter to your library, Healthy Ireland, your local TDs and councillors. Taking action is the only thing that will stop this. Please do share this with every parent you know.
A few people didn't watch it until the end and were going after this woman saying, even the grannies have gone woke. I'm like, no, you have to watch it until the end. So we exposed it in all the libraries. They called county council meetings. There was one that was 30 minutes long after we did a library protest. We walked in, we served the notice. The hard left were there shouting, screaming, blowing dog whistles at us as they do. The county council, our public reps, met for 30 minutes about Lynda and I and said, the far-right thugs and extremists were spreading hate against the LGBTQI plus community. No, we weren't spreading hate, we were exposing content. I'll just, I'm nearly at the end. How am I doing for time, Kim? Couple minutes, okay? Yeah. Great. The other thing we do is we do whistleblower interviews. We've done 5 so far. We've done teachers, lecturers, psychologists, and someone who used to go to Belong To. We went through all the whistleblowers. We picked out a short little clip from each. This is only a couple minutes, so I'll just play some of our whistleblowers. One of them has now resulted in an attempted defamation lawsuit against me, but I'm ready.
I think that education is being hijacked and the schools are becoming, or could potentially become, breeding grounds for activists and activism. And I think that not only are there attempts being made to indoctrinate pupils, but I think that there's also attempts being made to indoctrinate teachers as well.
Somebody posted up an article that was quite good, a piece of research that was critical of the trans ideology, but a very good piece of research. And I very gently commented underneath this that I was curious about this piece of research, that I think it had some merit. And what happened then was pretty startling. I was called a white supremacist, a neo-Nazi, transphobic, I think homophobic was probably thrown in there as well. Then I was banned, blocked, and doxxed.
If anyone who disagrees with anything got to do with gender ideology would have been outcast by the group. So when you go and you announce yourself as gay or bisexual, everyone's delighted. And then if you go and start using pronouns, such as like if you're non-binary and you go by they, them, then everyone's delighted for you. But the further you go down, the more applause you get and the more glorification. We were definitely all made to feel like we were oppressed, that there was this enemy we had to fight, whether we were gay, bi, trans. They kind of feed this narrative that our rights are always under attack, we have to constantly defend them. The homophobia is everywhere. The only thing that they're telling people to do is affirm these young people instead of looking into other areas of why they're so distressed with their bodies. So it's just going to cause more harm. It's putting them on a lifelong path to medicalisation that is irreversible. It's going to cause fertility issues. You see the huge rise in osteoporosis. Puberty blockers have now been proved to affect brain development in a negative way. And instead of looking into some simple issues that it could be a simple diagnosis, simple talk therapy could help a lot of them. They're just going to medicalise them and sell them off to Big Pharma.
You need to take ownership back of your children. You need to see what is actually going on in schools. The fact that the Department of Education is now buying the textbooks don't go home. Parents can't see them. The fact now that children have to keep their mobile phones out of the classroom, they can't record anything. The fact now that children, and this is instructed under EDA as well as DCU, that you create a safe and inclusive environment for children to ask their questions, to ask their explicit questions, but you insist that what is shared in the class stays in the class.
So what can you do? 5 a day, I talked about this, about the barber shop. Have your 5 conversations a day with anyone you know, anyone you don't know, without fear. Help pass out leaflets in your area. Maybe it's just an hour of your afternoon. Host an information session. It doesn't have to be one like this. Some of the best conversations are at your kitchen table or a coffee morning with the school mommies. Subscribe to our website for information. Knowledge is power. Sponsor. None of us get any funding. We always ask. See what we can do. We do everything with shaking our bucket. We have a Connect Ed guide. We've asked every parent in Ireland to download. It's free. We spent the summer writing it. This is a sample of our leaflet, and I have some today on the table. Also, as a parent, go through every book in your children's backpack or their locker if they don't come home. You need to know what's in the school books. But spend time with your child to explain the difference between the narrative and the truth. My children know they can never change their sex. They're born as God made them, as nature made them, and there's no mistake. They know the earth isn't on fire and that climates always change. So we're going to be creating a series, How to Bulletproof Your Child Against Ideology. We're going to be doing a series, conferences, webinars, but creating PDFs so you can sit down with your kid and share the facts with them, to teach them to be critical thinkers. So when they go into those indoctrination camps, they are not harmed and brainwashed. They can question their own teacher. And teach your children again to be critical thinkers. Commend them for asking questions. And if you can home educate, please do. This is our Connect Ed guide. It's on our website. Lots of information, lots of links. And then build resilience. You need to be ready for it. You need to be ready for strained relationships and lost friendships. Anyone in my old world prior to 2020, I've lost them all. Some walked away from me, some I lost by choice, because I said, if you're not going to stand up against this tyranny affecting my children, I can't respect you. And that goes for family members as well that I've lost. But I'm ready because my kids need me. Pick your battles. Don't feel you have to win every argument. Choose the battles. But do it with compassion and kindness. Every discussion I have, I stand with love for my children. My children don't need this information in their schools. Be firm and polite. Join networks. Educate yourself. And a good phrase is, I'm not asking you to accept what I'm saying. I'm asking you to question what you're being told and find out the truth for yourself. If they won't listen, they're too far gone. Don't waste your time. Engage your local politicians, but if they're a hard left radical, profiting or compromised or an ideologue, don't waste your time. Put your money and resources and effort where it can be most beneficial. Do as part of a group if you can. Don't go in on your own to your school if you can avoid it. I'm the lone one at my school, but I've still kept the trans ideology out. I've kept the trans flag out. And I've pushed back, and even though every other parent thinks I'm the mad one because of my profile in Ireland, I don't care. I've kept it out of school, and they know I'll be at the door if it goes in. So I guess the main thing is to never doubt that a small group of people, I'm the only one in my school, Lynda is a teacher, she's going to talk to you today. Even if you're the only teacher, it doesn't matter. But it's a handful of people that can make that change. Never doubt the power of 5 conversations a day, or the power of just yourself doing something, but there's not a choice to do nothing. So if you do nothing, you are part of the problem. You can't just be here today for the good food and a few selfies. You have to leave this room and just do something. So I'm the only thing between you and lunch, so thank you all very much for listening.
So our next speaker has come from very far. In fact, our next speaker, she's come from Australia, and she has been doing some fantastic work in her country. Sorry, New Zealand. There is a difference as well, I do apologise. That's like calling us Welsh English, it's terrible, I'm so sorry. So our next speaker, without further ado, we have a massive hand from Penny from New Zealand.
That's like calling Canadians Americans and Welsh English. Thank you. Okay. Let's try and first. Okay. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you to Kim and the incredible PCPW team for your invitation. I'm an independent researcher and journalist from New Zealand. In 2023, I founded Let Kids Be Kids to inform and empower parents and advocate for families when I saw the impact of the sexualisation of our children through education and the overall disregard by the state to let parents be parents and let kids be kids. Our children and families are in the crosshairs of a dark global coordinated strategy, as you have seen from the American team this morning. Knowledge is the only way that we can protect them. So today I'm talking about gender in law, the Yogyakarta principles, human rights, and the conversion practices legislation bans. So we're going to start with this. What is sex? And what is gender? To talk about keeping our children safe, we need to understand how the word sex has been removed and replaced with gender, and what that means and why it really matters. So sex is a biological fact. It is determined at conception, it is observed at birth, and it is recorded on official documents, male or female. This should not be controversial. We are all tired of having this conversation because we know exactly what a woman is. Our intelligence is being insulted. Gender is a different matter entirely, and this is where the gender begins. The word gender was invented by New Zealander John May in 1995, and when he separated biological sex from psychological gender identity, as the ladies touched on this morning. His work was discredited, and yet it found its way into law. Gender identity first appeared in law in 1994 in San Francisco. Gender as a legal status first appeared in the UK Gender Recognition Act 2004. And under 30 years, a discredited psychologist's work has been embedded into legal frameworks worldwide through United Nations pressure, NGO advocacy, and human rights interpretations, backed by millions of dollars, as you saw this morning, dollars, pounds, and euro from governments and some of the wealthiest people on the planet. So, in 1993, the International Bill of Gender Rights, IBGR, was created. Martine Rothblatt was a key contributor. Rothblatt, born Martin, is an American transhumanist, male, identifying as female, and one of the wealthiest people in the biotechnology sector. A major funder of the transgender movement, he created a robot replica of his wife with the intention of uploading her consciousness into it. Who's heard of Martine Rothblatt? Yep, a few of you. Transhumanism is the end game of body dissociation, and body dissociation begins with deconstructing what makes us human, male and female, and replacing biology with feelings. In 2006, the Yogyakarta principles were developed following a meeting in Indonesia. The IBGR was the precursor to these principles. They set out 29, just going to keep checking, positions on the application of international human rights law in relation to sexual orientation and gender identity. The definition of gender identity in these principles states, and I'm going to read along with you, each person's deeply felt internal and individual experience of gender, which may or may not correspond with the sex assigned at birth, including the personal sense of the body, which may involve, if freely chosen, the modification of bodily appearance or function by medical, surgical, or other means, and other expressions of gender, including dress, speech, and mannerisms. Do you notice that sex assigned at birth, not sex observed at birth, is in there, as though a doctor decides the sex of a baby? Today, this phrase is taught in school sex ed as fact, but it simply isn't. Most people would define sexual orientation as who you're attracted to, the opposite sex, the same sex, or both. The authors of these principles define sexual orientation as each person's capacity for profound emotional, affectional, and sexual orientation to, and intimate and sexual relations with, individuals of a different gender or the same gender or more than one gender. Did you spot it? They removed the word sex entirely. They replaced it with gender, and that substitution was not accidental, it was the basis of their strategy. So who authored these principles? They were influential figures in the trans and legal communities. Phyllis Fry is a male identifying as female, the first transgender judge in the US, the grandmother of the transgender movement. Fry worked alongside Rothblatt on the IBGR in the 90s. Michael O'Flaherty from Ireland, lead writer of the principles, then a professor of applied human rights at the University of Nottingham and a member of the United Nations Human Rights Committee. He is currently the Commissioner of Human Rights at the Council of Europe. Stephen Whittle, a British-born female, identifying as male, legal professor and president of WPATH from 2007 to 2009. Who has heard of WPATH? Some of you here? Great. Well, not great, but great that you know. Paul Hunt, truly international lineup here. At the time, Paul was the UN Special Reporter, which means principal writer, on the right to the highest attainable standard of health and Professor of Law at the University of Essex. In 2019, he became head of the New Zealand Human Rights Commission, appointed by the Jacinda Ardern government. Hunt's presence at the formation of these principles explains why our Human Rights Commission is neck deep in this ideology, as I'll show you shortly. So these principles were legally non-binding, but their goal was to make them binding, using the United Nations as their vehicle. In 2017, the Yogyakarta Plus 10 was published, expanding their framework to include gender expression and sex characteristics, and doubling down on state obligations. The goal was to get gender identity enshrined as a legal category worldwide through international human rights law. Let me show you how this looks in practice. The United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 5, gender equality. Achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls. Who would argue with that? That sounds great. That's the evil genius of the United Nations strategy. In 2015, a New Zealand Policy Research, the New Zealand Policy Research Institute at AUT, which is the Auckland University of Technology, published a Women's Empowerment Principles Survey report in partnership with UN Women. The document refers to women and all genders, and women including people that identify as women. This is what Sustainable Development Goal 5 has become in practice. Gender equality is not sex-based rights. Sex and gender are not the same thing because there are only two sexes. This extended definition of women extends to include men. So now I'm going to move on to conversion practices ban and the UN coordinated global campaign. Meet Victor Madrigal-Borlos, a United Nations independent expert on sexual orientation and gender identity. He had that role from 2018 to 2023, based at Harvard Law School. By his own account, he was the primary global driver of conversion practices prohibition legislation. He said that. This was recently posted on Stonewall's Instagram page, so hopefully this is going to play.
Conversion therapy in all its forms should be banned.
7 years, 5 Prime Ministers after Theresa May's first promise, conversion practices are still legal in the UK. For International Day to end conversion therapy, this is exactly how we got here.
We want to see an end to practices like conversion therapy.
In 2018, Prime Minister Theresa May pledged to end conversion practices after investigations revealed it was still widespread.
On the gay conversion therapy thing, I think that's absolutely Abhorrent.
In 2022, Boris Johnson's government picked up the pledge, then dropped Trans Plus people, triggering backlash and a rapid U-turn.
I'm committed to banning conversion therapy.
Liz Truss's premiership lasted just 49 days, where she promised to protect free speech and religious expression under a ban, but wasn't around long enough to introduce any legislation. Rishi Sunak described conversion practices as
An abhorrent practice.
but his government chose not to introduce a ban. Labour promised a comprehensive trans-inclusive ban in its 2024 manifesto. After 18 months in power, in 2026, no draft bill has been published. Since 2018, groups opposing the ban have spent $2 million on lobbying and promoting the practice. The harm is proven, promises on record, what's missing still is the law.
So that was posted on Stonewall's Instagram page. This is what these lobbyists do. A ban on conversion practices in the UK is not needed. You're not having a conversion therapy crisis, and neither was New Zealand, Canada or Australia before they passed this legislation. Did you hear her say that the lobbyists have spent £2 million trying to get conversion therapy banned? A large portion of that is government money, given to activists to lobby the government relentlessly. The rest comes from George Soros, the Gates Foundation, Arcus and others. Big money, investing big. Why? Last Christmas, Stonewall lobbied at number 10 Downing Street. These organisations are more funded and more resourced than parents, than people like us, than ordinary people who are busy holding down jobs and keeping the economy going. They get millions in government grants. With those millions, they convince MPs that a crisis exists. Am I talking a language, Andrew? Yeah. So last December, the BBC ran a story about conversion therapy happening in the 1960s and the 1970s, over 50 years ago. This is a strategy. This is not reality. This is not happening today, but the media are all in on it. Conversion therapy survivor stories appeared in the media of multiple countries simultaneously from 2018 to 2021. The dual effect, amplify victim status, and imply that today's therapists, counsellors and parents are equivalent to torturers. It's all in the language. So this is not a complete timeline, but this proves my point. This is not organic, it's coordinated. In 2017, the Yogyakarta Plus 10 principles were established. Madrigal Borlos is a signatory. In 2018, Madrigal Borlos takes up his United Nations role. Also in 2018, sorry, let me find my place. Activist Chanel Lau, who had been a Ministry of Education Youth Advisory Group member in New Zealand while he was still at high school, forms the Conversion Therapy Action Group in New Zealand and begins building the narrative that conversion practices are common and urgent. July 2018, and Lau was off, creating the narrative that conversion practices were common and needed to urgently be stopped. A petition was put to Parliament by a co-conspirator of Lau's and the pressure started to be applied. January 2019, Paul Hunt, the UK law professor, United Nations signatory of the 2006 principles, becomes the Chief Commissioner at New Zealand's Human Rights Commission. March 2019, New Zealand hosts the ILGA conference. ILGA stands for the International Lesbian and Gay Alliance, but it's not about lesbian and gays, it's a trans agency. ILGA is a consultative body to the United Nations with over 2,000 trans lobby groups underneath it globally. The New Zealand government funded the conference through the Ministries of Health, Justice and Foreign Affairs. Madrigal Borlos delivers the keynote about the need to ban conversion therapy. May 2020. During the COVID lockdowns, Madrigal Borlos publishes a United Nations report used by the New Zealand lobby groups, including Lau's organisation, to pressure Parliament for the Conversion Practices Prohibition Act. Lau had influential roles across all the lobby groups. They all receive government funding. In June 2020, the Human Rights Commission published their PRISM report, which cites Madrigal-Borloz's report heavily, arguing conversion practices violate New Zealand's international human rights obligations, the Sqaure effect in action. January 2021, public pressure from Chanel Lau's Conversion Therapy Action Group in the media and in Parliament. They also carried out 2 parliamentary petitions. February 2022, the bill passes into law. Of 120 MPs in New Zealand, only 8 voted no. Some received death threats and media attacks for doing so, as revealed in my interview with former MP Simon O'Connor last year. This is the reality of our parliamentary systems under this kind of pressure. Once in law, councillors must affirm they cannot explore underlying trauma, ideological influence, or root causes. Many New Zealanders, meanwhile, were on the front lawn of Parliament fighting COVID mandates. Many didn't see this coming, nor comprehend the impact. The timing was not coincidental. July 2022, a new sex education program called Navigating the Journey, endorsed by the Ministry of Education in New Zealand. It's a copy-paste from the United Nations International Technical Guidance on Sexuality Education, is rolled out in schools. It proudly states that it's in over 85% of New Zealand schools. It's anti-family. The only time marriage is mentioned is in relation to marital abuse. It's anti-parent. It's pro-gender ideology. It uses phrases like sex assigned at birth, which we heard earlier, and referring to the agency that secretly transitions children without parents knowing. That is New Zealand's equivalent of Planned Parenthood. June 2024, the Human Rights Commission publishes a report claiming conversion therapy is a significant issue, despite that their own data shows that only 4% of complaints they receive are sex or gender based. It doesn't add up. In 2024 and 25, Official Information Act requests revealed that the government hotline that received over $2 million in funding had received only a small number of inquiries relating to conversion practices. None were about non-gender affirming care, and none were taken further. A problem was manufactured, a strategy was created. Human rights commissions, media, lobby groups, and politicians all moved in unison to fabricate a crisis that never existed. Chanel Lau won Young New Zealander of the Year in 2023, with connections to mainstream media, the United Nations, Amnesty International, the Gates Foundation, curated, positioned, weaponised against families and children. Madrigal-Borloz visited the UK in 2023. He expressed concern about delays in bringing the conversion practices ban legislation in. He urged swift action and cited raising anti-LGB rhetoric as a barrier. He's talking about people like me and you, because we caught on. The trans lobbyists have been activated here in the UK again. Parents contact Let Kids Be Kids regularly because they cannot find a counsellor who will explore root causes. Every counsellor they approach wants to affirm and refer toward medical transition. Parents are often the last to know, and when they seek help they are told, affirm your child or they will likely suicide. We struggle to find counsellors who will help them. This law has shut down the good counsellors who see what this is. One family who contacted us took their teenager back to South Africa to access the help that they could not find in New Zealand. This is the profound irony. The Act claims to prevent harm, but it is systematically converting young people into lifelong medical patients. That is the real conversion therapy, and it has been made mandatory. The goal appears to be twofold: make the actual care illegal and weaken the bond between parent and child, because that is exactly what this legislation has done. It is more important than ever before to tune into your children and remind them that they are beautifully and wonderfully made. Rothblatt, John Stryker, the Arcus Foundation, the Gates Foundation, George Soros' Open Society Foundation, the Ford Foundation. A child guided onto a gender transition pathway becomes a lifetime medical patient. Puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, surgery, then ongoing management of the medical complications, and they are sterile. This is not a civil rights movement. It is a highly profitable pharmaceutical and transhumanist pipeline. Next month, it'll be 3 years since I spoke at my son's school board meeting in New Zealand. Sorry. Asking questions that led me to the RSE curriculum. It led me to the United Nations. It led me to these principles. And it led me to Victor Madrigal Borlos, into the Human Rights Commission. And it led me to be here today and all these other amazing women and men. I'm not a politician. I am not a lawyer. I am a mother who followed the evidence. And the evidence leads to one clear conclusion. What is happening to our children is not an accident. It is not organic. It is coordinated. It is profoundly weakening families across the world. A nation with a weak family structure is on its knees. Families are the lifeblood of nations. Our children are our responsibility. How much longer will we allow this to go on? Use everything you have because our children need us. For more on our work and research, please visit our website and you'll find our social media links, or pick up some cards and bumper stickers, and I want to add some bumper stickers into the raffle. And thank you very, very much for being here today.
So let's get into it. The global revolution, you could call it the globalist revolution. So I'm going to talk about some of the academic theory that's attempting, it's trying to create a veneer that this stuff is real, and it's taken over our universities and all that stuff gets pumped into society. So first quote from a communist, the first Director General of the World Health Organization: to achieve world government, it is necessary to remove from the minds of men their individualism, loyalty to family traditions, national patriotism and religious dogmas. And that was 1954. This is a common theme with any communist, totalitarian, anybody who wants to take control. These are the things they're going to want to do, right? And we've seen it. You've seen it in some of the previous presentations. So what's all this about? These are parades, trans rights parades in Dublin and Belfast. And there are as many communist flags on here as there are trans flags. Do you notice that? Pictures of Lenin, right? So I said, what's this really all about? And that's what we're going to get into. So postmodern critical theory, dismantling Western society. So how many people have ever heard about critical theory in the room here? So few, good, okay. So we're going to go through this quickly. The Frankfurt School, of course. Marxists knew that at this point in time in the 20s, the 1920s, that the traditional seizing the means of production, that wasn't going to work. The traditional Marxist revolution wasn't going to work anymore. So they wanted to do something different, a cultural revolution. And they wanted to seize the means of cultural production. Basically the media, education, entertainment, that would change the fabric of society. Indoctrinate the kids, indoctrinate the parents, through what they see on Netflix, etc. And that's been going on for decades. But the school stuff has really got bad in the last 10 years. So they've really pushed hard on the school stuff in the last 10 years. So in 1933, this Institute for Social Research, yeah, you know what they're doing, right? Indoctrination, had to move to the US, the University of Columbia in New York. And the Rockefeller Foundation welcomed them and sponsored them, okay? So there you go. And they brought this poison into the US American education academic system. This is where this critical theory, critical social justice stuff got into America. Of course, there were very willing recipients on the other side as well, the communists and the Rockefellers. And this is a lasting legacy. So what these guys did, we're still seeing today. We'll see it. So just a little bit of a discussion, it's only 1 minute on this.
I think the phrase critical theory better than cultural Marxism, because really what they're doing is criticizing everything. And everything that at least heretofore existed as what we understood in the Judeo-Christian West as a moral absolute. And what they really mean by critical in terms of critical theory is destroying. So not even just criticizing it, but redefining it, taking it down, destroying it, deconstructing it, taking it apart. They took classical Marxism, which under Marx and Engels was an economic model. The cultural Marxists took all of this and looked at it not through the prism of economics and class, but through culture and sex in particular. They established, of all things, a form of Freudian Marxism. Culture would be the goal. Culture, culture, culture. Sex, sex, sex. Education, education, education. For them, their world could be the university classroom. That's where the cultural revolution could and would take place.
Yeah, that's where it has taken place. Now, there was another element, which is this thing called postmodernism. Again, a lot of people don't quite know maybe what postmodernism. The critical theorists were basically criticizing Western civilization. So they're criticizing the family, the parents are oppressive, the whole sexuality aspect, you're being oppressive against gay people or trans people. You see this whole idea, this binary that they do of oppressor and oppressed. The postmodernists came, and they had another. These were all Marxists as well, by the way. They're all far-left Marxists. It's not well documented that that's the case. And they basically said that there's no objective truth. There's no real truth. They rejected religion, they rejected science, they rejected biology. Like, what are you left with, right? You've totally destroyed everything. You've destroyed any sort of reality. But that's what they've done. And what we get is you combine critical theory with postmodernism from the French school, and we'll talk about one or two of the people, and you get critical social justice, which is what we have today. And this has taken over academia, and it's permeated through society, pushing all that agenda that we've just been through over the last 2 hours. And you see things like feminist theory, which is the leading element of this, which brings in all the sexuality, the gender stuff, the gender is socially constructed, queer theory, critical race theory, we've all heard these terms, post-colonial theory, which is anti-Western, anti-white, anti-Eurocentrism, and then the whole climate stuff, right? Which again, they frame in this oppressor-oppressed category. So Michel Foucault, he actually was a great practicing practitioner of what you saw that video on earlier on about fisting. So he was into this. He believed that power defined truth. Now he's actually partially correct. Power defines the narrative, but it doesn't define the truth. That's the point, right? So, and people need to understand that. He had challenged essentialist views. So he challenged anything that was based on science or biology. Again, you see where this stuff is going, right? It just basically wants to take down society, the Western world, the Enlightenment, everything that we had built up over the last couple of centuries. They wanted to take it down. And of course, the deviant sexual practices, all the queer theorists are into that. And his ideas have been taken. He's the most cited academic in the world, which is a horrifying thought that somebody like Michel Foucault would be that. Judith Butler, Gender Trouble, 1990. This is when the whole gender stuff got into academia. She wrote this book called Gender Trouble, Feminism and the Subversion of Identity. That's what we've been talking about, right? It's not inherent or stable characteristic. It's socially constructed and it's performative. You are the gender you feel, you're the gender you perform. Okay? See, they're trying to create an academic framework that supports all the stuff that we've been talking about, so that they can go out and pretend. They can go into governments and they can say, well, we've done studies on this, we've done papers on all of this, and this is the new world, right? You see what they're trying to do? Gender is something individuals do, right? And there's no natural sex, right? Okay, so we'll leave it there. Definition of queer. When you see the new term LGBTQ, this is what the Q means. It doesn't mean a gay person. That's the LGB. It means this. Unlike a gay identity, queer identity need not be grounded in any positive truth or stable reality. It acquires its meaning from its oppositional relation to the norm. It wants to subvert normalcy. And normalcy is the gender binary, for example. Normalcy is what we would see as normal sexual practice, etc. And queer theory is in opposition to that. And you can see that. And that's Michel Foucault was seen as the grandfather of queer theory, is Michel Foucault. Now, common threads of this critical social justice theory, again, it's the power, oppressor, oppressed, that's everywhere, you'll see that. And they would see that if you were to teach a normal, with no ideology in your curriculum, they would see that as oppressive. You're perpetuating bigotry and oppression, so you have to actually bring in the ideology, the Marxist ideology, the progressive ideology. That's what they see you have to do to counter the bigotry and oppression that's been going for decades, right? That's their mantra. That's what you hear from them. And they say that things like race, gender are all socially constructed. Right, so this is the theoretical background to this stuff. There's a huge emphasis on activism. It's not good enough to be against racism. You have to be an anti-racist. You have to be an activist against racism. You have to be an activist for trans people, for their rights, etc. So they promote activism very aggressively. And they go against things like colourblindness, which is the way most people would operate. Oh no, that's not good enough. Meritocracy, no, we can't have that. That's oppressive. You can see where this is going. And this is fundamentally, critical social justice is fundamentally anti-Western, anti-white, anti-Christian, and is focused on Western society. They do not apply any of these critiques to the Middle East, to North Korea, to China, India, anywhere else. It's focused on the Western countries, and you'll see that in a minute. They don't engage in debate, demonization and defamation. They'll call you all the names on the right there. A lot of us have been called those names already. We can see it, right? So no surprise there. You'll see a few books appearing here, so I actually put up some interesting books as we go. So the 9th of June, 2014, the transgender tipping point. So you can see Laverne Cox appeared on the front of Time magazine. And this was really critical because everything went nuts after this. And I'll show you this chart. This guy, David Rosado, he's got a very good Substack. And he's captured here terms that have appeared in some of these, maybe the New York Times and the Washington Post. And there's terms like xenophobia, white supremacy, misogyny, homophobic, Islamophobic. Do you notice something? Look at the dates at the bottom there. If you see the dates, everything starts going nuts after about 2014, 2015. The occurrence of all these terms goes through the roof. So something's happened, right? Someone's pulled the trigger on something, and there's something different. And this is where we see all this stuff getting pumped into our societies at this point in time. In Ireland, we passed the Gender Recognition Act in 2015, just a year after Laverne Cox appears on the front of Time magazine. And you'll see all the other dates that line up with this stuff. So something happened, this stuff was being pushed into the culture. Then the critical turn in education. When did education become indoctrination? Well, you see these terms here. You see progressive education, transformative education, and then the United Nations ones. Education for social justice. Sounds good, right? Education for sustainable development. Global citizenship education. Don't they all sound great, don't they? They're all pushing this critical social justice woke agenda. Basically, all of them. They push trans ideology, the whole oppressor-oppressed thing, the anti-whiteness, anti-Western, is pushed through these things. And unfortunately, these things are all in our schools now, pushed through UNESCO. So our curriculum is infested with this stuff. The Critical Turn in Education. This is a book, a 2016 book, which you might want to take a look at. It turns about how education turned leftist, Marxist. And you can see the things here. It talks about introduce the ideas of vocabulary, and most importantly, the word critical itself. So you see this word critical. You'll see things like critical literacy in the curriculum, and you say, well, critical literacy, oh, that sounds good, yeah, critical thinking. No, it's not. It's this Marxist critical lens that you use of oppressor and oppressed, and it's everywhere in our education system. And most of the modern educational scholarship, that's the scholarship associated with teaching, is either critical or queer. They talk about queering the classroom, queering primary education. Basically, queering means destabilizing. Taking the floor from kids, so they don't know what sex they are. They don't know reality anymore, because it's based on that postmodern stuff, right? So they want to take the floor away from kids so that they're left floundering. They don't have an ability to think critically anymore. It's child abuse. It seriously is. And that social emotional learning is a critical element, using the word, of that. Critical pedagogy. This is this way of teaching based on critical theory, right? And they teach the sex education through this means, and they're now teaching all the subjects through this way. And what I want you to note here, it says, in this context, critical theory questions the assumptions that societies such as the United States, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and the nations of the European Union, for example, are problematically democratic and free. And those are the nations that are under the most attack right now, that you see with critical social justice theory. These are the nations that people are taught to hate their country. It's unreal. So you can see it. So bringing this into schools brings this whole mechanism in. Paulo Freire, the grandfather of critical pedagogy, and the concerns we're teaching this into schools. Sorry. Yeah, he's bowling me over here. The critical consciousness. So the thing they want to create in children is this thing called critical consciousness. It's a woke concept, right? So you've got awareness of sources of oppression. You go finding sources of oppression where they don't even exist, right? That's the problem with it, right? May overlook your learning, and it does, because the agenda, the narrative, the anti-racism, the pro-LGBT, that becomes the important thing in school, not learning English, not learning mathematics and geography and history, etc. The other thing here is it brings in all these complex things like power, privilege, and social justice. That's been brought into the curriculum for 5-year-olds in Ireland. We're bringing this stuff to 5-year-olds. And then the risk of being used for ideological indoctrination. This came from ChatGPT. It's not a risk, ChatGPT. This is used for ideological indoctrination. That's what it is used for. So critical pedagogy, it politicizes the students, indoctrinates them in Marxist and woke ideologies, and it replaces learning with a focus on radical activism. They want your child to be a radical activist for the cause, a change agent for social transformation, the term they use. This is an example. Penny sent me this, actually, which is interesting, because they talk about this imported ideology behind the education reform. This is an example of Marx's projection. So Marx's projection is they'll say something or accuse you of something, and it's actually what they do. So here they're saying you're bringing in ideology in this new curriculum, and actually it's not. The core knowledge foundation lacks any ideology. That's one of the reasons you bring it in, because it doesn't have any ideology, it doesn't have any religion in it, and that's the reason you bring it in. But they're saying, oh, this is ideology, because that's what the Marxists do. They believe that any form of education, and this is a quote from Paulo Freire, that education is a political act, there is no such thing as a neutral education policy. And that's what all the Marxists believe. If you're teaching, you have to be indoctrinating. The Collectivizing Education. This is a very good book. It's a deliberate dumbing down of America from Charlotte Thompson Iserbyt. And it's frightening. She worked in the Department of Education. She had access to an awful lot of the papers in the US on education. And basically they were trying to indoctrinate kids to get in line with having the US as a state, a kind of a Soviet state, as part of a global one world government. And that they've been trying to do that. Brainwash the children to reject individualism and favour collectivism. So critical social justice woke ideology wants you to be a collectivist, you to be part of your group, an identity group. That's a key part of it. And then reject high academic standards in favour of egalitarianism, the notion of equity. Equity is the foundation of communism. And then reject truth, which is the postmodern stuff, right? In favour of tolerance, etc. This notion, the postmodern notion of moral relativism. There's no objective truth. Be kind, though, you need to be kind in all the language they use. And then reject American values in favour of internationalist values, decolonization, globalism. This guy, Yuri Bezmenov, former KGB agent, some people may have seen him, and he talks about the 4 stages of ideological subversion. And the first of them is demoralization. And that's what's happening in the schools now, and has been happening. And you can see it there. Undermining a society's moral and ethical foundations. And that's what sex education does. You just tear the floor, you get the religion out, you bring in the radical sex ed to demoralize the kids. Foreign agents, who are the foreign agents? The EU, the UNESCO, activists, NGOs, and they want to get into the institutions, and they're in there, to influence the minds of young people, instill a sense of disillusionment, moral relativism, you can see that again, and rejection of traditional values. Rejection of your parents. Because your parents are bigots, they're oppressive. That's what they want to teach kids, they want to create that divide. And so it gets you to question your own cultural history, etc., societal norms, no surprise. So dumb down and divide. Deny the population a proper education, freedom of thought, you're not allowed to have that, freedom of speech, actual accurate information, and the truth. You don't get access to the truth, you only get the narrative through the mainstream. That's a fundamental problem. Mao's America. Where did we see this play out? Where did critical theory actually play out? It played out actually in the Maoist Cultural Revolution. Division, indoctrination, deception, coercion, cancellation, subversion. Now they had violence as well. It was pretty violent in the Maoist revolution. They wanted to destroy the four O's, as they called them, the foundation of the traditional culture, and replace them with Marxist ideologies. And they picked on youth, the Red Guards. They indoctrinated the young kids, the Red Guards, and they went out and were the revolutionaries, and they founded what happened to the Red Guards is an interesting story. They were so radicalized that once they got through the revolution, they had to get rid of them because they were too radical. They couldn't keep them around. They'd achieved the revolution, and so they either killed them or sent them to re-education camps. They had to get rid of them. And who are the Red Guards today? Some of the kids that were waving the flags in the picture at the start. So they weaponize youth, and ultimately this is totalitarians do this. That's what they do, and they use the youth. This is a book, A Gift for Treason, The Cultural Marxist Assault on Western Civilization, and this is just a quote from the book. The key internal threat is formed by the cultural Marxist dominance of politics, education, and entertainment. And people who actively despise Western civilization are in positions of decision-making authority throughout the Western society. And we can see that, right? You've got people ruling your country who hate the people in the country, who hate the country and just want to take it down. Stakeholder capitalism, I have to talk about it for a minute because we haven't touched on it. This is why the corporations get engaged in this. So you may say, well, why all the pride flags during June, right? Where does that come from? And it comes from this thing called stakeholder capitalism, which is an artifact of the World Economic Forum. And they have a definition here, and I'll give you a different definition in a minute. And it's kind of a nice thing. So you bring in, environmental aspects, etc., into corporations. And who are the stakeholders? They're the governments, civil society, which is trade unions and NGOs, for example, the companies themselves, and then international community, which is the UN, etc. Who isn't a stakeholder is the people in this room. The voters, the normal people, the working people, they're not stakeholders. These guys are the stakeholders, and they get to set the agenda, basically. And so for a corporation, they've got a thing called an ESG score, based environmental, social, and governance, right? So the environmental thing, that's all the climate change stuff, right? Net zero, all that stuff, you have to decarbonize. The social stuff, there's a big part of that is the CEI indicator, and I'll show you that in a minute, where that comes from. And governance then is how you actually run the organization, the governance, and that all seems quite good, right? People would say, geez, that's a good thing to have, isn't it? But no, of course, that's just used to drive the agenda. So the stakeholders, they determine the criteria, and that criteria can change to suit the narrative, to suit the agenda. Here's the Corporate Equality Index, Human Rights Campaign. That sounds great, yeah, they're supporting human rights. This is a radical organization, LGBTQ+, pro-abortion organization, and what they do is they set up these criteria that the companies get measured about their support for, say, funding people's transitions at work, giving them time off, etc., funding pride parades, and funding other events to educate or indoctrinate their own staff in terms of LGBTQ or trans issues, focused on trans, of course. And that's what this index is. And people like AbbVie, who we talked about earlier, the puberty blockers, they get a 100% score on this. So, no surprise. So this is my definition of stakeholder capitalism. It's capitalism for the stakeholders, and it's global totalitarianism for everybody else, or global communism, if you want to use that term. One and the same. And you can read this book from Klaus Schwab. And the thing is, all this stuff was described as far-right conspiracy theories, the World Economic Forum, Agenda 2030, stakeholder capitalism, that's all conspiracy theory stuff, right? But this has been here for years. So I'm going to be finishing off with the United Nations and UNESCO, transforming global education. So here this happened, this United Nations groundbreaking pact of the future to transform global governance. Did you see that on the front of the newspapers and the headlines in your media? Of course not, you didn't. And it was the same in Ireland. And these are the 17 goals, of course, over here. 4 quality education, 5 gender equality, as we saw before. So we're going to play this for just 40 seconds, I think.
17 inspiring Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs. Our aim is clear, our mission is possible, and our destination is in our sight.
To end poverty and hunger, address inequality, protect our planet, and build a life of dignity for all.
And if you choose to fail us, I say we will never forgive you.
I don't want you to be hopeful. I want you to panic.
We want action. We want justice. Let's fucking want action. Everyone now! No more coal! No more oil!
I want you to feel the fear I feel every day. I want you to act as if the house was on fire, because it is.
It's really disgraceful, it really is. So here it is, transforming our world, the 2030 Agenda and Sustainable Development. So that's just their website, so it's there. You can send it to your friends who don't believe in you. And just a point of information, in case you're wondering like where all this critical theory and how does that get everywhere. This is the UNESCO Digital Library, and if you do a search for the term critical theory, you'll get over 11,000 results. If you do a search for social justice, you get over 20,000 results. So, shows you what they're into, right? Now, this is my last slide. So, how has democracy been subverted? How have we got to this, right? It's been happening for decades. So, and this isn't complete, but it's kind of showing the main functional blocks, like you've got the city councils, large corporations, legal system, your civil service, your elected government, NGOs, medical associations, and education, third level. And you've got trade unions and mainstream media. There's obviously entertainment, there's other stuff as well you can overlay on here. You elect the ones in the green boxes, right? So they're the people you elect and you think they will do the job. But look at all the other people, right? So when you elect those people, you don't change the other boxes. And who influences all those other boxes? There's a myriad, like I could put 40 different organizations, or 50, there's a myriad of organizations that feed into these, that don't go through your government, they go directly. So for example, the universities have chairs from UNESCO who sit in the universities directly. Doesn't matter who you elect or whatever. It's the same in all the other areas. Here on the World Economic Forum and the United Nations, they've got the Smart Cities program that talk to the city councils directly. See, the influence, so it doesn't matter what government you've elected, this stuff is going on. And if that wasn't even worse, you've got the billionaire foundations and the international NGOs feeding in as well. So they are all feeding in, influencing, driving this agenda, this global revolution. It's been, depending on how you want to measure it, it's been 80, 100 or 300 years in the making, but this is where we've got to now. They've got their tentacles everywhere. And I'll give you one word of hope, because we need a bit of hope before we go to lunch. When Jana mentioned that referendum in Ireland, all of the people on the chart here were pushing the agenda to erase woman and family and mother in the Irish Constitution. But we beat them. That's what we can do, okay? Thanks everyone.
Right then guys, first question, and what I'll do is if anybody just wants to, if you want to say who wants to answer, I can pass the mic then. There we are, there's another one there. Right then. So first question here, what are future problems we face that are not mainstream yet? Anybody want to answer that? Eugene?
Yeah, I think you do see what's happening in terms of things like the digital ID and this control that they're bringing in, which will control all your access to the internet, all your messaging. You'll have to go through this firewall, it'll validate you. And then the follow-on from that is obviously things like a credit system like they have in China, where everything is measured in terms of your carbon usage, and you'll have a quota. And you'll have to pay to increase that quota, or you'll just have to not travel or have that steak dinner on a Friday night because you've exceeded your quota. So it's the control aspect they're building in right now. And Ireland is leading that. And Jana and I will probably do a podcast on it because there's a whole load of stuff going on in Ireland on this. We've been designated as the leading European country to do this. It is frightening. It's dystopian. And so that's coming. And most people say it's a conspiracy theory, it isn't real. We just want to protect the children going online. You know, that's usually the message.
Just to jump in on that is, I think we can expect, we did a podcast on this called the poly crisis, and it's one crisis after another. There was the COVID, there's the mass migration, there's the trans, there's on and on and on. So it's not nice to see these things happening, but what I would say is to brace ourselves, to expect that they are going to double down because they're losing. It's the last sting of the dying wasp. Expect food shortages, fuel shortages, and that's where we need to build communities to be more self-sufficient. But don't be surprised, because anything that happens as a crisis is manufactured by these psychopaths at the top.
Can you just tell the audience where they can find your podcasts?
Yeah, it's on YouTube. You'll find it at the Natural Women's Council on YouTube, or go to the website nationalwomanscouncil.ie. Natural. If you go to the National Women's Council, don't go there. Yeah, leave no woman behind, or person who identifies as a woman. That's what they are. Yeah.
Just a quick experience that me and Jana had yesterday coming across on Ryanair. They said on their website that you have to have your boarding pass on your phone. We went with some antiquated phones to the airport with our piece of paper, and we got through. You know, we had no fear, and it reminds me a little bit of like COVID prepared us kind of for this, you know, the vax pass and that. But we went in and we said, we don't have any smartphones. Here's a piece of paper, and they let us through. So it's all fear-based. You know, we just have to say no.
Yeah.
Just say no.
I know that. So that's why it's important that you try different avenues, different routes, you know, and it might be, I don't know, Rebecca that cracks a few, or Rhonda's work that cracks a few, you know. It's important you have access to all of these people and their networks, because these are the tools you need to get through this, you know.
Kimberley, if I can just add to that, you know, Jana mentioned the fear. It's one fear after another fear after another fear. Because people who are afraid are much more easily controlled. And the more they create that fear, we have to learn to resist it, and we have to learn to stand together united. Because we're united, they can't take us all down. We outnumber them, actually.
So this one's on conversion therapy. Has the battle against a ban on conversion therapy been won?
Can you ask it again? Sorry, I missed.
Can't start making it.
No. It sounded like you said bootlickings. Is that
Cue
what you
the
said?
subtitles. Has the battle against a ban on conversion therapy been won?
No, I don't think so. I think when I was looking at the UK's situation, the fact that you haven't got that legislation in yet, although it's in many parts of the world, something within the parliamentary system here, all the people have pushed back longer than others. But when I found that video from Stonewall and the fact that they lobbied at number 10 Downing Street at Christmas, what I wanted to show was they have unlimited resources and pots of money to keep propagandising and pressuring your governments. And like what happened in our government, we had 8 out of 122 MPs that didn't vote for it. But those ones received death threats. They were bullied. There were others that voted for it and then admitted afterwards that they were pressured so much. So they have limitless resources. We have very limited resources, but we have the truth on our side. So I don't think the conversion practices drama is going to go away. I think if the United Nations have had this strategy in place for so long, they're not going to just go, oh well, the UK didn't want it.
And I guess just for people who might not be aware that the Council of Europe, which includes the UK, and it was actually a UK member who proposed the motion, they have their motion to ban conversion practices has been passed. It was passed a number of weeks ago, yeah. Yeah, it criminalises parents basically that will not engage in affirming their children's gender identity.
And I was going to say, just a couple of weeks ago, there has been a ban on conversion therapy, in certain states, and there was a challenge that went up to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court ruled in favor of not allowing those bans because the ban was removed from Colorado. So the Supreme Court is saying, no, that's religious freedom. That is your freedom to be able to choose if you want to do conversion therapy or not. So the Supreme Court is ruling more along our Constitution now. So we did have a major win in the United States.
Anybody else got anything to say, or should we go to the next one? So, how currently can we influence the curriculum impact throughout secondary education? Say it again. How can we influence the curriculum impact throughout secondary education?
I think you've got the answer to that.
Just say no.
No, you're offering a solution rather than just talking about the problem.
Well, this is it. The thing is, we're producing training, right? That's the way we are trying to challenge it. I personally would be empowering my children, because if you're in Wales, we are a country of rights. Children's rights override all rights, okay? Children's rights trump everything. But also, with children's rights comes the sexual and reproductive rights, used for the wrong reasons. We need to teach our children about it and empower them to use it for the right reasons. I'd be very interested to find out what would happen if a teenager reported to the police. We've tried doing it as adults and they just laugh because it's education, they can't touch it. But what would happen if the children actually went and reported the police? What would happen if a child goes into a police station and says, "Excuse me, officer, some man just tried to show me a video on porn"? Then they say it's the teacher. That would be very interesting. You know, very, very interesting. But what we do, we try to build bridges. We try to build relationships, okay? We can battle with people all day long. When you're battling with the institution, they will shut down, they close ranks, they team up against you. But you need to try and build these relationships. They are difficult, but the term and phrase I'm using a lot right now is, we need to win the hearts and minds of individuals. You know, you've got to reach that individual. Take away their lanyard and they're just an ordinary person like us. But I personally would be using children to get us out of this. Children are the target, children are the currency, children hold the power. They've already argued with us in court that parents' rights do not exist. We are nothing. In the eyes of the government, we are nothing. We need to use their policies and their legislations against them. What they use for bad can be twisted and used for good. That's what I would say anyway. Do you have any advice, Rebecca?
Can I just add something as well? Sorry, I'll just add something. The other thing as well is to really look back at all the work that Eugene presented on around the critical postmodern Marxist stuff, because it's not just the sex education subject in class. So it's the health curriculum. It's embedded throughout every subject. They use non-gendered languages when they're writing scenarios about, and activities. It's everywhere. And I've been trying to raise this for the last few years in my country, because by the time we started talking about this, the problem in sex education, it had already bled out into the wider health curriculum, which is all using, so they make the kids anxious by teaching them all of the, climate, dramas and, oh, it's the end of the world and the sky is falling and everything's on fire. And then they diagnose children with having anxiety and neurodiversity and all these issues, and then they medicate them. And then we have a whole generation of activist, anxious, struggling children. So it's so much bigger than the sex ed. So, yeah, Eugene's work.
We'll pass it down there. Yes, it's down here. So I would just say we have a team in northern Indiana that has started, they were attending a lot of school board meetings, and they were getting nowhere. So what they started doing is they started going through the policies, the school board policies. And as the school board is violating those policies, they're filing complaints. They're filing civil rights complaints. They're filing open records requests to uncover the truth. So I think once you start doing that, and in the meantime, they're building relationships with other people in their community that they want to put on those positions of the school board. So they've started out with one position on the school board. They now have 3. I talked to her the night before I flew down here, or over here, and they are working on 3 more. So if they get 6 people on the school board, they've completely flipped the school board. And then they can start removing the policies, and or not the policies, but the curriculum and the books and the things that they don't like. They can start removing those. They're doing the same thing with their public library, because the public libraries are just as bad with all those books, right? And so many of the policies or the statutes that are being repealed on the obscenity exemption for schools, they have safeguarded the public libraries, because the public libraries are controlled by George Soros. Let's just admit it, right? His funding backs the American Library Association. So I think they're working, our team is working behind the scenes, and they're going to start putting out, we're going to have on our website a place that people can go if they want to learn how to do that, to completely flip their school board. It's getting some to resign. It's getting their superintendent left because she was violating policies and she was breaking laws. So they're working behind the scenes while others are going to the school board and holding them accountable. And their 3-minute speech that they can give, but there is a way to do it behind the scenes.
Right, so speaking as a mum who has tried her very best to protect her son a few years back from the curriculum in secondary school, I will say very honestly, it is now very difficult. It is still possible in primary to work with your school and get your children. Remember that your beliefs are still protected by law in this country. So that's the best angle to go from, that you don't want them taught that contradicts their belief. But in my experience, it's very difficult to find out what they're being taught in secondary. It took me 3 months to get the curriculum off of the school, and I only got it piecemeal in the end. But yeah, just very, very difficult. So best thing you can do. Yeah, Kimberley's idea was okay, was empower the kids. Tell your kids, that's what I was going to say. You will find they will come home in secondary and they will tell you lots of different things that they've learned in school, that they believe because their teachers have told them, and you've always told them to listen to their teachers. So they will come home and they'll say, I found out this, and you will find you will have to be re-educating your children quite often. But if you make sure you speak to your kids, you keep your relationship going with them, because that becomes more difficult in secondary as well, because part of the critical race theory and the rest of it is they're dividing the child from their parents, and they're telling the child, your parents are old-fashioned, they're bigots, they're out of date, they need to move with the times. And that's what the children will come home and say to you. You're wrong, Mum. You're out of date. You need to move with the times. So I brought in my whole family, my mum, my aunts. We all spoke to the kids separately, and we said, look, you don't listen to that rubbish, basically. They're not teaching you right. But then it's very confusing again for a child, because you've spent all their life saying go to school, learn, listen to your teachers, and now you're saying, no, don't listen to them. They're talking a load of rubbish. So in secondary, in the end, all I could do to really protect my boy was pull him out of school. So we have focused a bit more recently on home education and resources and helping parents to do that properly. And it's a very scary move, home educating, when you've lived your whole life believing that school is the best place for children to learn. So even when I knew this curriculum was coming in and I knew how bad it was, it took me another year to actually build up the nerve to actually home educate and bring my son out, because you're worried you're going to fail them in some way and you're going to mess up their future or limit their opportunities. But the most important thing with a child is to bring them up as a healthy, happy adult, able to fit in and live happily in the world. And if you're going to get given back a depressed, anxious, worried child with a load of mental health issues, then reading and writing is important, education is important, but it's not really as important as happiness and well-being. That's my opinion. So
I think this is probably going to be for you, Eugene. Please, would you explain what decolonisation is? Why is it a concern in this context?
Yeah, so decolonisation is a kind of an evolution of critical race theory, and it's basically decolonising anything that's Western or Eurocentric is the term they use. You need to take the whiteness out of the curriculum. You'll hear terminology like that. You need to replace the white oppressive authors, you know, Dickens and Shakespeare, with people from minority authors from, you know, other regions. You need to centre the voices of the oppressed, etc. So it's another Marxist tactic, basically, to take down your education system, facilitate indoctrination, It's a postmodern thing as well, obviously, because you want to get rid of, they consider the scientific method as something that's oppressive, and you need to get away from that because they've used that to oppress people. We've used science and technology to oppress minorities, etc. It's insidious, it really is. It's like something that's like a brainwashing that when a child gets this so much, it's very hard to get it out of their mind, and it's very destructive. And unfortunately, it's got into institutions. It's rancid in the universities. It absolutely is. This anti-whiteness, anti-Western, anti-Eurocentrism view of the world. And, that's one of the things that's really attacking our society. And that inspires the flag waving for Palestine and all this kind of stuff. So it's a real problem, and it's very destructive. And not only, these people aren't looking for equality, they're looking for a two-tier society. They're looking to put the other groups ahead of you, people who are different genders. They want to have a society where they have more rights than you have, that people of colour have more rights than you have, people who are not white, as it were, and that's kind of a contentious whether it's political or biological, but it is deadly. Post-colonial theory is rancid. You'll hear it, it's usually linked, as I say, to critical race theory, and they have a thing called culturally relevant teaching, CRT, it's the other CRT. That's the other term they use for it. And unfortunately, it's also in secondary schools and primary schools as well. And you'll see it. You'll see the stuff, the material where we had an example in Ireland, right? The two jumpers. That we had an example in one of our books, right, which was one of our SPHE books, and they had two families, Family A, Family B. Family A was a traditional Irish family. They were wearing woolly sweaters, they were out dancing in their skirts, the Irish traditional dancing. They were living in a cottage, they were eating bacon and cabbage. And then they had Family B, which is this multinational family out in Rome eating pizza and everything, multicultural. And so, it was this huge divide. Oh, you don't want to be Family A now, do you? You want to be Family B. And they teach the sex education the same way. You don't want to be that boring, heteronormative, whatever boring person, cisgender. Oh, you want to be non-binary, you want to be pansexual, etc. It's like sexuality A and sexuality B. This is the way they present it. Yeah. Oh yeah, just a data point. One of the schools in Galway, my mother, when she was alive, she had a carer from the Congo, right? And the carers had a teenage daughter in one of the schools in Galway. 28 students in the class. 23 of the students identified as a non-binary identity, and only 5 were just normal, as it were, cisgender. Right? So that just gives you how bad it is. These are teenagers now in secondary school in Galway.
I'll just add a little bit, because in New Zealand it's a little bit different too, in this part of the world, where we have our own Indigenous group. Indigenous, and I say that like that because actually we had Caucasian people in our land thousands and thousands of years ago, but the history's been changed. And so the Māori are known as the Indigenous people, but there is an elite Māori, and they have been captured as well by this ideology. Now, it's connected really strongly, as you've seen today, into the trans movement, because it's the same people and the same money. So we have hundreds of trans charities in New Zealand, so they're tax exempt and they get money from the government, and all of the people working in them have in their bio that they're anti-colonial. So it's two wings of the same bird, and that's how they get their funding. They have to be pro our Treaty of Waitangi, which is our founding document, and they have to be pro LGBTQ. And these are white people involved in that too. They're not all all racial colours. There are a lot of white people that are disavowing their own bloodlines for the money and the agenda at play.
So on to another one. Can you please explain to us the sort of trans toolkit employed in various schools to indoctrinate teachers? Can you please explain to us the sort of trans toolkits employed in various schools to indoctrinate teachers?
Well, I think it's done with bullying. I think it's done by bullying teachers. They all seem to be in fear of losing their jobs if they speak out too much. I think there's been a certain amount of waiting until the older generation of teachers have retired or offered early retirement or incentives to retire, and then they've brought in the younger teachers who have already gone through their own level of the indoctrination. So that, what was that? How to make your school an LGBT friendly place. I mean, so many of them do believe that, yeah, it's a good thing. We want to be accepting. They've sort of, it all does look very nice on the surface. Most of the RSC curriculum and the critical race theory, when you read it, like Eugene did earlier, it sounds lovely. You have to dig a bit deeper and understand what comes underneath it. So, yeah, I think there's a lot of teachers who wouldn't want to teach it. I think there's a certain amount who are keen to teach it, which they're the scary ones. But I would say a lot of them don't want to teach it, but they feel bullied. They feel bullied by the system and the orders that are coming down from above. It's nothing that's come organically out of a school that a head teacher has suddenly decided we need to do this to our children. It's not worked like that. This has been fed down and forced on head teachers and on schools at the same time as they've took more and more powers away from individual head teachers on how they run their school for attendance or anything like that. When my children first started school, if you wanted to take them out of school in term time, you applied to the head teacher. If your children weren't doing okay in school and up to date, and the head teacher saw fit, she could allow them to have absence. That power's gone, even that power's gone from head teachers now. That is gone to above. They don't make those decisions. It's made by people who don't know the children that they're making the decisions for, and it's not made for the benefit of any children. Anyone else?
Yeah, in Ireland we have, in primary schools, I'm a primary school teacher, and I move around a lot of schools because I was a substitute for many years and now I'm a supply teacher, so I get to experience many various school environments, and I suppose it gives me an opportunity to speak out when I'm there because I'm not kind of stuck with one staff, do you know, where I have to suffer being ostracised, and I have been ostracised, and from many schools. But there's a programme anyway in primary schools it's been brought in recently called Be Canalta, which means be kind. And it sounds wonderful, we all want to be kind, and children want to be kind too. But rooted in the Be Canalta policy is teaching the children about transgenderism. But my experience is that it's never mentioned at staff meetings, it's not mentioned to parents. Parents get the policy, they don't even read it. Teachers hardly read the policies themselves. So there's this real ignorance about it, and even if they do maybe know a little bit about it, if I point it out to them, they disregard it and they say, oh, sure, we're not going to teach it anyway. That's never going to come up. It's not going to come up until there's a child who's maybe socially transitioning in your school. And in Catholic schools in Ireland, that's not happening, but in a lot of Educate Together schools, the non-denominational schools, there are many children socially transitioning. And it would just take one child to come to the school, and then for another child to call them by their wrong pronouns, or whatever, for them to be called transphobic bullies. And that's where it'll raise its head, but they're kind of quietly hoping, like I bring it up to principals, vice principals, and they basically don't want to know about it in general because it's not affecting them. But it's only when it affects them that it's going to be, it's really, really, really tricky. And I personally, I'm sure you've all heard of Enoch Burke. Yeah, who hasn't? He's like total hero in my mind, and I would join him in a cell if I didn't have my own children to take care of, because there isn't a hope in hell that I would call, and I don't think many teachers don't agree with this, but they're just hoping it's going to stay away from them and they're not going to have to deal with it, we just have to keep speaking up,
Just about toolkits, you mentioned what toolkits. We did 3 teacher whistleblowers on naturalwomenscouncil.com on our YouTube channel. And one teacher, Seamus, was saying that the teachers are sent training by Belong to, a trans activist group, by TENI, which is another trans activist group. And he said, that goes against my beliefs, so I'm not as familiar with your Welsh or anyone in here from the England Constitution, but the Ireland Constitution is very strong, that we have freedom of expression, protection, freedom of religious expression. So I would get familiar with your own constitution. If you're a teacher, or maybe talk to your own child's teacher, they absolutely can refuse it. This teacher, Seamus, said that the teachers who accepted this training were asked to put an ally sticker on their door, a rainbow ally sticker with the trans progressive flag. And if the opposite of an ally is a bully. So the teachers like Seamus and the others who said, I don't want to put an ally sticker, this goes against my belief, they didn't have an ally sticker, they were the bully teachers. However, the students clapped for them. After Seamus's interview was published, he walked in the room and all of his kids clapped for him. So there you go, the kids don't want it. Just say no.
I just want to add in there, because obviously I work around the Welsh schools and like that, I'm in different schools very often. I first came along with PCP back in 2020, and my experiences with school, how we were dealing with RSE, how we were approaching it, how teachers were completely uninformed, looks very different 6 years later, I will say. And teachers, particularly secondary teachers, are becoming more aware of this with the trans issues. And a lot of this is surrounding, the more it's being spoken about males in female sports, it is bringing more teachers awareness. However, what I will say is the awareness seems to be coming around male to female transitions, where the female to male transitions is still not being understood as much. You have more people seeing as wrong for the male to female, that it's a fetish. But when it comes to female to male, they're still, even though it's the same thing, they're captured by the ideology still that actually, no, the females are really wrong body. The males are predators, but the females are in the wrong body. So it is coming out there. Teachers are definitely becoming more aware. Massive difference to 6 years ago when we first started. And where 6 years ago, we could not mention trans. Now it's the other way around. You want to approach your teacher, actually if you approach on the trans first, and then inappropriate sexual material second, you actually get more response from teachers now. Whereas before we couldn't bring up trans at all. So it is changing, it is turning, and that is with more voices, and as more public it comes. So just don't be disheartened and know that we are definitely moving forward, because we are not in the same place that we were 6 years ago. And I speak from that moving around, particularly Torvine schools and Newport schools. So I am seeing changing conversation, not happening as fast as we need it, but it is happening.
Is child sexual abuse part of why a child may want to change their gender? Because they feel uncomfortable in their body and often do not know why or understand why.
Sorry, these guys are just talk.
I want to, before we go to that one, Kim, can I just add something else to the last question?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, fine. So in America, I talked about the radical that was paid through the Lilly Grant money, Trish Hatch. So Trish Hatch is an author. She's written several books. One of them was called Pilots, Passengers, Prisoners, and Hijackers. And so I ordered the book after learning about her, and I thought, well, that's an interesting title. So I read it. And so they look at these school employees in those 4 categories: the pilots, passengers, prisoners, and hijackers. Well, what does a pilot do? A pilot knows the destination. He takes charge and gets it done. Then you've got the pilots, passengers. Passengers follow instructions. They buckle up and follow the rules. And then you've got the pilots, passengers, prisoners. So how many of our teachers feel like they're trapped, like they're in a prison and they have no way out? A lot of them. Well, then you've got the hijackers. Well, what does a hijacker do? They take over and they try to ruin the destination, right? So what she was training them to do was to look at those individuals who were not willing to implement this radical ideology, and they were to target them, they were to isolate them, and they were to push them out the door. That's what they were doing. So one of the things we also ran across was in America, we have what is called the Schools and Transition Toolkit. It's written by the NEA, the HRC, and some of these other global entities. This schools in transition manual trains the school officials and teachers that if they're not willing to, if they're willing to transition a child and the parents are not okay with it, they do it without parental knowledge or consent. And then they will train them, these individuals who wrote this booklet, this toolkit, they will train the teachers on how to go to court and testify against the parents. That is what we're talking about. That is the training kit that they're using. We also have an activist toolkit that is written by Advocates for Youth. Some of you know who that is. They wrote the activist toolkit that they give them nearly 100 different things that they can do, and they radicalize them through this toolkit, and then they send them out, and many of these activities are borderline illegal. But that's one of the other ways that they're radicalizing our children. I will give you two good things that have come out though. So several years ago, there was an orchestra teacher around the Indianapolis area, Brownsburg, I think is where he was at. He refused to use the pronouns. So he had an agreement with the school that he would use the last name of the student. Well, you had a radical student in his class that refused to let him get away with that. The parent was also radical. So they went after this orchestra teacher. He's just a small little guy, not very big. His wife was 7 months pregnant, and they fired him. They fired him because he would not use the pronouns, even though they had an agreement with him. But this radicalized student became an activist, matched with the parent, who was just as radical. I went to the school board meeting where they all showed up in the back, yelling, dressed in the Rainbow Brigade. I mean, it was horrible what they did to that young man as he was trying to stand up for his rights. He turned around and sued the school. It took several years, but he just won $600,000. We just had a school counselor who refused to go along with this nonsense, and she lost her job. She turned and sued and got $200,000. So we're starting to see the tide change because schools cannot afford to continue to pay out that money. And when the taxpayers realize that the stupidity of the school system is costing them more money, guess what's going to happen? They're going to flip the school.
Can you ask the other question again, please?
Yeah.
The last one?
Well, the one I just said.
The one that you asked, because she was answering the one before that.
Oh, right, yeah. So, is child sexual abuse part of why a child may want to change their gender? Because they may feel uncomfortable in their body and often do not know why or understand why.
Yes, we have some that have transitioned and then transitioned back who are now adults that are speaking out. One was Aaron Brewer, and it was due to, a majority of the cases are due to sex abuse, especially like the girls, because they were a girl, they were raped as a girl, so they wanted more power, more authority, so that's why they become boys. There's actually it's called reparative therapy, they've renamed it, but Dr. David Pickup, who lives in Texas, he's phenomenal to listen to because he helps people transition out of the homosexual lifestyle. And he said a majority of the cases are that the young men, especially it's more prevalent in the young men, because they have been raped as children. And when the way God designed us, that when two become one flesh, there is a bonding hormone, a chemical that's released. Whether that's a good experience or not, there is a bonding hormone. That's why a woman who's abused in an abusive relationship, it's hard for her to get out of that because she's bonded to that person. So if a boy, his first sexual experience is with an adult man, there is that bonding experience that goes on. The other thing is the lack of maleness. If there's not a strong male authority figure in that child's life, then he's literally willing to have sex with a man to get that maleness. So it's fascinating to look into that. But a lot of times it is because of sex abuse that these children are going into these lifestyles.
And I would just add that there was an older man, I can't think of his name right now, but he wrote Detransitioners. And he was transitioned basically by his grandmother at the age of 4. She would put him in a purple chiffon dress, you know what I'm talking about, Eugene? Yes, Walt Heyer, yep, thank you. So So Walt is an amazing man, and he wrote the story of the transitioners, and it just broke my heart when I read that book, because these people that are pushed down this path of transgender, to transgender, they're told that that's going to solve all their issues, and some years later, many of them start realizing that didn't solve their issues, and they become part of this LGBT network, right? Well, the minute they detransition, they no longer fit into normal society, and the LGBT community has basically just shoved them aside. You no longer are welcome with us either. And so my heart really goes out to those individuals who are waking up and realizing that that didn't take care of what they needed psychologically, mentally, whatever, and now they're caught in a really, really difficult situation. And unfortunately, I think that's going to have some very disastrous consequences.
I've had the opportunity to meet several young people who, I won't say transition because you can't, attempted to transition and regretted the cosmetic surgeries and the chemical castration and everything that happened. And there's one girl that we know, Lynda and I know well, in Ireland, who went through the full mastectomy, the surgeries, the hormones, everything to identify as a man. And the reason why is that the radical feminist movement didn't resonate with this individual when they were a teenager. They thought, well, if that's what they're telling me is what it takes to be a woman, that just doesn't hit home with me. And they went through the full process and are regretting it. She's gone back now as of about a month ago to her birth name. So there's lots of reasons: sexual abuse, radical feminism, but it really comes down to children's reality is getting blurred. You know, when a little toddler going down the road sees people walking at them, they say, oh, that's a man, that's a woman, that's a boy, that's a girl. If you confuse that piece for a child and rip the rug out from under their feet, you can convince them of anything. So,
just to say, that particular girl, she was working as an assistant in a school, and she felt really confused because the students saw her as a man, and she felt it was a violation of their rights that they didn't know that she wasn't a man. And especially they'd be coming to her talking to what they thought was him about their problems, and she ended up leaving that job. And she felt then, even though she signed this gender recognition certificate saying that she's a man, she felt there was no protection for her after that. So she's kind of lost in the wilderness a little bit, She doesn't know, she feels she's a woman, but she actually looks like she has, deeper voice, and she looks quite manly, and she'll never ever go back, and it's so sad. And she actually has, when she's campaigning for, that drug that epileptics take during pregnancy that causes BF valproate, and she's campaigning against that drug because her mother was taking that when she was pregnant, and she believes that caused her learning delay, which resulted in her issues with her sex and wanting to transition. And she got, her parents were told if you don't support her, the usual, she will affect her mental health, or she could commit suicide or whatever. Anyway, yeah, it's happening, tens of thousands, millions around the world are suffering the same, and it's devastating.
You all done, yeah? Right, so there's only one more question yet left, and that's pretty much for us, I think, but before I move on to the last question, I just want Alison to share her story with you guys, because I think it's really important. This is the impact RSE actually had on children. You might want to grab a bucket because you might be sick when you hear it, but this is Alison's story.
Hello. Right, 4 years ago, my son is additional needs, autistic. Okay. At the time, he was 12, coming up 13, and he was in a singing and dancing school, fabulous school. Everything in there costs the local authority an absolute fortune. And I went and had meetings with the school because Rebecca was on board with the RSE at the time. And they promised me faithfully that they wouldn't teach Billy any of these lessons and he wouldn't be included in them. Anyway, he was suffering a lot of bullying, so I was to and fro with the school anyway over the bullying. A lot of meetings, he was being kept out quite a lot. He was having a really, really rough time of it. And then it all come to all on the minibus, because it's 25 miles away where the school was from where I live. He was on the minibus and the escort, who's supposed to sit in the back with the boys, took it upon himself to go and sit in the cab with the driver. And there was 2 young boys having oral sex on the back seat of the minibus, which obviously all alarms about. He never went back to school no more. Then a friend of mine, same school, but young boy, he came back. She phoned me, and she was in Maidstone visiting her parents. Her husband had phoned her, "You best get back here quick." On the phone, there was all hardcore pornography, videos, bestiality included, what was being shared amongst the boys in the school. The mum took the phone into school to the headmistress to show her what was happening. When she took the phone into the headmistress, she showed it her and she said, "I can't look at that because that's hearsay." They would not act on it at all.
It's hearsay.
It's hearsay.
Actual video footage is hearsay.
Video footage, and she wouldn't even look at it. So you need to remember that they don't care. They really don't care about your children. They didn't care about mine. They didn't. Thankfully, I've put my boy back together again. And he's doing really well. When I did take him out of school, and I went and had him assessed at a tutor, they rated him at age 6 to 7. Reading and maths. Yes, he's got learning difficulties, but he's as bright as a button. He really is. I've been home educating. He's now doing his level 3 functional skills.
Yes.
And he can cook, he can clean, he can use the washing machine, he can wire a 3-pin plug. He's helped his dad put fences up. We're from the Sherman community with fairground people. He's learning in the stalls with his dad. He's got a great skill with the public. They absolutely love him. He's on an headset, he can use a mic. And the progress that we've seen, but more importantly than anything, my son is happy and he's content in himself. And I'm so proud of him. So, protect your kids, listen to them. If they say they don't want to go to school, there's a reason. Because every child should enjoy the school years. If they don't want to go, you need to go in depth and find out why. Because there is a reason. Thank you.
So this is the last question, and it is, any tips or advice for us home educators now the government is gunning for us too in terms of the pending wellbeing bill? Yes, we've got to fight them. That's what the advice we've got. So, this is, we're dealing we're supposed to have devolved education in Wales, right? So this school wellbeing bill is supposed to be going through in England. I don't know how many of you are aware, but during the second reading in Parliament, they slipped Wales on. They slipped us on. Digital ID, school attendance orders. We have no powers over our children. So they think. So they think. So we're just holding off now until May. May the 7th, the elections, after that, then we're going to battle. Okay, there wasn't a lot we could do with the last term. It was coming to the end when they slipped us in on this. They slipped us in without us knowing. They have legislated to remove our rights over education. They are legislating to take control of all of our children, put them on a register, digital ID. So now we've got to get up and we've got to fight them. We've got to fight them. Guys, we are Wales. We are the smallest country in the UK. We can go north and south in a day, east and west in a day. Like I said earlier, 1,500 schools, 23,000 in England. 5 strong people in Wales can pack a bigger punch than 5 strong people in England. We've got to stand up. It's got to be us guys, right? Wales, you've got to start small, you've got to take them on. We see tens and thousands of people in London marching those streets on a Saturday, chanting and shouting to empty buildings. Why don't we just take 1,000 people to Cardiff on a Monday and stay there? Bring that city to a standstill. Much easier. Go on a Monday, don't go home, they'll still be feeling 3 weeks later. We've got to disrupt them on every single level, guys. It's no good shouting on Facebook, no good ranting to your friends in the street. We've got to act, and we will be acting. Because let me tell you something now, over my dead body is this happening to our children, and I hope you all feel the same. So the only tips and advice I got is, pack some lunch, get a flask, get ready, because we're going down in June.
Yeah, I think one thing that's really important to understand is that all of the trade unions have been captured, including in particular the teacher trade unions. And most of the trade unions you'll find, most of your national teacher trade unions are affiliated to an international trade union group which is fully endorsing the woke agenda, transgenderism, the works. And it's a little bit of checking on Google and you'll find it very quickly, or checking on Grok or something. So the trade unions, and the trouble is the principals tend to have a big role in the trade unions in your schools. So that's where you're going to get blocked. So be aware of that, you're up against it.
Fight.
Oh yeah, one last thing actually, just one last thing. The IGLA was mentioned, this 2,000 strong group transnational LGBT group in Ireland, and I'm sure it's the same in the UK as well. At the European elections that we had, no, you're not in the EU anymore, but I'm sure there's something similar with your politicians. In the last European election, 17 MEP candidates from Ireland signed up to a pledge with the ILGA to put the interests of the LGBTQ+ movement ahead of everything else, and to keep it out of the public eye where possible. Can you imagine such a pledge? Unreal. And they said that there was over 1,000 MEPs in Europe that signed that pledge. So just think of it again, how compromised the politicians are.
Right then guys, we are getting pushed for time again, but we do have our resident panels to come up now. Before I call them out, can we have a massive round of applause for the efforts? Well guys, thank you all so much for coming up. Okay guys, so we've got another small panel for you now. I know we're pushed for time, but I'm going to go out there and have a word. We're going to stay a little bit longer. So, who I would like up on stage now is our wonderful barrister, Paul Diamond. Accompanied by Dr. Lisa Noland. The fantastic Nigel Thorne.
Just went that way.
And Joan Ginsberg. Very good. Okay guys, so those who do not know, Joan is Director of Public Child Protection Wales. She does the most travelling out of us all. She's from North Wales. Everywhere we go, everything we do, she does 10 hours more travelling than us, okay? She's fantastic. Dr. Lisa, she's a powerhouse. She's the CEO of Marriage, Sex and Culture Group. And then we've got the wonderful People's Barrister, Paul Diamond. And when he decides to join us, we'll have Nigel up as well. So what we've got, guys, we've got our resident panel here, and we've just asked them 3 questions. We would like the overview of the day. Here he is. Come on, Nigel. I'm the one that's supposed to be late, not you. So we've asked them 3 things. We've asked them their overview of the day. We want their opinions and views on the fight so far and what they would like to see moving forward. So in no particular order, guys, one at a time, just keep going.
Well, I think it's been an absolutely fantastic day, and I'd like to thank Kim and the team once again for holding this. It takes an awful lot of effort, and it's not something that I could do, so I'm very impressed by what they've managed to achieve. Okay, so do you want me to talk about the day or general things? I'll talk about it. I think perhaps we shouldn't be too downhearted. I think things are improving a little bit. Because people, I think, are waking up and realising what's going on. There was a great result for the movement last year when the Supreme Court ruled that in the Equality Act, the single-sex exemptions related to biological sex and not to legal sex. Although the Supreme Court ruled that, not a lot has changed. But last week, on the streets of Cardiff, women's rights groups were campaigning that this should be now put into law and this should be implemented. This law should be enforced. And in that campaign, there was a counter-protest. And in the counter-protest was the head of the Welsh Gender Service, Sophie Quinney, campaigning against these women who want the law to be enforced. And she was filmed by somebody using a mobile phone. And she was so annoyed that she was being filmed that she went over and knocked the phone out of her hand, the phone. So it seems extraordinary. The problem with this whole issue is that people are denying the truth. And as soon as you deny the truth, there's going to be conflict. And I think people are now seeing where this ends up. There's going to be conflict. And I think eventually the truth will out. So I think we should not always be too downhearted about how things are going.
Yes, this has been a long time coming. Different countries getting together, because it was obvious from the beginning to anyone that had their eyes open this needed to happen. You could go online, especially if you got maybe more languages than just English, which I'm fortunate to have to an extent, enough to understand that it was going on in France, enough to understand that it was going on in Spain. South Africa, the language was exactly the same. I was hearing the same stories from so many places, and I was scratching my head thinking, how do we get everyone together? This is enormous. If only people knew. But we're starting. Look at what we've achieved now. It's a small step. How many countries signed up to Agenda 2021, 30? I don't know. But we have to start somewhere. And we've done it today. And I'm immensely proud of that. And I'm immensely relieved, because this desperately needed to happen. And another thing was, I think it might have been Audrey that mentioned repentance, that we have to look at our lives, what we've done, how we've contributed to this mess, because we all have. And I'm probably one of the oldest people in the room, and I know where I went wrong, where things went wrong for me. But at the time, I had no words for it. The word kinsey was almost a household name, believe it or not, in the 60s, especially amongst grammar school people and young boys, because that was the only thing they knew about kinsey. Oh, homosexuals. This was all titillating. We didn't realise that it was changing the world. We thought that it was just a side issue. But by now, it's become a threat, not just to us, not just to our children, but it goes further. It's humanity. This is what's at stake. And the sooner people realise, and I'm afraid to say a lot of people don't, how important this issue is. It's like Klaus Schwab said, it's going to change you. The future is going to change you because they don't want us the way we are now in the future. They need a different breed of people. So when Audrey talked about repentance, I think it's a little bit more than that. Look at the stupidities that you've created in your life. Look at the idols that you had that have all been false. Look at the kind of fashions that you followed. Where did they get you? How did they improve your life? Are they still with you today? And look at the kids, the way they've been formed, the kind of mistakes that they're making now, they're going to carry with them as trauma for the rest of their lives. Trauma is very expensive. Trauma costs a lot of money, but they're spending a lot of money on creating it as well. So it must be profitable in some way. So the only way that it's profitable, I think, is through creating a damaged people. And if there's one thing I'd like you, if you felt excited, if you thought this was a good day, if this is giving you enthusiasm, this isn't the time to keep anything to yourself. You have to spread this. We have to do something, each and every single one of us, because the world is not going to be recognisable by the time your great-grandchildren come along, or your great-great-grandchildren. It's as important as that. Okay, I've rambled on too much, and thank you very much.
It's been a delight to be here. 5 things I think come to mind. First of all, we did very well, it seems to me, on looking at the negatives, and they need to be looked at. Some of the stuff is simply horrific, but there is good pushback, very important stuff. So my group, basically we look at the bad, but then, and expose the bad and how bad it is. You're dead right. See, we all have breathed the air of Alfred Kinsey. He has disseminated into all our thoughts, whether we know it or not, whether you're in the church or not, whether you're a Christian or not, whatever. He is everywhere, his taint. And therefore, so one of the things my group does is we push back and we start with the damage. Now that hasn't come up as well. My group does a lot with damage. If you go down this route, you pay. You might know you're paying, you might not know you're paying, but you pay. And who most pays, it's not us. The activists don't give a rip about us. They're after our grandchildren and children. They're after the little ones. They're after remaking the mental heteronormative understanding of life. So, okay, so there's excellent stuff to push back. So that's number 1. Number 2, my group does a lot of prayer and fasting. Email me if you'd like to get involved. We do Zoom stuff, or start your own. But basically, we need to get off the back foot and onto the front foot, and we can win this. But I find, to be honest, in many of my group, there's a pain barrier you have to go through, and most folks just don't want to do that for all sorts of reasons. But our children and our grandchildren need us to expose the bad, but also promote the good. Number 3, the best in terms of the whole LGBT thing. So my group does, what is the most strategic thing to do here? How most effectively to push back against the madness. Ex-LGBT people are fabulous. And we know that because the opposition are doing everything they can to take them out. You know, so basically we look at all the different options. You can do A, B, C, D, E. Well, what gets in terms of the target on the back, your ex-LGBTs have a huge target on their back. They are deemed a real threat. In fact, we actually won perhaps a month ago a huge victory in Malta, and that wasn't mentioned. Now you mentioned, I believe, Audrey, you talked about the Supreme Court, 8-1, fabulous victory. People, that's a miracle. That is a miracle. But also in the UK, or in Malta, we won a huge victory. A chap named Matthew Gretsch, who shared how Jesus has changed him and given him a much better life. He went through absolute HELL in terms of sharing this testimony, dragged in front of the Maltese court. Horrific. The process is the punishment. But he won. He won. This is a miracle. This is in Malta. So we do feel things are, very exciting stuff is happening. And my final thing is this. So we do lots on sex. Sex. Oh yeah, so boring. But what hasn't come out very much is the downsides for sexually active kids. Why should no child explore any orifice? There's excellent research out there to say, like, so right now in the UK, smart kids know this is really stupid. Don't smoke, because that mucks up, they use another word that starts with an F. Your lungs, they know this. They know this will damage me. We use the same strategies in terms of sex. There's excellent research out there. So again, please contact me. So Dr. Lisa, DRLISA 1957, that's my birth date, I'm almost 70. And it actually gets better, I will say, yes. Dr. Lisa 1957 @gmail.com. But there's excellent stuff to push back and get on the front foot. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for inviting me. It's always good to be back in Qumran. I won't tell you a story, but my first major case was in Qumran. I just want to say what a growth. I'm going to try and make some constructive criticisms. What I say now, I just want to open up for debate and people to think about it. One is, it's amazing, the growth. I mean, you can imagine what these conferences were like a few years ago as we huddled together in various buildings. To have these guests arrive from around the world just to attend. I can't say Qumran is the best tourist point in all of Britain. So you've seen it at ground zero. I don't know what the equivalent would be in your land. But we're very grateful to be here and to have the knowledge and the skills here. The second thing is, I've known Kim since I did a case for her about 3-4 years ago. And that was a phenomenal case challenging school education. And I just want to say a few things. She's a fighter. She doesn't let the judges get away with it. When I actually left the courtroom, there were about 350 people in the courtyard outside the court. I rather enjoyed it, cheering, "You're the hero's lawyer." I can assure you, back in the court, the judges and my opponents were terrified and went out the back door. And she brought about 350 people on the street. I'm going to comment on that in a minute. She brought out numbers. She brought it out on the ground in a media hostile environment. And a lot of you feel very isolated, I'm sure, and you're operating at quite a sort of sophisticated level. Actually, there's a lot of merit in having ground, raucous support on the ground. So I'm just going to slightly say a few comments on that. So now speaking as a barrister, you have to know I'm a very humble person. It's not a contradiction in terms, much. But I want to say what we do have is an attack on the rule of law. We don't have a rule of law. It's played around. We call it two-tier here. There's a consistent attack on it. And that's why you can have cases, but makes no difference. We have a very anti-democratic idea. We have some form of elite project taking effect. And the one thing they're not going to do is listen to the people. And that's partly why there's such an outrage about President Trump, is that there is some people response. But in this country, I mean, we voted repeatedly for independence, we voted repeatedly for parental rights, and no matter what is done, a new policy comes out which is totally the opposite of what everybody thought was going to take place. And it's pushing up many of the countries to the edge. And Lisa made the comment, the process is the punishment. So there's a fictional provision created in Western states, and I think it's typical of all our countries. So, for example, when a street preacher is arrested, he's normally acquitted in England. We do have free speech in England, and the government will say, well, the court's acquitted him. It's not the judgments that's the problem, it's the process. It's being arrested on the street, whether you're in Ireland, whether you're in the United States, whether you're in New Zealand. You're picked up, you're taken to a station, you're held, you're on bail, you have a trial coming up, maybe a year later. You can imagine, the Americans would probably call that chilling effect, and it is chilling effect. So what I'm going to say for debate, there is a purpose in bringing cases as part of lawfare, but very often the judgments don't seem to make much difference. It still continues the process. And I think I want to take something maybe that Kim's particularly skilled at and throw it out there. She's a very good organizer of the people. She's actually going to be standing soon, and she you know, whether she gets elected or not, I know she'll make an impact. And I think people do know what's happening. You can't be alive today and not know what's going on, how mad it is. But people are frightened. They're very scared. You will lose your job. You will have the process. You will be vilified. So I think something needs to be done to bring the people out, to form a mass movement. So don't get in a huddle, I guess what I'm saying. You've got to, like any political party, when we all throw out, oh, he's betrayed us, he's done this, they've done that. A political party has to get 50% plus one. And you're not going to do that in your social group. You've got to go across the aisle. So I think what needs to be debated is how your movements can go more general, how you can bring people up. Why should all these climate change people throw urine on papers and block the M25? Maybe a democratic protest in Cardiff, which they can't ignore. Exercising your democratic rights. Our courts have said to all these groups they've got them. So have a look at those judgments and twist it. Use it for yourself. So that's that. But I have to say it is encouraging. I feel a bit. I'm going to get beaten up because I said I came to Cwmbran for my first case, and I remember coming here. It was a reference to the European Court from Little Cwmbran. And I remember coming here and I was going, well, this is not exactly a holiday resort. It's not my version of a coastal town in Wales. And we'd had so many family holidays when I was a kid, you know, in Pembrokeshire or something absolutely fantastic. But it is a fantastic place, and this little gathering has actually produced a lot of very brave fighters. And I just hope your relationships expand and continue. You both use the skills you all have to learn from each other. Thank you.
Hello, brilliant. Thank you, Paul, Lisa, Joan and Nigel. Massive round of applause for our UK panel. Right guys, we're at the end of the day now, so I hope everybody's had a really good day. I say good, obviously the content is absolutely horrific, but what I mean by that is you've got a lot of information, you know, there's been so many different speakers, they've all been amazing. We got half, you know, people from over the other side of the world that have come to join us, so it's been wonderful. And of course we had, you can't beat a PCPW buffet. You just can't beat a PCPW buffet. thank you to everybody who's put the work and the effort in to get us here. But just on a side note, none of this would be happening, really, without one person. And she never, ever complains, only sometimes. She does the work of 1,000 men. She goes in for elections on last minute. She flies people all the way across the world. She is an absolute massive inspiration, and there is no amount of words or money or anything that we can give her to say thank you. So, Kimberley Isherwood, come up here. I'm sure I speak for everybody in this room, right? There's absolutely nothing we could give you at all. We just want to show. We had a little gathering. I did it, mind. I organised something, believe it or not, right? Because it's normally Kim who's organising everything. And you know what it's like when me and you together. If you're trying to find something out, we're like Sherlock Holmes and Watson. So I had to keep it on the down low because I didn't want her to find out. So we had a whip round and we got you a lovely crap-free hamper, a big massive hamper with all your favourite bits and pieces, and there's a card and everybody put money into the card, so put money in the card for you. And we just want to say, Kim, none of this could be going on if we weren't for you, and we cannot thank you enough, and we absolutely love the bones of you. Thank you.
I'm not going to say a few words. All I'm going to say is, no retreat, no surrender.
Right, okay. Oh, that's the wrong page. There we go. Notes here. Right, guys, so as part of the project, which you guys know that I'm working on with Kim and Public Child Protection Wales, I had the pleasure of sitting down today at this moment in time with Rhonda Miller. I'll give you a bit of a description of Rhonda now from the Public Child Protection Wales book that we were given today earlier in the conference. She's the CEO of Purple for Parents United, former Purple for Parents of Indiana, a dedicated advocate for transparency and reform in education. As an independent researcher, she has spent 14 years investigating developments within the American education system with a particular focus on the influence of the sexual revolution in schools. So one of the biggest things we're talking about at the moment, one of the biggest controversies is the sex ed that's being brought not only through British schools, as you know, through American schools. Seemingly they want to make it part of this global education to sexualize children, very, very immoral, evil way. But before we get into that, first off, Rhonda, how are you doing today and how have you found the trip over here, first off?
I'm doing very well. Thank you for having me. It's a beautiful country over here. I was very honored to come.
Oh, thank you so much. We greatly appreciate it. I was just saying this is the nicer parts of the country, and many of you guys who know where I'm from, you'll tend to know that it's not from the nicer parts where I'm from. But can you give us a little bit about Purple for Parents United, and in particular, is the reason why you've chosen the name and the colour purple for the group, and what are the main aims of it, and how did it get started, essentially?
Yeah, so the reason for purple is because in America we have two different political parties. Red for conservative Republicans and blue for the Democrats. And so when you combine the two, as everybody comes together to protect children, it shouldn't be a divisive issue. Protecting the children should join everybody together, so red and blue make purple.
It was very sad. One of the things I follow a lot of American political commentary accounts. There was, I can't remember the name of the bill, but there was some kind of child protection bill that went through the American system. I think it might have gone through the House or the Senate. I can't remember exactly. But you see that it has become a very partisan issue, very sadly. And from what I've seen, it tends to be a lot more the conservative Republicans on the side that we are sort of talking about at the moment. And a lot of the Democrats, it seems, they're more leaning towards the far left, are the ones that seemingly want to push this down. Is that the way that you see it in your experience as well? Or do you tend to see that you can have sort of opposition and advocacy both for and against the issue from both sides in quite surprising ways?
Well, since our organization started in the state of Indiana, what we experienced in Indiana was Republicans were the headache. Republicans did not want to stand up and protect children. And so for 3 years, it took us to work against the Republicans in order to safeguard the pornography that was coming into schools, to save children from that. And it took us 3 years in a red state with Republicans leading in a super majority. And so it was very eye-opening. And then to be able to defund the Kinsey Institute and watch what the Republican reaction was to doing that. And then the same thing in the state of Texas. I mean, it took them 6 years to repeal the obscenity exemption loophole, the same statute that was put into place based on Kinsey's crimes and fraud, really. And so watching, we expect that from California or New York or some of these Washington, some of these radical states, right? But to see it in the red states was very eye-opening.
I can imagine as well, it's not the places where you expect it, especially coming from those things. When you see conservatives especially, usually coming from like a Christian background and stuff like that, it's really not where you expect it. And I think it was Audrey as well, she talked quite a bit about when those religious institutions get captured as well. It's a very, very dangerous game that gets played. If I'm not mistaken, it was in your presentation, the main things I wanted to talk about, going back to like the sexual revolution, a lot of the key figures around that time. It was your presentation, I believe you brought up names like Carnegie, Rockefeller, those kinds of people. Can you give people a little bit of background? I think it might have been yourself and Audrey as well, talking about ripping the problem up by the roots. How far back do these problems go, and how do these influential people sort of play into it? And ultimately, why it seems that they tried to push this and push it through the sexual revolution and all of those things?
Yeah, so if you read Charlotte Iserbyt's book that Eugene referred to today, The Deliberate Dumbing Down of America, you will see the timeline. She lays out by year everything that happened in American education. And so in 1918 is when Carnegie and Rockefeller, John D. Rockefeller, made an agreement. Rockefeller went in national education and Carnegie went international, but they worked very well together to take over the whole education system globally. And that's when the wheels started turning for the indoctrination. And then you had Kinsey come to Indiana and started, collecting all this data from perverts and pedophiles and rapists and prostitutes, and collecting all this data on the molestation of children and determining children are sexual from birth. And so Rockefellers funded that effort. The CIA protected that effort, our Central Intelligence Agency. And so to see them use that then to change our laws in America in 1955 from common law, which is based on the Bible, God's law, to change it to the model penal code, which the Rockefellers already had lined up and ready to go. They were just waiting to be able to flip the switch. So our laws changed in 1955. And then in 1957, to understand that Kinsey actually wrote the original draft of the Wolfenden Report to start changing the laws in the United Kingdom. So we have to understand the root of all of this in order to be able to even wrap your head around what it is you're truly fighting. People see we're just fighting, children are being taught that they can remove body parts. They're being groomed and hooked on pornography, but nobody understands where it came from. Mm-hmm. And that's what we do.
I think a lot of people as well, would you say they don't appreciate the wider spiritual significance of it when you say that it's not necessarily just about children, cutting off body parts and stuff like that. If you use that language with somebody, they might think of it in a very simplistic way. When would you say it's a much deeper, darker spiritual war against not only nations like the US, UK, etc., coming from a much more malevolent force that is being targeted against children whom have no defense?
Oh, absolutely. You really have to understand that we are in a spiritual battle. It is a spiritual war first and foremost, and you can see the demonic forces that are behind a lot of this. And Alfred Kinsey idolized Aleister Crowley, who was a Satanist. He was in Aleister Crowley's temple in Sicily meeting with erotic filmmaker Kenneth Anger. So I can only imagine what they were talking about. But there's very much a satanic component to all of this.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's clear to see as well. You can see a lot of the activists that get caught up in this. I can't help but feel sorry for them sometimes. You have people explaining their stories of maybe they lost their child to the ideology and whatever, and they're laughing at them. They're sort of taunting them like families that have been torn apart by this. There's really only one force, I think, that's really going to be taking a lot of relish in this, so to speak, and it's going to be the most evil force that anyone could ever know. The darkest spiritual forces anybody can imagine. With those going back to those roots with Carnegie, Rockefeller, etc., do you think that they had in mind at that time how this was going to feed into kind of like this global system that we see now being perpetrated through organizations like the United Nations, UNESCO, World Health Organization. Do you think that they had that in their mind at the time, or do you think it was more so just about like money and power and those kinds of things?
Well, I think there was definitely a money and power component to it. But when you study what those two individuals have done with the different industries they were involved in, and Rockefeller got into the medical field when he realized he could make pharmaceutical drugs based on petroleum. And then they started eliminating all of God's natural remedies for all of us. You start thinking, okay, there's got to be something more to this, because they were removing all of God's laws, God's nature, and now they're removing the protections of family and children. And so I think there was very much an intent as to what they were doing to create their new world order. And Rockefeller, even on their website, you can go and you can see they brag about funding the sexual revolution. So I do think there was a very strong component to the fact they knew what they were doing.
Do you think they had that kind of long-term plan in mind, almost how this is going to feed into generating more money and more power and more influence to them through this almost like, one world government or new world order? I think a lot of people, they fail to realize that as well. I'd like to get just your take on this kind of analogy, the frog boiling in water analogy, where you turn up the water so slowly that the frog doesn't notice that it's boiling until it's too late. Do you think that has been why this has been so successful as well? They've been so slow, so methodical, so well thought out in laying the groundwork that now people are only really noticing almost when it's too late.
Oh yeah, they actually say in the research, they knew that if they did it too fast, that the people would wake up and they would fight back. Well, they had to be very slow and very methodical in what they were doing. Oh yeah, it's in several of the books that I've read, and I think it's included in the Foundation's book that Audrey talks about in her presentation. The author of that book, Renee Wormser, actually talked about. He served on the Reese Committee, and he actually talks about that in his book, how they were very slow at this process, in order to just turn up the heat very gradually so people didn't realize it was what was really happening to them.
And then flipping it more now, as we round this out, to more of like a positive or what actions people can do. A lot of this, I certainly had it as well. When you see, especially in the UK, how entrenched and how powerful the state apparatus is with the police force, with social services, with all of these things that they'll hold things against you from your childhood if you were a problem child in school, is so powerful and overbearing. A lot of people are going to feel powerless. Are there any things that people can do, either in their day-to-day or things that you think they should be weary of to obviously protect their children, protect their communities, and begin to fight back on both the individual level, and obviously you have a group of individuals get together, then they can hopefully make changes at like the local level and national level and so on. Some of the things that you've noticed that may have been successful that you guys have advised or that you guys have known to be successful in yours, you might be able to advise just people watching this now.
Yeah, so the first thing I always tell people is you got to educate yourself. Just educate yourself on what you're really fighting, and then reach out to your friends and your neighbors. And you're going to find some that are going to agree with you and some that don't. Stick with the ones that are going to agree with you and keep building. It took us 3 years to really educate Hoosiers in Indiana on the fact that we were responsible for the Kinsey Institute. And so when you start building that grassroots effort, then you go get a legislator and then you start pushing policy and you can make change. In Indiana, we are seeing the change. In Texas, we're seeing the change. Across the nation of America, we are seeing changes happening in the favor of parents and the protections of children. It's gradual, but it is happening. So that's encouragement. In fact, yesterday I just saw a case where in Indiana, a counselor I talked about today, in the panel, that was being forced to use the pronouns and she did not want to do it. She also sued her school and she won a large settlement from the school because they were forcing her to do something she didn't want to do. So we are starting to see those encouraging signs that I think the tide is turning.
Yeah, and I'm hoping that's going to be the case. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the case of the Irish school teacher Enoch Burke, who was criminalised and debanked for trying to defend children from this ideology. I believe, though I could be wrong, inside of a religious school, if I'm not mistaken. So that's where you see how deep these tendrils almost have gotten, and the institutions, both secular and religious, that they have corrupted. I think that's why you mentioned going down and ripping these problems out by the roots is often very difficult as well. You think you've gotten to the core of the problem, but then it's another level deeper, and it's another level deeper again. Obviously, where can people find you, and what useful resources might you add to people just so they can educate themselves and then take to their communities, maybe some of the resources in America? I know they're big on taking these books to school board hearings and stuff like that. Are there any standout resources, including your website, which will be linked here and everything like that as well? Standout resources, books, videos, etc.?
Yeah, so we do have a Rumble channel as well. So I encourage people to go watch our Rumble channel because we do some shows on there, and we do have some videos that we've archived on there. So they will learn a lot of information, especially what I talked about today with Lily Endowment and Lilly Pharmaceutical being behind social emotional learning and changing education in Indiana. So I would recommend those. And then just start up the Foundations book that Audrey talked about today. Finding out about the Tavistock Institute. There's a book called Training for Treason, the Foundations book, as I said. There's many other ones, and read Kinsey's books. That's the basis for all of it. You've got to read Kinsey's books and see the information for yourself and understand what they were doing. So there's a lot of resources out there that people can they can start reading, and then they'll learn from there where else to go, because there are other books that are referenced in those, but those are the ones I would start with.
Perfect, yeah. For you guys who don't know, as you would have seen in the presentation, again, one of Kinsey's books, Table 34, documents a horrendous scientific finding, quote unquote, about children and so-called orgasms. And I've talked about it at length on the podcast before as well. Really, really evil stuff. Really go check it out. Rhonda, thank you ever so much for your time. I greatly appreciate it. And thank you for coming over here and joining us in the fight. We greatly appreciate it.
We'd love to help.
Day 2 was a media day in which I was able to catch up with more members of the International Task Force, namely Penny from New Zealand, Jana and Eugene from Ireland, and Audrey from the United States. We got some great interviews from this day. I hope that you find them useful. Oh, there we go, just in and out. Awesome. Hey guys, so thank you for joining us with this video for Public Child Protection Wales annual conference. I'm here with Eugene and Jana today. Before we get started, I'm just going to give these guys a little bit of a time to introduce themselves, what they do, who they work for, a little bit about the presentation. You likely would have already seen earlier on in the video by this point. But guys, thank you very much for joining me. How are you doing today?
Great, no, thanks, great to be here.
Great, thanks for having us. I'm Jana, Lunden. I founded the Natural Women's Council in Ireland, but we've grown to about 100,000 concerned parents across networks in Ireland and further afield. Really been campaigning for the safety, well-being and protection of women, children and families because it's under attack from the unelected global bureaucrats. Parents haven't asked for it, teachers haven't asked for it, and surely the kids haven't. So we're really in my presentation, I talked about how to get parents activated. So, how to make a difference, whether it's doing a conference, having a conversation at your breakfast table, on the street, but really just doing little things to make a difference rather than just not doing anything. So I'll turn it over to Eugene, who's our amazing researcher who really unpacks where it's coming from on a global level.
Yeah, thanks, Jana. Yeah, so I work with Jana, as a researcher, with a number of other parents groups as well, but we do a lot of podcasts together. And I guess my focus has been on where this is coming from. What are the ideologies that sit behind it that are in academia? And then how does it get proliferated across all the countries, particularly the Western countries, the English-speaking Western countries, primarily through the likes of the United Nations and all of the other philanthropic bodies that push these ideologies on top of us. So we've been kind of unpacking that over the last couple of years, and it's pretty clear where it is now. We know where this stuff is coming. We can see the consistency between what's happening in Wales and in Ireland, and actually it was very close because one of the academics from Ireland worked on the Welsh SPHE curriculum, or RSE curriculum as you called it. So there's a very tight tie in there. So this is coming from the same place. It's the same ideologies, and as I said, that's what I've kind of been focusing on, to give people a view that there's something behind this, there's a lot of power behind this. That's the other thing.
And when you guys started the Natural Women's Council, was there one thing, I'm only asking because you guys gave me a stat earlier that shocked me, that Ireland is so far pushed down the road with regards to sustainable development goals and those kinds of things. correct me if I'm wrong just in a moment, I think you said Ireland is about 80%. That's 80, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to get clear. 80%. Whereas the rest of the world is kind of sort of in like the 17 to 12% sort of margin. Was there one event in particular that sort of sparked you guys that, no, this needs to be set up, this needs to be pushed, this needs to be investigated? Or was it kind of a gradual coming to these things over time and realising that there were a lot of big problems setting in?
Yeah, I think we officially now announced the Natural Women's Council in 2022, and the government tried to erase women or mothers from the Maternity Protection Acts because obviously gender normative language wasn't inclusive. But a lot of us in our group met back in the days of the COVID era in 2020, and our awakening was that we are being lied to. This is about control, this is about compliance, and this is an assault on our family values and our parental rights. So 2020 was the tip-off. 2022, when they tried to erase us, was another sort of a trigger point. And then we started going down the path of the content being pushed in front of children in around 2022 with the library books we started seeing. They were absolutely horrific. Things in library books that you would not feel comfortable talking about at a dinner party with a group of adults. Highly sexual content, indoctrinating children, breaking down reality and all things of morality and principle for them. And then we went into the school curriculum.
Very similar to those there, is it?
Yes, I'll have Eugene can pass me one of those books. These are ones that we have to keep.
There's quite a big stack.
There's a large stack of books. So we have this book is Gay, written by Juno Dawson, and Juno is a man identifying as a woman. And you know, this book teaches young children aged 12 how to use Grindr, the dating sex app. The young child can upload their picture on the dating sex app. It marks their location and they can meet the nearest homosexual in their area. I, as a mother to a girl who's nearly 11, don't want her using a dating sex app next year. There's other books that teach children, this Trans Teen Survival Guide. This teaches children that they can order hormones and puberty blockers online, and there's pictures of how to inject their bodies with those drugs they order online. So this isn't really an issue of what side of the political spectrum you're on, left or right. This is an issue of right versus wrong and good versus evil. Whether you're on the left or right, no one should want the child to order drugs online and inject their bodies or use a dating sex app. And then there's this book here. I mean, I think a picture says 1,000 words. This book here is the one that talks about fisting. If anyone wants to know what fisting is, you can Google it. Just don't let anyone see your hard drive after doing so. But it's teaching children about adult sexual fetishes. So that was really the last 3 years we've been digging into the school curriculum. And we've done an awful lot to push back, but the power and magic of the international task force that we've joined with Public Child Protection, Let Kids Be Kids in New Zealand, all the different groups, Too Much Too Soon, Natural Women's Council, and all the groups here from around the world is that we can learn what is working in other countries. So in Ireland, this is what we've done that works well. But Kimberley Isherwood from Public Child Protection Wales is doing amazing things. So we'll be chatting with her soon on what we can bring back to Ireland that's working well in Wales. So that collaboration and that united front to defend children is really, really powerful. Tomorrow in London is going to be a real big day.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I guess for me it was pretty similar. During the COVID era, you could see the overreach going on, and I tracked what was going on with the WHO at the time. And then I kind of became aware of what was coming into the schools. Our education minister at the time, Norma Foley, she was doing a press conference, and she mentioned that the children were going to learn about the pronouns. And now that triggered me because I had done a little bit of background research, and I knew about the genderbread person and all this kind of stuff, the gender identity stuff that they would see, because it was in Canada already, so in other countries. And so that really got me worried. So I started digging down, and then, I think it was maybe about 22, it was 23, I think, when I got to meet you, Jana, and we kind of started collaborating and working together. And it took off from there. It was kind of two things, I guess. COVID was a bit of a trigger, warning signs, and then what was going to come into the schools.
And Eugene, yourself, you, as part of your presentation, talked a lot about the corporations and stuff like that. The corporations who once a year, almost like as part of a religious element to the new sort of dogmas that we've taken up nowadays, will adorn their logos, will adorn their supermarket aisles, will adorn all of these things with the rainbow colours as kind of like this pledge of allegiance. From the research that you've done, how deep does this go, and where so far have you found is the root of all this? Because I can't help but feel that there's something above the corporations that although they are then pushing it down through their marketing, that they are going to be subservient to, for lack of a better word.
Yeah.
How deep does this rabbit hole go?
Well, it kind of goes back to the World Economic Forum, you know, and people think that you're getting into the world of conspiracy theories and all this kind of stuff. Klaus Schwab, it's all very real, it's all on the web, there's nothing hidden. So you can actually find out about all of this if you actually go researching it. So there's this thing called stakeholder capitalism, which most people have no idea what it is. We all know about shareholder capitalism, which is the world we live in at the moment, where the shareholders kind of control the company. Stakeholder capitalism means that the stakeholders now have an impact on the company, its ownership, its decision making, etc. And so who are the stakeholders, you might ask? They are people, you know, like the United Nations and the WHO, for example. There would be trade union groups, for example, environmental groups. The interesting thing is you and I aren't stakeholders. And even the shareholders aren't mentioned as stakeholders, which is really interesting. Senior executives would be, but not the... So that's a shift of power away from the working people or the traditional owners of those companies and putting the command into these stakeholders. So what's next? So how do they actually implement controls on these companies? They do it through a mechanism called ESG, environmental, social, and governance. There are three kind of criteria that they measure the companies against. And if you go on to Yahoo Finance, for example, pick one of your favorite stocks. It typically applies to the larger companies, like Fortune 500 type companies. You will see usually something like either an ESG or sustainability score, and that's it, right? You'll find it there. So it's there, it exists, it's been there for a number of years now. The social one is the one that, to think about why do they have all these pride flags, why do they change their logos during June and all this kind of things, and why are they so supportive? Why are these companies so supportive of the trans movement, etc.? And this is because of the social score. So there's a thing called the Corporate Equality Index. And again, you'll find this all online. And there's a group called the Human Rights Campaign. It's an NGO. And again, that sounds Human Rights Campaign. Oh, that sounds good. Yeah. So they run the Corporate Equality Index. And so they measure how compliant companies are. And basically, it's how compliant they are with supporting the LGBTQ movement. So it includes things, outward signs like putting the flags up, changing your logo, sponsoring pride parades. It also includes things like training your employees in terms of inclusion and trans issues, and supporting employees in terms of time off for transitioning, supporting the medical costs of transitioning, all of these things. There's a whole raft. It's online. So again, Human Rights Campaign, Corporate Equality Index, you'll find it on Google straight away, and you can go through the page and see the criteria. And one of the important things they have is a negative score. So if there's any blemish, they describe it as a blemish against the LGBTQ plus movement, you get a 25% reduction on your score for that year. So that could be a social media post that was somehow negative against the movement, or maybe perhaps a slur against something, or something with an employee, an issue with an employee. So companies have to really toe the line, and hence you see what you see. And I'll give you some examples, like AbbVie, who make the puberty blockers. They have a 100% score. Gilead, who are a huge company in terms of producing AIDS medication, etc., huge supporters of the LGBTQ movement, again, 100% score. That's what you see from these companies. It is very insidious, though, because what they insist, one of the requirements is then that you don't work with companies who aren't compliant. So if you're dealing with a gender-critical supplier, for example, the guidance is you have to stay away from them. See how they do it? It's insidious. So they create this structure, this financial structure, at a corporate level, which basically discriminates against everybody else, but promotes the whole LGBTQ plus movement. And as I say, they're quite strict about it. You know, you will get written off the list, supplier list, for example. Your share price might drop. Your credit rating might change if you don't get a good enough score on the CEI or the ESG. That's how they control them. And climate. Well, the climate is part of the sustainability aspect. That's a huge thing.
And then you mentioned there that, again, if they're not compliant, they will have things that they encourage not to be used and all of these things, right? Which, just a note, guys, probably means that you should be using them, by the way, just as a note for you guys. They have a low ESG score. Maybe a sign that you should be shopping there. Cheap, crap free plug in here. But do they use Do you think they use like the media in their marketing a lot to signal that a lot, and not just their own marketing, but like a lot of these legacy media organizations as well?
There is a narrative associated with all of this, and that narrative is portrayed through the media, and the media follow the same guidelines. So they again have to be compliant. So that's why the media will never engage in any sort of negative comment against LGBTQ. They won't express concerns regarding medicalisation of young people, for example. They won't give any airtime to groups like ourselves, because that would be a slur. They get a negative score, come down on them like a ton of bricks. So they follow this narrative all the way through, and that's across the media. So it's and that's because the media, to a large extent, one, it's funded by the government, so the government are following this agenda, coming down from the United Nations and the World Economic Forum, so they get it from the government. They get it through the media, the transnational media organisations, so the European Union of Journalists are fully compliant with this. So all of the journalists come in, they learn this in their studies, and they come on board, and they're fully on board with this thing from day one. And you've got groups like Thomson Reuters, who are one of the leading suppliers of the information feed you see in the media. They again are fully on board with this agenda, the whole ESG thing. Mm-hmm. And there's even one other. We've found a few other things. So there's a web page which is a source of media called Project Syndicate, which is funded by, including the George Soros Open Societies and Bill Gates Foundation. And they are very much focused on giving the narrative in the media. So they're pro-stakeholder capitalism, they're pro-climate change agenda, pro-LGBTQ, pro-open borders, 100% anti-Trump, and anti-conservative, anti-nationalist movements. It's obvious, right? It's plain as day. ProjectSyndicate.org, check it online. It's there. We did a podcast on it, and it's amazing. The bias is unreal. The other bias you'll see is in, we'll see it on Google, obviously, but Wikipedia. Word of warning with Wikipedia. So Wikipedia have a list, and you'll find it on Wikipedia, of preferred sources of information, sources of news. All of the left-wing news channels are preferred sources. All of the right-wing or conservative or even centrist ones are not preferred and are considered unreliable. So, such as Fox News is an example. You'll see it on, and they are heavily biased in terms of the same narrative. They've been overtaken. Even a former founder of Wikipedia has commented on it. Again, we did cover this in a podcast, and so it's very difficult for the normal person to traverse this, because your mainstream media, your mainstream on the internet in terms of Google search, the AIs, one of their first sources of reference is Wikipedia. So everybody thinks AI is so wonderful and it's the source of knowledge. No, it taps off existing sources such as Google and Wikipedia. So the first line, most people will not get the truth. They'll get a narrative. And that narrative would be a technocratic, totalitarian narrative, pro all of these things. It'll be a United Nations, World Economic Forum narrative. I'm sad to say it, but that's the world we live in right now. It's really changed.
Massively. And sorry, Jana, was there something you wanted to add? 2 seconds, please do.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that it's really up to everyone who knows that something isn't right, up to all of us as individuals or groups out there, to get our friends and neighbours, parents at the school gate off the legacy media so they can actually start to listen to other sources and use their own discernment. We're not asking them to believe us, we're asking them to listen to a variety of sources and use their own good judgment, because, parents blindly trust the schools, and look at what we have in the books. So obviously that this is a perfect example that blindly trusting the state ends up in a catastrophic, dangerous situation for children. So people need to stop blindly trusting and go to alternative sources like yourself and all the other independent media that we're here supporting the conference this weekend.
And for children and for regular citizens as well, I think you would agree, having been in the States yourself, the people in the States in many ways are seemingly guarded against some more of this, with more tools to combat it than typically we have in, say, the UK and Ireland, due to things like free speech protections, First and Second Amendment. I think when people have forfeited those importance on free speech and really why it matters, you see people talk about privacy and think, what does it matter about privacy when I have nothing to hide? Well, free speech, you might not think that it matters when you have nothing to say, but the minute you do, it's very useful to have those protections. Do you think as well, trying to push for things like, again, greater elements of free speech are going to be integral parts of starting to push back against this?
Yeah, in Ireland we have a very strong constitution, an article that allows us the right to have freedom of expression, freedom to assemble, freedom to practice our religion. So although that's in our constitution, the establishment wants people to think that that is something we're not allowed, but we are. In fact, Ireland tried to bring in some of the toughest hate speech laws in the world in Ireland, the most totalitarianism laws that you can imagine. One example was if somebody had a complaint, maybe you offended someone, could be a meme or what have you. The police, the Garda, show up at your door and ask to see all your devices, your laptops, your phones and everything. And if you don't hand them over with your passwords, you could have been arrested had that gone through. But there was such a pushback, not only by the people, but also by even parliamentarians in Ireland. One of the biggest things that stopped it is they couldn't even define hate. So how can you bring in hate speech laws if you can't define hate? Hate is not just, hurting someone's feelings and having a different view. So that got kicked down the road, but they did absolutely try it. And Ireland, for anyone listening, an interesting thing, you mentioned about 80% completion for the SDGs. Ireland is getting most of our laws from the EU. Our government in Ireland have sold Ireland off. They're traitors to the people. They simply just stroke the pen to keep their EU masters happy. Ireland will be the president, Micheál Martin is the party, the Taoiseach now, is going to be president of the Parliamentary Council of Europe come this summer. So that will be disastrous for Ireland, but all through the European Union, because he is absolutely pushing that agenda so hard. Ireland really is in the petri dish for globalism, but people are starting to rise. You saw the fuel protest and the farming protest a week ago. This country shut down, the roads were blocked, but that was more than just about fuel, because shortly before that, there was the spoil the vote. There was the Irish presidential election, whereby they were blocking good candidates from going on the ballot because those candidates would have scrutinized legislation and challenged the tyranny. They were stopped, but also a couple of years ago, we did a referendum. The government wanted to erase woman, mother and home from the Constitution. 75% of the people said no. So 75% voted no in the referendum. 250,000 people did spoil the vote because they weren't happy with the presidential election, and we shut the country down with the fuel and farming protests. So Ireland is finally waking up and rising to this globalism and totalitarianism. So I think we're starting to see the pushback, which hopefully inspires good change.
Yeah. No, and I think the other thing is we do have an agency in Ireland called Comisiún na Meán, who are actually the European agency for censorship. Basically, they've got this thing called the Democracy Shield, which is an ironic name, because it's democracy they're trying to subvert. And they're basically there to provide censorship, and through all of the American multimedia companies, like or the alternative media, social media companies. So this is shocking. And it's based in Ireland.
And Ireland will test the digital ID.
And digital ID is it's now been trialled in Ireland. So
there's a lot of bad things, like mentioned earlier as well, compulsory purchase orders that the Irish government, that I don't think have really seen anywhere else in either Britain or in the Western world at the moment, that would compel you to either sell your land or either sell your home or whatever, at government behest for whatever the hell they wanted to use it for. That was very scary when I saw that a couple of months ago.
Yeah, that's communism. They want you to own nothing and be happy. The government owns everything. You rent your house from the government. You don't own anything. And then we'll have a universal basic income where everyone's all the same. But if everyone's the same, no one's special. What would motivate you or me to work harder to be a good earner and a good, a contribution to society? So the other thing that's really scary in Ireland is there was a piece of legislation they tried to put through. It was the property, the rights to private property. It was a 39th Amendment right to housing. The verbiage in this bill they tried to put through, and these were the hard left communist type parties like People Before Profit, Soc Dems, and the lefties that are losing more every day. But it said the government can delimit your right to private property based on the common good of all residents, not citizens, not Irish citizens, residents. And given our open border crisis, what that really means is if you have your 4-bedroom house and we have a flood of, all these economic migrants, guess what? You can move to your smart city, and those are being set up in Ireland, and this migrant family of, a man with 4 wives and all of his kids can take your home. But that what got pushed aside in 2018. It hasn't raised its ugly head, but you can believe that with the CPO and everything happening in the EU, under the climate, I call it the climate scam because it is a climate alarmism, they are going to try to mandate that we get our house up to a certain level rating for efficiency for your home, like an A or a B. And to do that, you have to retrofit your home. That could cost 60 or 70,000. And if you don't do that, you can't sell your home and you could lose your home. So that is taking your property under the name of climate. So that's where we're at in Ireland.
And then it makes you think, just to add on to that, with things like smart meters and all of these things, who's really in control of those things? It seems as though it's another way to get control. And then when you mentioned there about all of the economic migrants and whoever else coming over that they're going to bend over backwards for at the expense of the Irish people, it's to use democracy to subvert democracy ultimately.
Oh, 100%. And one of the things I talked about yesterday in the talk was you've got the direct line from the United Nations, WEF, and all the subgroups within the United Nations that feed into the government and our civil service. But you've also got these agencies that link directly. So, for example, the whole area of smart cities is a direct linkage from the United Nations to the City Council. You have direct linkages to the universities from UNESCO. And there's a whole myriad of these all across the way. So it's not only directly through your government, so even if your government got changed in the morning, it wouldn't change what was happening. Most of the things in society would actually stay the same. And this is why people see that, well, we've changed government 3 times and nothing has changed. We're still, open borders, we're still doing everything. The taxes are going up, we're following the green agenda and nothing has changed. This is the reason. Because the people you elect are only a small percentage of the people who are actually driving the agenda.
New boss, same as the old boss.
Yes.
New boss, same as the old boss, because they're not really the boss.
Correct.
I suppose.
So you need a party that's willing to come in and engage in reforming your society to change that and get these people out. Some of these people that are in the civil service, etc.
Yeah, and the Irish government all need to be collapsed. We had an opportunity to do that a week ago, but unfortunately there wasn't a vote of no confidence because, well, a lot of our independents, let's say that we put our trust in, didn't vote for no confidence and let us down. So when they come sniffing around for votes, sorry, you let us down. But it came out in the news today that several of the Fianna Fáil politicians, that's one of the parties that have been in power between Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil over, 60 years, Eugene? Several from that party are talking about leaving to join the likes of possibly Independent Ireland. And Independent Ireland is one of the very few parties, probably one of the only parties really going for the tyranny and the policies of the government. Ken O'Flynn has really given them a roasting in the government. Hats off to him. So imagine that those party members leave and join that party and start to walk away from the parties that are failing the people. That would be a really big win for Ireland.
Yeah. And the other thing I think you need to be aware is the trade unions. So the trade unions, civil service trade unions, education trade unions, they're all following the same agenda. So we had the case in the fuel protests that the government said they only wanted to engage with official bodies. Problem is, the official bodies are all bought in, right? So there's no point in even having that discussion because they'll all be on the same page. And this is the issue we have. And that the teachers' union, that obviously impacts what's happening in schools. And I'm sure there's no difference in Wales or the UK than in Ireland or the US.
Well, the Unison, the largest union that's in the UK, I told you that story before about the mural of the British Communist Party member. One of her descendants is on Unison's website heralding, I believe it's her the mother was the Communist Party member's accomplishments for that time, and Unison holds that person up as a hero. Unison holds that person who is a member of the Communist Party from Britain up as a hero. So I think that tells everybody that they'll need to know. Unison, by the way, if you didn't know, largest union in the UK.
I have a question for you as a Welshman. So being an American living in Ireland 23 years, I moved over and thought, the fighting Irish are going to stand up. They were oppressed for 800 years. And then we've seen this 6 or 7 years of tyranny and finally they're rising up. But I always have this perception that the Welsh would be this group of like, you know, so proud of their heritage, so proud of their nation, you know, kind of suffered similar to the Irish, that they would rise up against this tyranny. And I've learned about the so-called nationalist party in Wales called Plaid. Is that right?
Plaid Cymru, yeah.
Plaid, I got that right. And from what I've heard from speaking with many people here in this beautiful Welsh countryside, is that that party is actually no more nationalist than a globalist party. But are they deceiving the Welsh people? And how can the Welsh people let their country slip away the same way the Irish did?
It's very sad, and I think I mentioned to you guys is that, and I covered this as well for you guys who follow my content from before, the segment at the end of my Nuneaton report, I touched on this. It's because, at least in my purview, patriotism, especially in areas like mine, a bit of context, I'm from mining town, you say Margaret Thatcher's name in my town, you know, people are instantly going to turn beet red. So it's ingrained in anti-English and anti-conservative sentiment, and that is why you see people in Wales perceiving Reform UK, which is no more nationalist or contrarian than they are establishment. They are the epitome, in my opinion, of you know, trying to be globalist in nationalist clothing. Applied is the same. They actually think that Reform are an English nationalist party. Many people in Wales think that Reform UK is an English nationalist party, and that they are so mistaken about Plaid because of how they perceive Plaid throughout history. They remember things like Plaid's opposition to a small Welsh town being flooded to make a reservoir for the Liverpool Corporation in the 60s. They remember times when Plaid were leagues away from what they are now in terms of actual nationalist sentiment, if you look back through Welsh history. And because it's been tied up in opposition to the English and opposition to anything conservative, they've conned themselves into thinking that Plaid are actually nationalists when they say the opposite. They said at a recent conference that they are proud internationalists. Literally, that was the term that they used. They do not see borders where they see suffering. Obviously, that means in their purview that everyone around the world is suffering. That's why, another slight tangent on that story, Llainos Medi, who is one of their representatives of Plaid Cymru, was on a news station one time saying that there needs to be safe and legal routes for Afghan women to be able to come to the UK because of the plight that they face. Well, if you allowed every Afghan woman to come to Wales specifically, sorry, not just to the UK, to come to Wales specifically, you would ethnically cleanse the entire population of Wales several times over. There's about 22 million, last I checked, Afghan women in the UK. There's less than 3 million Welsh people, and the entire country is very small. You've got people here from the US whose home state is bigger than my entire country. So this is the thing. We talked about using democracy to subvert democracy. People genuinely believe that Plaid Cymru are nationalists to their detriment, and they genuinely perceive that people like Reform UK, the standard Conservatives and Tories, are English nationalists. They've got it completely upside down, and that's what makes it difficult to push for any kind of national movement or nationalist movement, because Plaid Cymru have got the lockdown on the name Party of Wales. And you have now people voting Plaid Cymru who say that they have no borders where they see suffering, despite them saying or wanting immigration to be lower. That was a clip that came out of Caerphilly in the by-election.
Sounds like our party in Ireland, Sinn Féin. A lot of people, even in my home country in America, are like, oh, Sinn Féin, they're a nationalist party, pride for the country. You cannot be a nationalist and a globalist. You have to be one or the other. And Sinn Féin is now a globalist party, along with Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil. Fianna Fáil used to be the rural agricultural farming party. They have sold off the farmers. So there is no main party in Ireland that is for the Irish people. And it sounds like Wales is struggling now. I've had the opportunity to spend a couple of days over here with the amazing people in Wales, and I met obviously Kim Isherwood, the powerhouse from Public Child Protection Wales, and David Kurten, founder of the Heritage Party. I know Kim is running with the Heritage Party as the party leader, and I've looked at the Heritage Party myself. I actually interviewed with David Kurten years ago, and I feel that might be a viable alternative for people to vote for if they're not happy, or if they wake up to Plaid, but maybe time will tell on that. So.
Yes, absolutely. The one thing that Heritage, I think I mentioned, certainly has been very consistent on is this opposition to globalism, and they've been very Long-standing in that, David Kurten putting up on his membership or candidacy website, I believe, that they would not, there was a list of organizations they would not take any members from, one of them being the World Economic Forum, I believe. So in fairness, yes, they've been long-standing in that promise, so to speak, and in those pledges. And in fairness, they announced outside the Senedd, when I covered Public Child Protection Wales' last event, that they were going to be standing candidates in every single constituency in Wales. So in that sense, you can't fault their effort. I think if Restore Britain as one example, as another, what I'm hoping is going to be a anti-establishment party, so to speak, coming from more of the nationalist side of politics. Maybe they've been able to get up and running as a party a little bit sooner. They've skyrocketed in memberships, from what I've been told. They've overtaken the Lib Dems in their first couple of weeks. I think they've overtaken other Conservatives in their first couple of weeks since being announced as a party. It shows that people definitely want change, but as far as I'm aware, the only constituency they're standing candidates in is Great Yarmouth. That's Rupert Lowe's home constituency. So the Senedd is certainly going to be an interesting one. I'm hoping that the Welsh people at least understand that if you're dissatisfied with Labour, especially coming from an area like mine, you guys will have known, mining town, etc. If you're dissatisfied with Labour, you do want to be careful about jumping out into the Plaid Cymru fire, because for lack of a better term, Plaid Cymru will do everything that Labour are going to do and have been doing, but faster, harder, and without lube. So just take that into account, please.
We say in Ireland, when one party has the same kind of policies as another, they're just different wheels on the same car, or sometimes we say different cheeks on the same arse.
Yes, that's the exact phrase that we use.
Anyway.
That's the exact phrase that we use as well. The uniparty is another phrase that we use. So yeah, just hoping that the people of Wales just realise that as it stands at the moment, that Plaid Cymru does not stand for them as a Welsh person, and they're going to do even more things that are going to bring in this totalitarian legislation, the care homes that are being built across Wales at the moment, which seem to be vectors to take any impetus to take kids away from their parents. They want to expand via their funding state subsidised childcare, which it sounds great on the face of it. We talked about things that are the most evil sounding great and virtuous on the face of it, but it is going to be used as a vector to get at those children, to make those the red guard of the next generation, or rather the yellow guard, I suppose, in Plaid's case. That's how I see it.
Yeah, no, I think, and again, we have that in Ireland as well. We have obviously the school books being paid for by the government in Ireland. Things like the SPHE books don't go home because there's no homework, so the parents weren't getting to see them. So there's parents now who are just waking up after three years of the curriculum being out there. They're just finding out now. So our first advice is, parents, you need to get to see every book, every toolkit, everything that your child would be exposed to. And under Irish law, that is allowed for. So that's the first thing. And you know, I think it is insidious. This thing is only getting worse, and we've got the whole area, the psychiatry area, the whole mental health area, because children's mental health now has been impacted by this stuff. But unfortunately, the psychiatrists, the practitioners for mental health, most of them have been captured by this critical social justice ideology, and they will affirm children who are gender confused. The first order is to affirm them, not to discover, and they want to do this thing about banning conversion practices based on gender identity. And we have it coming potentially in Ireland. It's in the programme for government. I think the Labour have made a commitment to introduce it as well, as I understand it, yeah. And so what that means is that a gender confused child who could have been assaulted, who could be autistic, could be facing, have other traumas that they're trying to deal with, could be same-sex attracted. There will be no attempt to discover the underlying reason why they're expressing this confusion. They will be affirmed and medicalised. That's a terrifying prospect. And the parents will be shut out. So if the parents don't comply, the child could be taken off them. And in some countries, the parents can face convictions, criminal conviction.
There was a case of that very similar thing happening in Canada, where a father tried to object to it, and I believe he was fined, sentenced to about, I think he was fined $30,000. I can't remember if he went to prison or was actually sentenced in that way, but definitely had a hefty $1,000 fine, and the daughter, I believe it was forcibly transitioned then by the ex. I'm not sure if they were married or not, but the relationship had split up. The mother decided to want to do it, and obviously Canada, being one of the wokest countries in the world, the state sided with the mother and irreparably damaged this child.
In Ireland, I was on at a conference on a few panels, the IRL Forum, and on one of the panels I was on, there was a senator speaking, Senator Sharon Keoghan, who's an independent, and she told a story that a few years ago in Ireland, a child was removed from their parents' home because the parents would not affirm the child's chosen gender, as most parents wouldn't. That child was removed from the parents' home and put into foster care. And Sharon knows this because she was the foster parent. She fosters a lot of children who are in vulnerable situations. So there's also the Mandated Reporting Act in Ireland, whereby we did a whistleblower. You can watch it on the naturalwomen'scouncil.com and go to our YouTube channel. This one has triggered a lot of left affirming therapists. It has really struck a nerve because this psychologist, who's a lecturer, blew the whistle that there's the Mandated Reporting Act, whereby if you as a parent don't affirm your child, and I'm the therapist, the affirmative therapist, I can do a Mandated Reporting Act to report you, Daddy, to Child Protection Services who can remove your child. So these woke activists are becoming therapists. A parent is sending a confused child to this therapist, but it's really an activist who's going to trans their child, pushing them down into irreversible surgeries, puberty blockers, disrupting their fertility, destroying their life. So we're going to be going after those therapists. We're going to be exposing them. We're going to be writing to all the 22 accredited boards in Ireland, asking them when a parent takes a case, are they going to cover those losses because they're giving direction to affirm?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, it's very scary. The people you send to help the children are the ones then that harm them even more. One thing that I'd just like to, or really just in closing, I suppose, people will hear this information, people will hear how, I think I talked about this with Rhonda yesterday as well, how overbearing the state apparatus is, how terrifying that can be. You can feel very powerless, you can feel very isolated. For the people, they might just be parents watching this at home or wherever, or little bits of advice or comments that you might have, either things that they can do on like an individual level, or obviously being aware, following you guys, which will all be linked down below anyway, or some things that people can do to obviously help safeguard themselves and their children.
Yeah, so the first thing is arm yourselves with knowledge. If you don't know what's happening, you can't protect your child. So arm yourself with knowledge. We've gotten over 70,000 in this campaign out for these leaflets. There's a free downloadable booklet that we wrote over the summer, the Connect Ed Guide for Parents. Arm yourselves with knowledge. If something doesn't align with your moral conscience and family values or child safeguarding, one, protect your child by speaking to your child so they know right from wrong. And secondly, challenge the school. Say, I don't consent to this, and opt your child out of all of this. The next thing is to do something and have 5 a day, and that's 5 conversations a day. Could be at the barber shop, outside the church after Mass. It could be at the supermarket. 5 conversations a day just to start a conversation with, how do you feel about what's happening in school? What do you mean? I don't know. Have you seen the books teaching kids they can be a boy, girl, neither or both? And just open up that conversation and have it be focused on child safeguarding and love for our children. So if you don't know what to do, I guess the simple thing is just don't choose to do nothing, do something. It doesn't have to be a big conference like Kim put on. It doesn't have to be doing a podcast like this. A lot of people don't want to publicly speak. Talk to the mummies at the school gate. Have a few people over at your kitchen table just to do something, because those 5 people will talk to 5 more and 5 more, and that's where you build the grassroots movement. We grew from 5 people to 100,000 people in a very short time by conversations and human connection.
Yeah, I think that the huge challenge is knowledge, as you say, Jana, because the mainstream doesn't cover any of this. Now, we were very fortunate that the Daily Mail actually, just about 2 weeks ago, covered the issues in our school, and we did a podcast on that article. It's a 3-page article. It was fantastic. It was really good. But that's very rare. So parents have no idea. In the main, they have no idea what's going on. So when you raise that question, do you know what's going on in schools? Just what? I don't actually. Blank stare. So encouraging them to watch alternative media like this, for example. And again, we did a podcast on that in terms of potential sources that they could go to. And then to share that with other family members, with their friends, colleagues, having those 5 conversations a day and get that word out. In every video we do, in the video description is packed with the reference links to source material. So again, and you said it earlier, we're not asking you to agree with what I'm telling you right now. You don't have to believe it straight off the bat, but I'm going to give you the links to the information where you can discover it for yourself. And that's the best thing. Once people discover it themselves, and once they get past that first kind of denial, or there's a fear, and maybe this is too big. I don't understand this. Once they get past that, then they can learn more and they can be a better benefit to their children, because they're going to have to work very closely with their children until we succeed in getting the school system changed. But it can work. You can do it.
There we are, ladies and gentlemen. Would there be anything you'd like to leave them with, where they can find you guys, etc.? Any social medias, any podcasts, anything else you'd like to plug?
Yeah, absolutely. We finally got a website a couple of years ago, thanks to the public giving us donations. So naturalwomanscouncil.com, and on naturalwomanscouncil.com you can find our YouTube channel with hundreds of hours of content, done all the research Eugene's done. It's all backed by evidence. The description field is packed with links and resources. So our YouTube channel and our Twitter channel is there as well. But that's where you'll find all of our podcasts, our upcoming events, and any campaigns that we're running. So thank you so much for the conversation.
No problem at all. Thank you very much to you both, and looking forward to tomorrow.
Excellent.
You guys with us? You guys with us for tomorrow, right? Awesome. Awesome stuff. So you guys, whether it's at this part of the video or whether it be later on in the video, whatever it might be, we'll be skipping over to day 3 a lot sooner than us at this point. But thank you so much for watching, ladies and gentlemen. And a massive thank you to Jana and Eugene, obviously, and everyone that's either going to be speaking to me for an interview before or after. So yeah, been a great project so far and a great fight to be a part of. So thank you very much, both.
Okay, thank you.
Get that one if you want, because I got one on by here, so it's all good. Oh. Hey there guys, hope you're all doing well. Still here today doing interviews with Public Child Protection Wales Conference yesterday. We're getting ready for the London trip tomorrow. Just in between, thought I'd sit down. Joining us all the way from New Zealand today, Penny Marie. You already would have seen the conference presentation that she gave earlier on in this video by now. But first off, how are you doing today, Penny? Okay?
I'm doing really well, thank you.
How have you found the trip so far?
You guys are just the friendliest, nicest, most laid-back people with always time to chat. And the scenery looks exactly like where I live. Yeah, I live...
As I said, these are the nice valleys, is what I always say. These are the nice valleys.
It's amazing, and we were here last night and got a beautiful sunset. But I live in the Waikato, which is known as Middle Earth, if you're into Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit. So that's near me. So it looks exactly like this. It's like Hobbiton.
There we are, home away from home.
Yeah.
Home away from home. We would have seen a lot of very useful information that Penny gave in her conference speech yesterday. I wanted to talk a little bit about that. But first off, Penny, just wanted to go through your organisation. You founded Let Kids Be Kids in 2023. How did you come to finding this organisation and starting it? Was it one thing in particular, or was it a sort of slowly realising that this is what New Zealand and the world needs over time?
It was one particular event. So I was researching and looking into the craziness of the world since the whole COVID injection. And so just going back, I really woke up when Jacinda Ardern announced that 12 to 15-year-olds could take it without parents' consent. And so I was on a school board, and I had a 15-year-old and a 17-year-old, and I was like, you're telling me what? And, some of these kids can't even make their beds, and suddenly they know their own medical history. So that was kind of the background. So I got suspicious about everything, and then I started to look at, particularly what was going on around children that is usurping parental rights. And then all of a sudden, I just had this urge to go and speak at my son's school board. So he was just about finished school, and I only had a few months of really having a voice as a parent at school. And so I came up with a speech which really just asked questions and asked them what is going on with the sex ed. Why we have something called Pink Shirt Day, which is the anti-bullying day, but it's actually just specifically about anti-trans bullying, and the money that's raised goes towards the trans charities that lobby the government and go and sexualise the kids in school. So I'd done a bit of research. I went and asked questions. I videoed it and I put it out online, just a really budget, quick snap, and 30,000 people saw it within about 3 weeks, and I was inundated with parents and grandparents contacting me saying, please help, I feel all alone, I feel the same as you, I'm told that I'm crazy, I'm told that I'm a bigot. So from there, I started helping parents to write emails to schools without being argumentative and just ask questions and try and keep the school on side.
and try and use it as an opportunity to educate the school, and also try and find which schools were brave enough to push back, of which there wasn't many. And then one thing led to another, and I'm here 3 years later, and realising that more and more layers of the onion are always to peel off every day.
Do you notice in schools in New Zealand, I always had to get a bit of perspective, because I know you go to different schools everywhere, the schools are slightly different, the outlook of the teachers is slightly different. Kim said, I think it was somewhere around 68% of teachers in Wales or in the UK, I can't remember exactly, which don't like teaching a lot of this RSE, sexualisation stuff. So indicating that, at least in the mind of the teachers, if they're caught between a rock and a hard place, they actually don't want to teach a lot of this stuff. Do you notice that's the case with a lot of the schools in New Zealand as well, or a lot of the teachers in New Zealand schools and stuff like that really actually gung-ho about this stuff and want to teach this stuff? Do you have any inkling with regards to that?
Yeah, there's sort of two sides to it. One is that when parents have been brave enough to go in and articulate well to schools rather than going in and ranting and raving, they sometimes find that the teacher or the teacher in charge or the principal is saying, we've tried to keep this at bay, we can't anymore, we need you to stand up, we need you to say something. And so we say it only takes 1 or 2 parents to go into a school and say things the right way to really affect change, because sometimes those teachers and principals are waiting to know if a parent notices, because they can't go and raise the warning bell. But the other side of it is that there are a lot of activist teachers and there are a lot of counsellors. There are trans teachers and trans counsellors that are specifically hired under DEI, Diversity, Equity and Inclusion, to go in, and they are trained and programmed to make sure that everybody bows down to what they want to say, and they're the dangerous ones, because if you question them, you're a bigot and you're a homophobe and you're a anti-transgender extremist. And I can talk a little bit more about the book that was produced about that, but they're very well trained and very slick in how to actually shut down any questioning, and so then that shames the parent. The other issue as well is that if the parent wants to raise a bit of an issue about it, even if the kids agree, they don't really want mum and dad to make a fuss, because then they're treated differently at school, and they don't even want to get opted out often because they don't want to be the only child. So it's very psychologically damaging between the relationship of parent and child.
Put a lot of parents and a lot of children in a very tough spot, almost like you mentioned. They don't want to, they know what they learn, or they know what the school is doing is wrong, they know what these, trans teachers, trans counsellors, etc., what they're doing is wrong, but at the same time they don't want to be viewed as the outsider, the outcast, or the one that's making trouble. In Britain I think we're sort of the kings, especially around this area, of not wanting to make a fuss, is what we say. But then, do you think that plays into it as well, where like the school that is trying to push these things in, especially the people that want to push these things in, they rely on people not making a fuss in a lot of ways?
Yeah, one of the things that I talk about, and parents always say, yes, you're right, is parents, like when we were at school, it was kind of a scary thing to get called into the principal's office. And then you realise that even as a parent, you feel funny about it. Like you feel like they're the boss of you, even though you're actually an adult. And they say, yeah, that's right. It's a psychological thing about going into the principal's office. It's scary. We're not very good at standing up for ourselves, but when it's to do with the school office, often we feel funny still. And I just say, the principal's job ends when they leave, but your job never ends as a parent. You have the full authority. So there's that side of it. But yeah, I just think, parents have just got to find their courage and the kids, and just have the open communication with their kids. The other thing as well is that if they were parents who spoke up during the COVID years, who didn't want to be masked or mandated, a lot of the parents, and it'll be the same here, they already are targeted, so the children are already being treated differently. And so they know they've got a target on their back, which is horrific, because the biggest thing that we can teach our kids is stand up for yourself and don't just do whatever. I was one of those very, tick the boxes, do it by the rules, listen to your teacher. One of the speakers said that yesterday. We taught our kids to go and respect your teachers and listen to them and believe what they say. And now we're saying, hey, by the way, we got that wrong. Actually, if something's wrong, you get up and you walk out and you have my consent to do that.
Yeah, you deal with the consequences later. If the school's going to give you trouble, at least then the child knows the parent, like yourself or the father, whoever it might be, is going to have their back.
100%.
Because of how much children trust teachers. It's almost like if they get up and walk out, they don't want to like hurt that teacher or hurt that, do anything bad by that teacher almost. And that can make them feel as though they're caught between a rock and a hard place again. Whereas one time the school would have been in the role of the parent in loco parentis as an example. Now it's increasingly shown that they're setting themselves up in opposition and are seemingly
100%.
doing a tyrannical state's bidding. Does that tie in with what you mentioned in your presentation, which I hope I'm pronouncing this right, something called the Yogyakarta principles?
Yeah, Yogyakarta.
Oh, Yogyakarta, I do apologise.
In fact, I said Yogyakarta when I talked about it recently because it's a Y, but it's an Indonesian name, so it's a Y.
I wrote
but
V, so I've just...
Yogyakarta.
So I think I just might have completely missaid that. It's been a long couple of days, ladies and gentlemen.
So the Yogyakarta principles, because they were developed when they were in a meeting in Yogyakarta, Indonesia.
Mm-hmm.
So in 2006, the first round were written, and then more in 2017. But they form the basis of how they've created the definitions of sexual attraction and sexual orientation,
and gender identity
and gender identity, yeah.
Right,
and
okay.
so it's part of their strategy to take something that wasn't binding and put it into law, and each country is binding, and their tool to use that is the United Nations.
Right. Okay, that's where it's coming from. Yes, man, it was a big part of your presentation, and you had the definitions of things like gender identity and stuff like that. Yeah. You very easily pointed out how quickly they made the bait and switch between sex and gender.
Yes.
And that was done very, very deliberately.
Yeah.
Have you noticed that those have really taken shape and that those have really influenced a lot of the policy making within, obviously, New Zealand, but then also within other countries as well? Have you noticed that these have really borne their harmful fruits in the policy and in the legislation?
Yeah, and also because it's not organic. Like, the people that are driving this absolutely have all the strategies, all the tools and all the money. So they use the psychological tactics and the bullying. So in New Zealand, and it was part of what I talked about in my speech, the conversion practices legislation ban, they manipulated our parliament to vote it in. So it wasn't an organic conscience vote. They were bullied. The youth members of the National Party, which was the key party at the time, they were very pro-trans, and they were bullied if you were more conservative, and it was a so-called conservative party. So, but the bait and switch is really important, because we've actually used the word gender for years. Like, when they've stopped using sex on forms, when you fill out a form, so we all know that gender means sex, or we all thought that was what it meant. And that's the thing, is that's why I labour on explaining, well, we think we know what it means. Like, to me, sexual orientation is who you orient towards, which is really simple, because there's only two sexes, and it's either the same sex or the opposite sex or both. End of story. That's all that sexual orientation should be. But they change what the meaning of it is, and then they say it's got to do with which gender you are attracted to. And then I'm like, but what's gender? Because it's not usually defined in law, and if you can't define something in law, it shouldn't be in law.
Yes, absolutely, and I think that's where you see a lot of people, they get caught up in these traps the way that the UN or who the people who are perpetrating this want. Because if they get caught in traps and they get confused, they can always be taken advantage of. They think sex and gender means the same thing, whereas one is, again, correct me if I'm wrong, is the biological classification determined at conception, and then the other one is essentially the determinant of whatever the hell they feel like that day, for lack of a better term.
It's a feeling, right? And they admit that it's a feeling and an ideology, and that's one of the key things, is that their definition of sexual orientation is it's your sex assigned at birth, which totally takes away the divine nature of that. Actually, your biological sex was decided on at the point of conception, not at the point of birth. You'd already been, you've developed whatever genitalia you were going to have when you were born, before you were born, so the doctor doesn't get to choose. And that's a sleight of hand of language, right?
Yes.
If they say a lie often enough, people will believe it is the truth.
Mm-hmm. Especially then when you have media organisations that censor and all of these other things as well. It's kind of interesting, you mentioned the divine nature. It's almost like they've taken the doctor and put the doctor in the position of where God would have once been, where God would have once, or did assign. They've now said, no, it's the doctor that's assigned it when it's at birth. It's kind of like that.
It's
manipulation
humanistic.
Again, yeah. And obviously the transhumanism seems to be what they're pushing towards, and it seems to be as part of this wider, Malthusian anti-human agenda, which again is one of the whole points of this conference as well. We've been talking about that Agenda 2030 and stuff like that. You mentioned a couple of other notable people in there as well. I think one of them was by the name of Phyllis Fry. There was a couple of others in there. Do you notice there's any one particular biggest threat in terms of all this, whether it's an institution, whether it's the ideology as a whole. What do you think people need to be most looking out for with regards to this issue?
I think they need to be really careful about the language they choose to use themselves, because otherwise they're perpetuating the lie, and that's why I'm really strong on sex-based rights rather than gender-based rights, because we haven't worked out what that is yet, and it's an idea. My hashtag that I always use is follow the money. Follow the money. You know that every workplace has to have DEI policies. They fly the pride flag. You know, it's so insane what's going on. The concern that I have about that when it comes into the workplaces is that they've already softened adults up to it, so that by the time it comes into the schools, parents are like, yeah, well, I have to have that at work as well. And people hate it. They don't like it. But if they say anything, they're a bigot and a homophobe and a transphobe and all the things. And so it's really uncomfortable for nice, kind people like us that don't like to make a fuss to actually put a stake in the ground and say, enough is enough, I will not comply. And people have lost their jobs over it. They will lose their jobs over it. You'll lose friends, you'll lose family members. I say, what's the price? How high is the price? Because someone said to me, the battles that we don't fight, our children are left to fight. I don't think our children should have to fight this. You know, our generation and that before us got this in. The jogi cutter principles, the background behind that came right back to the 1990s. So I was at high school then. So those of us who were kids at the time never saw this coming. And it's so insane that people don't believe us. And we don't want to believe it, which is why I go right back to source data, and I have to see it for myself to believe it myself. And then I try and explain it to people. And everything that I put out, I put all the links and references to everything I'm looking at and say, don't trust me on this. If you care about your children, your grandchildren, you need to go and look for yourself. And you decide. You decide if you're okay with this. And then once people go and look for themselves, then that gives them their backbone, because they see it. They're not just relying on a third person.
Yeah, you mentioned how insidious and how, again, they softened adults up to it and stuff like that, and they brought it in step by step, bit by bit. It kind of reminds me of a story as well when I was in school, how they were grooming us into it, not in the kind of sexual degeneracy, that kind of thing, but digital ID and digital currencies and stuff like that. When we were in comprehensive school, just a slight tangent, they put a box at the front of the cafeteria area, and it would be linked to your fingerprint. You put the money in there, it'd be linked to your fingerprint. All of a sudden, you're not paying with your money when you get to the counter with your baguette or sandwich, whatever it is. You're paying with your fingerprint. And then, if only
nice and convenient.
Yeah, and if only me then, back when I was 10 years old, I'd realised, one day it's going to be linked to your political opinions. You're going to be fired, and you're going to be social ostracised. It's going to make you lose friends and all of that stuff, and you could be made homeless at the flick of a switch, like they do in China. Yes. Maybe we would have seen it coming, but obviously that's why they target the kids as well with all of this. Yeah. And it's really sad you mentioned that they've softened the adults up as well, so that the one defence that kids would have, namely their parents and stuff like that, they've got to them as well. So in terms of, it's probably going to be like adults and parents and stuff like that are now going to be on the forefront for their kids. What are some of the things that you've noticed that can be quite helpful to start gaining the ground back that they would have lost?
I think the first thing for parents and grandparents to do is to have open lines and build that trust with your children, because the trust has been eroded away whether you had noticed it or not, and a lot of that's been with online. The narrative very much is that mum and dad don't understand. I mean, I've got someone whose son came home and said, "Mum, I'm a pansexual," and of course mum goes, "What is that?" And they said you wouldn't know what it was. So they've already primed the kids to go, mum is out of touch, she isn't going to understand, she's not your trustworthy adult, we are. And so parents need to be aware that that is the game, and that they need to front foot it, and they need to really tune in with their kids. They need to know what they're looking at online. I actually believe now, I have evidence, and it happened in my own family, that when we were all locked down, and when those of us who were consciously parenting and didn't have our children on the phones very much, when our children were isolated from their friends, we let them go on the phones more, and I believe that that's when a lot of the sexualisation targeting happened. They had everything planned, and so, and I just think when it comes to schools, the first thing that I do with parents is I jump onto the school website and I go in and help them to find their policies, and I encourage them to go and read their policies, because there will be policies on how schools are meant to engage with families, and the parents need to hold the schools to that. There is an obligation to communicate. They'll say, we have a wonderful relationship with parents and we're really open. So then you can say, well, I've found something out about my child and I need to know this. And if they say, no, we can't tell you, use the policies to help you as much as you can, and also find at least one other person in the school who can have your back, because it's a really lonely road.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. And you touched on it earlier just then as well. You have to be prepared to lose people as well. It is going to be a sad reality, is that you see people online or whatever either go into the pride marches or sharing things on their social media that go along with these things, and you got to understand, they're either on the opposite side, or people are going to think that they can't go down this road with you because they're scared about the danger themselves. So have to be prepared to almost walk it alone, but then the people that do stand by you through that, you appreciate them all the more because they understood the danger, they understood what could happen to them. Odds are they would have had stuff happen to them as well. They might have lost a job, God forbid they've lost a daughter or a son or whatever to the ideology, and then that you can count on them. And the biggest thing is, ladies and gentlemen, just a note to you guys who might be concerned about it, might want to get involved and stuff like that, you will find people along the way as well. You stay in it long enough, you will find people along the way, even if it is a dark place in time, especially at the start when you don't know who to go to, you don't know what to do. Do you think... Oh, go on, sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think even just meeting you and coming all the way across the world to here, it's incredible when you're in this space, because there's no ego here. We're genuinely just wanting to help the kids, and we'll jump. I mean, I didn't used to want to be in front of a camera. I don't know if you were always in front of a camera. I was the kid at school that would run home when it was speech day, and you saw me up on stage. We are compelled to speak up when we believe in something,
you know. Would have been the exact same.
So we've pushed ourselves out of our comfort zone, and it might be scary, but it's the making of us. And now in this space, I go anywhere in the world and I'm having the same conversations. And as hard as that is because of what the conversation is, there's camaraderie in that. And in a world where they're trying to isolate us, we need each other more than ever, which is why the likes of the people that have come here across the world, we know the value of meeting face to face, and we know the value of having each other's backs and putting each other's care first. We've had a bit of a, in the B&B that we're staying at, we've all had a bit of a cry about things because it's hard. It's hard going, and we've got life going on and challenges going on. But first and foremost, we care about each other. And in a world that doesn't seem to care, you find your space when you find your courage.
So a ruthless place is a very, very ruthless place, and that's why I think those people that will stand by you, those people that you find, you remember those people because they'll stand by you when all the chips were down, when everybody had things to lose.
Yeah.
I think people should be a little bit angrier. That's the only real thing that I wanted to add now. You think people should be a little bit angry, not because of what's going on, but because whether they realise it or not, just taxpayers, stuff like that, they're being forced to fund it and subsidise it with the government without their consent behind their back.
Yeah.
Because I drew this little crude graph. I just want to know what you thought about it, that there's the government here, they fund the NGOs, charities, unions, etc. They push these initiatives, and ultimately it's the taxpayer that gets shafted at the end with all of the costs and everything because this comes from the government. Yeah. Do you think that they should be a lot angrier than they actually are, that this is how their money is being used to push these agendas to outright harm the children?
I think they should be so angry, and it's funny because I have a 7-stage diagram that I'll send you.
I don't know if you can see it on there, but I'll flash it up in post if anything anyway.
Yeah, I have a diagram that I normally have in my presentation, but I took it out because I ran out of time to talk about it. But the annoying thing about that is it's not just a down line, it's an up line. So the taxpayers that are funding this movement, you know what I mean?
They're at the bottom.
Yeah, when I started looking at all the companies that were contributing to growing this industry, and I call it an industry, not a community, the trans community, I used to go around and talk about it, and I'd put all of the names of the companies up, which was only just a smattering of them. But it's everything. It's your fuel companies, your insurance companies, your banks, your clothing companies. It is the food companies. It's everybody. The media companies. So you can't boycott them. Because you wouldn't walk out your door in the morning, right? So you actually can't boycott them. You can lobby them and you can, tell them what for. But the fallback is we just have to expose it, and to the point where people go, that doesn't make sense at all. Like I say, that this poor marginalised group of trans people that keep telling us they're stigmatised, they have more special days of the year than any other group all put together. Right? They'll have a Pride Month, and then next week they'll have Trans Visibility Awareness Day, and then they'll have this and everything else. And they say they're marginalised. It's clearly a grift. I mean, for anyone who can count and open their eyes, it's a gift. It's not a naturally occurring thing. When you asked before about what to look out for, like it's all about the George Soros Foundation and it's BlackRock, Larry Fink, and we've got videos of him saying you've got to force behaviour change.
Forced to change, yeah.
So nothing is organic, and you know people are being corralled in many different ways. But the result is that we lose our autonomy and we lose our free thought. And I just say, if something feels wrong, like scratch that itch and figure out what it is, and then find your courage, because we need to get angry. And actually Kimberley here that you've got that runs Public Child Protection Way, she's a feisty wee thing, and we all need to take a leaf out of her book. You know, like I sit there going, I kind of sort of say it gently because we're pretty laid back people, and if you go in feisty, people will go, well, I don't want to, you know, raise a fuss, so I'll just shrink away from that. But we're at the point where we actually need to take a bit of a leaf out of Kimberley's book.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely need to.
So they only make people like Kimberley in one beautiful place in the world that's known as Wales. Welsh people, get up and please start fighting for it.
Yeah.
Is there anything you'd like to leave the people with at home? Just any final concluding remarks or anything like that? Things that they can do, maybe resources that you have. Obviously, your website and everything will be linked down below as well. Anything that they could pull on to help them out, to be aware and all those kinds of things.
Yeah, I would just say be really aware. And I did mention before something called anti-transgender extremism. So we have a publication.
Oh, was that book? Right.
Yeah,
yep.
yeah. So I'll just quickly say it because it's a crazy story, and I've done quite a few videos about it. But we found a book called Anti-Transgender Extremism in New Zealand, and it's written by a charity called Gender Minorities, and the fundings come out of the public purse, so out of the taxpayer funding. And that book basically says that if you are not trans or an ally of trans, you are not only a homophobic bigot, but you're actually a Nazi and a fascist. And that book is published on the New Zealand Police website, among other things. So that's how insidious it is. So you are up against it. But I would just say, anytime that you find anything like that, post about it, share about it, talk about it, ask a question. You know, like prove that you're right about this. That why are we funding this? These people, like I say, this is not a civil rights movement, and these people are never going to go quietly. Mm-hmm. So we have to rise up in our love and our truth. That truth doesn't need defending, but it does need to be heard.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you ever so much for your time, Lisa. You'll find all of that down below, guys. You'll find the website link down below. You find Lisa's social media and everything like that link down below as well. Make sure you go and check out the website. Make sure you go and follow and support however you can, and stay tuned for more of this report of the annual conference coming up very, very soon. Thank you ever so much. I greatly appreciate your time.
Yeah, thank you.
So your questions as follows.
Yeah, essentially, yes. So, guys, you can see here with Audrey today, you would have heard, well, I'll get into it in a moment. We had a lot of technical snafus yesterday, as you would have known. I didn't manage to capture the entire presentation. But Audrey, the internationally respected speaker, educator, advocate, and founder and president of the MXVIII group. Just before we start, Audrey, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good in this beautiful countryside.
Say, how have you found the trip?
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. I enjoy, I've been here. I've been to the Royal College of Nursing, actually attended for a month. With the University of Michigan, had an agreement with, so I was over here 40 years ago. So it's been 40 years since I've been here, but I love it here. So.
Yes, certainly do not make them really anywhere like this elsewhere in the world, aside from maybe, I think we were talking with Penny before, certain areas of New Zealand where she apparently comes from Middle Earth. But would you mind just please giving us a little bit of information about the I'm correct to say it's MXVIII group, yes? And also a little bit about what your presentation was about, just to hopefully fill in some gaps that my memory card issues would have potentially prevented me from filling in yesterday.
Well, this is certainly a ministry that I didn't pick, but I like to say that God set me up. So I was a sex educator in the schools. I was the one who went in and talked to the kids about sex, and I did my job well. I didn't have children at the time, newly married, and we were told that parents aren't doing their job and that we need to go in and do it for them. That you're going to hear a lie out there, that if you talk to children about sex, that you're going to decrease the teen pregnancy and STD rates. So I was fully equipped, went and did my job, did that for 5 years, and then my husband and I were blessed with our first child. And I wanted to work part-time for the health department, but the only part-time job available was working in the STD HIV clinic, which I wasn't too excited about doing genital exams on people, but it allowed me to be home with my child and still be in the nursing job that I liked. So I did that, and it's as if the Lord said, I want you to see the fruit of your labor. And over a 9-year period of time, I saw things getting progressively worse. I saw that children were becoming sexually active at earlier and earlier ages. I saw date rape dramatically increased in the 90s, which had to do, it correlated with online porn, started in the 90s, and we saw the direct result of that. And so from that, I said, okay, how do I wake people up to this? And my starting point was in the church. A friend of mine told me to look, if I'm going to look at the origins of sex ed, because I was lied to. Obviously, things were getting worse, not better. So I wanted to know, where did sex ed come from? Who developed it? And what was the intent? And from that investigation, someone said, well, look at the Christian sex ed program. So I looked at the very first one that came out in 1967-68, and I found the same origins. A man by the name of Alfred Kinsey, Hugh Hefner, and Planned Parenthood. And I thought, wow, this is kind of big. So Matthew 18:15-17 states that if your brother sins, you go to them. If they don't listen, you take someone else. And if that doesn't work, you take it to the church. Well, what if the entire body of Christ is in error? So I thought, I'm not an expert in Kinsey, and the Lord put Dr. Judith Reisman in my path, and she trained me all about Kinsey. She's the #1 expert in the world. I wasn't an expert in law. The Lord connected me with Colonel Ron Ray, who was a former assistant to the Secretary of Defense. He was a constitutional lawyer, so he educated me in the law. And then a few pastors along the way educated me on Scripture. So from that, I started this group, Matthew 18 group, based on that. But now we're kind of shifting over to the other part of Matthew 18, verse 6, where it begins with, if you lead a little one to sin, it's better to have a millstone put around your neck and thrown into the depths of the sea. So I'm alerting a lot of people. I'm educating a lot of people. I teach a course called Restoring Biblical Purity in the Church at a little Christian online college called Masters International University of Divinity. And I get to teach this course to pastors all over the world. So it's an exciting journey.
Quite a journey indeed, quite a journey. And I just wanted to touch on a bit quick. You mentioned there that you started off as a sex educator, and you seem to indicate a couple of those reflections at the time. I believe you used the phrase, the Lord wanted you to sort of see the fruits of your labor, but then when you saw then the fruits, the other kind of fruits that were taking place with how it was manifesting in a lot of these things, you were told that it was going to counter actually manifesting a lot earlier. How do you reflect on that period? Do you think that the people or the thoughts behind what was going to be going on with sex education at the time were one of those things where it starts off with noble intentions and gets corrupted, or do you think it was just bad from the very start?
I trusted authorities. I think back then we trusted authorities. We trusted the experts, that they were giving us the right information. But when I reflect back on it, actually, interestingly enough, when I went through my training, there were a few exercises they had us do. One of them, I was in a room with 100 teachers and school nurses. And they had us stand up and say the names for the genitals out loud over and over again. And, of course, we're all standing and a little embarrassed, to be saying that phrase. But the point was, if we were uncomfortable with that information, how could we get the children to be comfortable with that information? And now that I think about that, it was training us to take away our modesty, then we could take away the children's modesty. The other thing was that they had genitals, models on the front, the teacher up there that was instructing us had genital models of an erect male genitalia and a non-erect. And we were told to use this model to teach children how to put condoms on. And I'm thinking, now that I think back on it, we were teaching children how to put condoms on adult male genitalia. That's pretty dark now that I think of it. I'm like, why did that not connect? But again, I was so trusting authorities. I thought I didn't have children at the time. So I'm coming from the nursing perspective. You know, we went through anatomy and physiology and you know, we have to see people naked in certain situations when we're treating them. So I wasn't thinking on, you know, from wait a minute, I didn't step back. But now that I know that there are evil people that intended to sexualize our children, that sex ed was developed not to, it actually did the opposite. It exploded. Our teen STD, you can see the correlation of when they put sex ed in the schools, suddenly in America you see an explosion of teen STDs and pregnancy rates. So it was the complete opposite. But, you know, until the Lord had to walk me through it to see, like I said, the fruits of the labor. And it was bad fruit. It's bad fruit.
Can I just clarify what kind of ages of children were we talking about when you're talking about the examples of like the flaccid and the erect male genitalia and stuff like that? What kind of ages were we talking?
Well, typically we're talking about, usually you go in about 4th or 5th grade. So you're talking about 10 to 12-year-olds that you would be teaching that to.
Yeah, because I'm trying to think, we had a lesson in school that was very similar about like sexual health and I think it was contraception was the broader term. I was just trying to correlate it approximately when it would have come in the school that I was in. I think it was around about 14 was around the time that we were learning about it. Very weird to be learning about that off the teacher that in the next period she's all of a sudden teaching you artwork. Was very, very weird indeed. We can sort of laugh about it, but you mentioned how it's very, very sinister at its core. And as mentioned with your faith, is obviously going to be coming from a very sinister place. And it seems that sinister entity that is spewing nothing but malevolence has taken over a lot of religious institutions. And that's why you named it the Matthew 18 group. How prevalent do you notice that in America? Because I notice it personally a lot of religious institutions here, but not only the corruption of those religious institutions, that a lot of people as individuals have just let their faith go into their sort of atheistic apathy. But Salva, how do you notice, or how big is the problem of this rot in the religious institutions in particular?
It's huge. Whenever I go to churches, I go to their libraries. And I look at their books. I look at the books specifically on sex education, because there is Christian sex ed materials out there, and on marital intimacy. And I can tell you that 95% of it is Kinsey.
Oh, wow.
So I've narrowed it down just because I've done the research. I've looked into these books, and it doesn't automatically say Kinsey, but it'll say his associates, or Hugh Hefner, or somebody associated with, the United Nations, or SICUS, and so I'll give you an example of, there's a very popular book called Intimate Issues in America, and it's the #1 bestseller for Christian women. And in it endorses sodomy and marriage. And so I thought, this is interesting. So I went to the back of the book, and I found that they were referencing to a book written by Dr. Paul Pearsall, who wrote a book in the 1970s called Supramarital Sex. And I looked in the back cover of that book, and lo and behold, he was the director of the Kinsey Institute. So you can weave your way back to Kinsey, and I've narrowed it to 3 areas. The church has forgot that God values the moral innocence of children. Nothing takes away a child's childhood faster than sexual information. Now, if you look at Maslow, Skinner, none of them ever identified sex knowledge being key for a child's development. It never was. As a matter of fact, it's traumatic for a child's development. And then the second area is that God values all life. So we have Christian women, and I'm not advocating everyone be barefoot and pregnant, but Christian women have to thank Alfred Kinsey and Margaret Sanger from Planned Parenthood for the fact that we use birth control. Because it was illegal in, it wasn't just the Catholic Church. All churches in America were against birth control until Kinsey came along. So Margaret Sanger, of course, had been working on the churches as well, and her associates. So, and one of the actions of the birth control pill is that when the egg and the sperm join, it makes the uterus hostile. So, and we now say that life is at conception when the egg and sperm comes together. And one of the actions of the birth control pill is that it causes the uterus to be hostile, so that that baby cannot implant, and so you spontaneously abort. But we don't realize that. So here I am, a mom, I was 40 years old when I was doing this research, and I had a very godly woman, as a matter of fact, Colonel Ray's wife, Eunice, said to me, Audrey, what's one of the highest callings on this earth? It's being a mom. Did it ever occur to you that God might have another one in store for you? And I'm like, I got to pray about that. Yes, I had 3 children in 3.5 years. The youngest was 9 years old. I'm thinking, I'm done. I'm done with that. But I prayed about it, and every reason that I didn't want another child are the same reasons that women abort babies. And it hit me between the eyes like, wow. Am I really open, Lord, if you had another one? So we did natural family planning for a year. Then I got pregnant, miscarried, got pregnant again, and at 43, I have my precious baby boy, who is now 21. He is 6'5". I call him a gentle warrior for the Lord, gentle giant. And then the third area is sodomy, the normalization of sodomy. And that's why we have the LGBTQ, is because the church has said, well, it's actually in the sodomy case, Lawrence versus Texas, the reason we lost that case wasn't because all the gay people wanted sodomy legal, it's because the Christian leaders were saying, no, us Christian couples can commit sodomy, but you gay people can't. Of course, we should have lost it. If we're not going to set a standard, then why, let it be legal, if that's the case.
Did people just sort of perceive it then as more of a double standard more than anything else?
Yes, most people, it's interesting because sodomy, from if you're 80 or older, that's a detestable, unnatural act. Whereas the younger people, because of pornography, and Hugh Hefner did that, he normalized, he elevated sodomy above the Merrill Act. And so you've got the point. And it's funny because when we define sodomy, and I did ask my husband to come and speak with me once to a Christian group, and I go, honey, I can call the women back to purity. I can talk to parents about raising pure kids. I can't call the men back. And so it was interesting. After we talked about sodomy, the men came up to my husband's side of the podium. The women came up to my side of the podium, and the women said to me, do you have that anywhere in writing so I can show that to my husband? And then the men are going, oh, come on, I've never heard that before. And so my husband said, would you put your mouth on a sewer pipe?
Yeah.
So
that is the reality.
That is the reality, but and that's the perversion of it. And we've taken something beautiful that God designed for a husband and a wife, and we've turned it into this perverted thing. So
when you apply it to children, do you think then it's kind of like they just put it in front of them, and then these evildoers, they're just relying on children's natural fascination to do this kind of stuff? I spoke with Kathryn Watkins, one of the associate researchers here at PCPW. She told me a horrendous story of just an account of a parent, I believe it was a mother, found her 2 children simulating sex acts on each other, which I can't imagine what goes through your head when you see that moment. Do you think, again, it's whatever this malevolent force is behind all this, and the people that carry it out, they're using children's natural instincts against them a lot of the time, just their curiosity and their innocence?
Yes, exactly.
What would be then one of the things then that you might advise, say, parents in how to defend against that? What are some of the things which you've sort of given in like your speeches? Obviously you've got your resources, your ministry, or things like that.
Right, yeah. And I wrote a book called 10 Tips on How Not to Talk to Your Children About Sex, because we know what happens when we talk graphically to them. So I look to Scripture. I look to what God's Word said. And God models a tremendous amount of modesty for us. He calls an arm, a leg, but he never mentions the genitals by name. It's always in poetic language. So that's an interesting thing. So when we were teaching our children, of course, from the medical field, we were told you have to give them the correct name for the genitals. And why is that? Well, if they get abused, then they can point those things out. However, isn't it interesting? We don't tell them, like, Mama, I hurt my scapula, or we just teach them one part of the body because we want them to focus on that one part of the body. So we taught our children private parts because you need to keep those private. You need to be modest, and you need to keep those private. Not showing them to anyone except mom and dad, when we're, and they're younger and they're taking a bath. But, or the doctor if he's examining you. So, those are simple things, that we do. And I think the important thing is what parents do. I mean, what you do versus what you say. They're going to pick up more on what you do than what you say. They will imitate, and that's what children do. They imitate what was put in front of them, and that's why that parent had that horrible story because they were exposed to that. So, yeah.
Yeah, like a phrase, children don't necessarily learn, or they don't just learn, they absorb.
Yes.
Like, even mannerisms from our parents, and I forget with my dad, one time I copied him in nearly saying an F word, and then he's like, what the hell did you just say? So, those things then, language matters, how you carry yourself matters. I'm really encouraging parents, especially, to be the example that they would like to see in their children, which lends me on to kind of like a closing question, which is a little bit more open, is that I look around this place, right? I look around this beautiful place, and the thing that gets me, at least in Wales, at least in many areas, at least where I'm from, it seems that it's naturally very atheistic, apathetic, and for lack of a better term, godless, just in the way that the people don't think about it. People don't think about it. They've let their faith fall away by the wayside. In Britain as a whole, church attendance, until recently, has been nothing on the decline. And I think that may be because we've talked a little bit about how those institutions have been corrupted. People can tell that they're moving away from the messaging. Right. Or be something which you could say to people who might be interested, or even not really hearing this, but may need to hear it, about getting back in touch with our relationship with God and stuff like that. Where would you sort of, obviously you've got your ministry and stuff like that, what sort of words and stuff would you give them?
And you're right, we are seeing an increase in church attendance, especially among the younger people. And I always say when I love talking to teenagers and college students. That's one of my favorite audiences. And I say, okay, I look at your generation, and more of you have been killed by birth control and abortion than any other generation. You guys have more sexual deviance thrown at you than any previous generation. And that tells me Satan is working so hard on your generation because you're the generation that's going to bring your nation back. So, if the other side is making them into activists, why aren't we activating them for the Lord? I met a wonderful group of young people in Uganda when I was there at the university, and they started a group called BANG. It stands for Becoming a New Generation. And these are students that are holding each other accountable to the standard of purity. And they're putting, number one is your relationship with Jesus Christ. And once that's in alignment, then everything else falls into place. So seeking out a church, and not just any church, but a church that is Bible-based. I say to find a church that's not afraid to stand up against the culture. And I know that's hard to find. It took me a few years. I finally found one. I love my pastor. But there are churches out there like that. And I will tell you, in America, those churches are really growing. They're exploding. Whereas the churches that aren't standing up to the culture, that aren't speaking biblical truth, they're not doing as well.
Do you think those super churches, the mega churches, the ones you see with like the people flying about on wires and all of those things, put money in the hat for the Lord, that kind of stuff. Do you think they're sort of falling by the wayside slowly, a lot of those places, and people are looking for something that's a lot more traditional?
Well, and sad to say, some of those mega church pastors are being caught. One famous in the Dallas area was caught several years ago. He had had sex with a 12-year-old parishioner when he was married and had kids. And it wasn't until the woman got to the age in her 30s and she had a 12-year-old, it kindly hit her, I need to stand up. I need to speak out against this. And she did, and he is now in prison. So,
good.
What judgment starts at the house of the Lord, right? So, God's starting to, and God's a God of justice. And I know, from the conference yesterday, that's hard information to hear. And I know so many people have been abused as children. I was abused as a child. So I know that this information is hard to hear, but it's important that we know the truth, because the truth is what sets us free. And when we know the truth, we're no longer part of the problem, but we can be part of the solution.
Yeah, and another one you just touched on there about abuse. Another one is Father Dan Rehill, who I think he's a Tennessee diocese and getting abused as a child. And then you often see then people who go through those experiences, like the detransitioners who've gone through the transition process, and now some of the most gung-ho and vocal against child transition and all of those things. I think this as well, just a slight side note just before we finish up, for people who might have either gone through that dark time or similar dark times, that by seeking out these things, that there's no evil that can't be used for good in the long run in the hands of God.
That's right. Exactly. Yeah. Now I fight pedophiles. So, he uses all of our experiences for his glory. So even the bad things. So.
Are there any final remarks you'd like to just leave people with who might be watching, listen to this, concerned parents, people who might want to get back in contact with their faith, realizing that the apathetic atheism really doesn't give people a foot to stand on with regards to the morals of these issues, whatever it might be. If there's anything also you'd like to leave in terms of resources, names, all of it will be linked down below anyway. If there's anything you'd like to leave, please do so.
Well, and you can go to my website, which is MXVIII.org, and we have a lot of resources on our website as well. I would just encourage you to seek out the Lord. Sometimes he puts you in a situation where you have to go, I surrender. And I've had that experience, and when I was totally broken and just couldn't go another step, and I called out to God, and he was like right here. He was like, and it was the darkest time in my life, but he was right here with me all throughout it. And it wasn't that he was physically right in my face, but there were people that came to me. There was a woman who invited me into a prayer group, and we prayed over my situation. I would be listening to Christian music on the radio, and I would hear just the right song that was speaking right to my situation. God does reach out to us in amazing ways. And I put my face in the Bible. I mean, I read God's word. And that's the thing, is that don't take what people say. Don't take what a pastor says. Don't take what a church is saying. Rather, always make sure that Scripture backs up what's being said. Because as I found out, the Christian sex act was not based on God's word. It was based on Kinsey. So the Bible's a good place to start. Surrendering to God, the Lord. Like I said yesterday, we just have to, that's why he died on the cross. We have to just surrender to him. I mean, no matter what sin you think you've committed or what's been done to you, you give it to the Lord. You leave it at the cross. Sometimes Satan likes us to take it and put it in our backpack so he can just keep beating us over the head with it. So you leave it at the cross, and he's going to bring. He, of course, has already forgiven you, and he's going to bring the restoration. He's going to turn it around. I truly believe that.
That's brilliant. Thank you so much, Audrey. Greatly appreciate it. And you'll find all of the references linked down below as well, guys. The Matthew 18 group, you'll find the link to the book that Audrey mentioned as well. Thank you so much for your time, Audrey. I greatly appreciate it. And thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Day 3.
Parliament Square. A trip that very nearly did not happen. So it's looking like we're not going to London. How unfortunate. I was stood at Newport bus station thinking that the coach due to take us up to Parliament Square either was not coming or had already gone. Luckily, those fears would be accounted for in due time when the coach did arrive, and as a result, we were able to make our way up to Parliament Square after Public Child Protection Wales and the ITF, the International Task Force, had presented their bill to the MP, and they were going to hold a public address on Parliament Square in which we were able to capture this footage from the speakers and 1 or 2 interviews to cap off the day. Hope you enjoy.
By fucking far, the most claustrophobic one I've been in. Nah.
All the international guests from around the country, around the world, they'll tell you what's happening in their countries. You've got some experts here to give you some background on where this whole RSE curriculum comes from. So we're going to get started without much further ado, and we're going to ask, where's Audrey? Audrey, would you come first? You don't have to stand on the bench. This is Audrey Werner. She's from America, and she knows a lot about where this RSE curriculum comes from. So here you go. Thank you, Audrey.
I don't have to stand on the bench. I might fall off. Well, it's an honor to be here today. I come from America, and my background is I was a sexually transmitted, or first I was a sex educator. I was the one who taught kids sex education in the schools. I did that for 5 years, and then I moved on in my career to work in the STD HIV clinic. And I had been told in my sex ed training that parents aren't doing their job, so I need to go in there and do it for them. I was also told that if I go and talk to kids about sex, I'm going to decrease the pregnancy and the STD rates among the teenagers. So I thought, well, I can help parents out. And once I moved to the STD HIV clinic, over a 9-year period of time, I saw things getting progressively worse. And it seemed like the more sex education we were doing for children, the earlier and earlier they were becoming sexually active. For example, in 1991, the typical age of first sexual contact was 16 years old. By the time I left in 1999, it was not uncommon to hear 10 years old being first sexual contact. So that challenged me because I realized I'd been lied to and deceived. And I thought, wait a minute, where did sex ed come from? Who developed it, and what was the intent? So as I did the research, I found a man by the name of Alfred Kinsey, who was considered the father of the sexual revolution. He did sex studies in the 30s and 40s, and his works were published in 1948, Sexual Behavior in the Human Male, 1953, Sexual Behavior in the Human Female. His data was not objective, it was rather subjective. He had an agenda. He believed in anything goes. He believed rape was a myth. He believed that infants could have sex with adults and there was no harm. He believed incest was fine, and he basically anything goes. He'd be very happy with where we are today. So as I found this, I thought, well, this is pretty important. Kinsey's work was used, I say in America, and this is really true no matter what country I'm in, whether you're in law, education, medicine, the military, or the church, you have been affected by Kinsey's science. It shifted us all as nations away from God. America is a Christian nation. We're one nation under God. And so there was a plan to shift us. So Kinsey's science was used to shift us. But Kinsey's science was also used by the UN. He was given consultative status in 2013. So now his science is being pushed into all countries. It's being taught at the university level. It is being taught to our teachers, who are then turning around and teaching our children. And the goal was never to decrease the pregnancy or the STD rates. As a matter of fact, we've seen it skyrocket in America. At the exact moment we put it in, all of a sudden the rates were like this, and then they go way up. So the intent was to sexualize children, to prepare them for sex with adults, to prepare them with sex with each other. And so, as we know, there's been great harm from that. There is an explosion of depression. There is an explosion of suicide among our young people. The STD rates have skyrocketed, teen pregnancy. Single parent families has exploded because the traditional family's fallen apart because of all the damage that was done to children. It's hard to move on and live a normal life. So I am honored to be here to be able to first speak at the conference. We spoke to somebody in Parliament today, and God's just continuing to open doors. I will tell you on a positive note, I was asked to go to Uganda and to speak to some pastors there, and on my way there, God opened a door for me to speak to Parliament members in Uganda. And I presented the information that I normally present, and at the end of it, Uganda's Parliament decided not to sexualize their children and to not put comprehensive sex ed in their schools. And that was in 2019, and to this day, they still have not put it in their schools. And the Minister of Ethics and Integrity there, Dr. Nasaba Baturo, got up and he said, "Professor Werner, never have I heard such a talk." He said, "In our hearts we knew it was wrong, but we didn't know why. You just gave us the why." So I encourage you to get educated on Alfred Kinsey, because he has affected your nation just as he's affected our nation. And we need to repeal anything that is based on Kinsey science, including comprehensive sex education. So my name's Audrey Werner. I'm from the Matthew 18 group. It's matthew18.org. Tons of information on there. So thank you.
Thank you, Audrey. Brilliant speech, and thank you for coming down to Wales. Audrey was our first. Oh gosh, everything's flying everywhere. Audrey was the first of our international guests who spoke at our conference Saturday as well. Brilliant work, absolutely incredible work, and such a pleasure to know you, Audrey, along with everyone else that we're going to hear from soon. So our next speaker has also flown from very far, and she's from Indiana. Indiana is actually where Alfred Kinsey had been in university and studied at university and done his research there. So as Rhonda will tell you more about that. So if we just have a massive round of applause for Rhonda Miller. Woo, woo, woo.
Thank you. It is a real honor to be here in the downtown London area. Never in my wildest dreams did I figure I would be in here, in this place. So it's a real honor to be here. So yes, I was born and raised in the state of Indiana. And for most of my life, I had no idea that Indiana was home to one of the most notorious pedophiles to ever exist. Many people right now are focused on Jeffrey Epstein. And I keep telling people we had in Indiana a pedophile long before Jeffrey Epstein ever existed. So he moved to Indiana shortly right after World War II, or near the end of World War II, came in as a zoologist, and before long he launched into sex studies, collecting information and data from pedophiles, prostitutes, and rapists all across the nation. So I will tell you, many Hoosiers do not know, that's what Indiana people are called, as Hoosiers. Hoosiers did not know that they were then responsible for funding the Kinsey Institute. So I made it my mission, as I was mentored under Dr. Judith Reisman, as was Audrey, and I promised Judith, I will not relent until we take that institute down. Yes. So I went on a mission to not only repeal Indiana's obscenity loophole, which allowed our schools to distribute pornography, because those laws were instituted as soon as Kinsey's books were published, and he was sent out, paid for by the Rockefeller Foundation, protected by our Central Intelligence Agency. They used the university, in my opinion, as a place to demoralize America, right in the heartland of the country. So I had made it my mission to first target the obscenity exemption loophole. It took me 3 years in a red state to do that. Same year, we worked with a freshman legislator, and we amended our budget. We have a biannual budget in the state of Indiana. We amended the biannual budget, and for the first time ever, defunded the Kinsey Institute. But it did not come without a price. That lawmaker was targeted. They went after her with a vengeance. She no longer gets her bills heard. And so that comes at a price to do, okay? So what they've done is they have now determined that they are going to fund it through the Indiana University Foundation. So we are in the process of trying to figure out, okay, how do we go after that foundation? And the governor of Indiana currently was given the authority to take over the Indiana University Board of Trustees. So I am calling on all Americans, all global people, to help me. I need to go after the Board of Trustees. Because not only did the governor take over the Board of Trustees, but then he appointed 2 more IU Foundation people to that board, which tells me he doesn't intend to do anything with the Institute. And I'm determined we're gonna address it. So I'm asking, as I did Saturday at the conference, for all of you to help me go after IU. You can go to their website, you can go to the Kinsey Institute website, and you can send emails to the Board of Trustees. I'm asking you to do that. I'm asking you to tell them what exactly Kinsey Science and Fraud and Crimes has done to your children, to the children of the world. Because all of us united can do it. We can take it down. I will give you some hope, because as we've worked through the process of doing it, we've also worked through, in America, repealing some of those laws that were put into place based on Kinsey. States after state are repealing those obscenity loopholes, which is allowing this pornographic material into the schools. State after state now is also implementing death penalties or life sentences for those who rape children. They also are, state after state, implementing anti-grooming laws. So little by little, America is taking action at the state level. However, that institute still exists. That institute still feeds out pornography. It still feeds out perversion. It's throughout the university, and it is throughout our entire nation. And because of the consultative status, you are also paying the price. So I'm asking you to join with me. Go to the website of Indiana University, contact the Board of Trustees, and contact the institute itself. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rhonda. So,
Hi everybody, it's amazing to be here. Who has been to New Zealand before? Anybody? Okay, so New Zealand is part of the British Commonwealth. It is under the Westminster system, so we're under the same system that you're under. And who here thinks that we're in a true democracy? If we were in a true democracy, our MPs would be able to vote for what they think is right. So when I came over to Wales to the conference, what I spoke about was the conversion practices ban legislation, which is what the activist groups here, the LGBTQ activist groups here, are pushing for getting, and they're saying that we need to have it in law. In New Zealand, we had that law put in 2022. And the fallout of that is that now in New Zealand, in countries like ours, where that law has come in, parents, therapists and pastors can't help children who have been indoctrinated with the sex education curriculum in schools. So once that law is in, you've got an uphill battle. So I was able to share how I could show that the conversion practices legislation that they're trying to push in is a strategy from the United Nations. They've been working hard on the strategy since at least 2018, and they will not give up. They have funded, the LGBTQ activist groups are funded by the government to lobby the government. In New Zealand, we have 120 MPs, and when this legislation went through, only 8 of them voted no. Some of those MPs were threatened with death threats. Their families were threatened. They were maligned and hated online, and they were bullied. Does that mean we live in a democracy? No. So we need people like you and people like us to stand up and speak the truth and say what's going on. The reason that they, the way that they shut us down is that they say that we're hateful bigots, that we're transphobes and homophobes. We're not. We don't want badly of those people. We want to help them. Okay, the reason that they have to shut us down and they can't have us say things and we can't book halls and things like that and we don't get in the media is because we speak the truth and it's common sense. The truth doesn't need defending, it just needs to be heard.
So I just want to thank everybody that's here today and the amazing groups at Too Much Too Young and Public Protection Wales, Public Child Protection Wales, for putting on this event, and please support them. Please follow our work and please share it. The thing that everybody out there can do, if you don't want to stand up in front of a microphone like people like us, is to share, comment, tell others, invite your local mums or grandparents around for a coffee and get talking to them about the research that the likes of all of us have put on file to help you understand. Like Audrey said, we knew it wasn't right in our soul, but we couldn't quite pinpoint it, and you've given us why. So go and look at the research that we've done and share it. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Penny. Brilliant. Thanks very much for that. I don't think I dare to get up on this bench with my heels on today. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jana Lunden. I'm founder of the Natural Women's Council, but my most important role in life is being a mother. And I have 2 small children, and there's no way that I'm going to hand my children over and blindly trust the state, who is clearly harming children in all of our institutions. So I'm delighted to see so many people here in London Parliament Square from so many different backgrounds, so many different countries, but there's one thing that unites us all, and that is protecting our most precious, our most vulnerable people in society, and that's our children. The Natural Women's Council started a few years ago with 5 concerned mommies when they were trying to erase mother and woman from the Maternity Protection Acts, because obviously the word mother is not inclusive and it's offensive to those men who apparently can chest feed. We won that battle, but fast forward a few years, we've been really deep diving into the education system and where this is coming from, and now we have, after starting with 5, nearly 100,000 parents in Ireland in our networks across our group and the groups we work with. And hopefully most of you here today can agree on one thing, and that is that childhood is sacred. We only get one shot at childhood. We can't rewind it. There's no undo button. We get one chance to get childhood right. And children can suffer all sorts of abuse. There's physical abuse, sexual abuse, and what's happening in schools is emotional abuse, psychological abuse, grooming them for physical and sexual abuse and normalizing that. So we joined up, we all met in DC back in October, and thanks to a lot of you who supported the travel, we all met with our international task force that we formed, because a lot of us are looking at where is this coming from. We look to the left, we look to the right, and sometimes the last one to see the water is the fish. All we really have to do is look up. This is a global assault on our children coming from the unelected bureaucrats, the United Nations, UNESCO, World Health Organization, World Economic Forum, and all of these global bureaucrats that do not care about our children or our family values. And if there's one thing we can say to all of them is that our children belong to us. They do not belong to the state. I'm a mother and my children belong to me. So we joined an international task force with New Zealand, Australia, England, Wales, Ireland, US, Canada, and we're growing every day to become an international force. They can ignore one voice. They can't ignore hundreds of thousands of us around the globe, and that's what we've just formed. So we're asking thoughtful questions, we're asking reasonable questions. And a lot of you may fear that if you speak up, you're going to be labeled, smeared, vilified, or threatened like many of us have. But if there's one thing that any of you should fear, all you have to do is look in the eyes of a child. Look at that beauty, that purity, and that innocence. And if there's one thing that you should be afraid, it's that that's under assault. You should be terrified of children losing their childhood, to adults pushing their confusion, their ideologies, and their fetishes onto them. That terrifies me more than any name or label that I've been called. We also have to watch the language that's being used. We're told to be kind, inclusive, progressive, and move forward with the times. I don't think it's kind to tell a child they might be born in the wrong body. When I gave birth at age 41, nearly 11 years ago, I looked at my child and said, they are perfect, as I held them in my arms. The doctor came up to me and said, I need to take your baby to count their fingers and toes to make sure there's 10 there. I said, I don't care if there's 10 there. My child is perfect. Nearly 11 years later, I still see my child perfect as nature and God made her. So how did people get from 10 years ago to thinking the child was perfect to now the government's told them the child is born in the wrong body? How do we get to thinking children are sexual from birth? So we need to get back to reality and get back to common sense. Don't worry about being hated. That might mean you're over the target, because if people hate us for standing up for children, then that must mean that we're doing something right. George Orwell once said, the further a society drifts from the truth, the more it will hate those who speak it. So if anybody hates me for protecting children, that's okay. So it's not kind to mutilate children or tell them they're born wrong. It's not inclusive to try to shut down dissenting voices. And it's not progressive to let confused men in dresses into my daughter's toilet or to beat her in football. So today we're drawing a line. Today we're drawing a line, not in anger, but in commitment. A commitment to children, a commitment to women, a commitment to families, and a commitment to having open, honest dialogue. Conversation does not belong to one country alone. And more people are starting to ask questions. The truth is out, and it cannot go back in. More people are choosing to speak. And this is a call to action for anyone listening. It's a call to action to parents. You need to stay informed. You need to look in your children's books, and if you're not happy with it, you need to have that tough conversation because your child depends on you. That's your job. We call on grandparents to make your voices heard, and to teachers, neighbors, and citizens, don't assume that someone else will take this on. If not us, then who? And if not now, then when? When it comes to our children, we will stand, we will speak, we will not be silenced or bullied. Not tomorrow and not ever. So thank you all for having those conversations and taking action.
Hello everybody, I'm really happy to be here today. My name is Lynda Derham, and I started the Irish Education Alliance. I'm a primary school teacher, and I just felt it in my heart and soul that this is so wrong to be teaching our children about gender ideology and also the over-sexualization of our children in schools. I had to speak out and speak up about it. It started when the children were masked in schools, when my own children were masked, and it broke my heart, and that started my journey. And when the mask came off, I thought that's the end, but then this education, this overly sexualized education and gender ideology came into the school curriculum. And as a teacher, I cannot stand by and see this content being taught, this indoctrination of our children happening, and this over-sexualization. It's also happening in libraries, for example. This book is gay. Is a book that's in libraries in Ireland, and I'm sure here as well, for 12-year-olds. People might say, oh, that's homophobic to be saying anything against this book. But in this book, the content is pornographic. It is so bad that I won't read it right now. It explains about hand jobs, blow jobs. It explains about anal sex, and also it explains about an app called Grindr, which is for over 18-year-olds. And this is in libraries for 12-year-olds, and it's also connected to the school curriculum in Ireland and probably here as well. Yeah, it's in a booklet for parents to give to their children who may be confused about their sexuality. So it's in a booklet from the HSE, which is the health service in Ireland, and so they will believe, oh, that's since it's from the government, it's from the Department of Education, it must be the right thing to give to my child to read. And because we trust, we're too trusting, and no longer can we trust our government to our children. They are following and they are heading to complete what the Agenda 2030 is telling them to do. and our children are just pawns for that agenda. And we need to stand up and say no, parents and teachers. A lot of teachers are oblivious to what the content is in schools. They don't know, they don't want to know about it, and if they do know about it, they may say, I'm never going to teach it. But that's not the point. The content is there, it's in the books, children can read it. I mean, they already see it online, and schools should be saying what's online is wrong, yeah? But these schools and libraries are affirming what the children are being indoctrinated with, is social contagion online, and it needs to stop. And the more parents and teachers that stand up and speak out about this, the stronger our word will become. We just have to say no. And I can see it's very challenging for teachers because, you know, our jobs are at stake. You know, we get cancelled. I've been cancelled from many schools for speaking out. And it is very difficult. But we have to think about the children. They are the most important. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Lynda. Brilliant speech. So yeah, I was just going to sort of say about this book here. I've read a couple of abstracts from you here, and it's mind-blowing. It's disgusting. It's actually pornographic. So this book was actually recommended by one of the councils up in North Wales in teaching books, the library books and teaching books in the schools. So, you know, we can't trust any of them. You know, Ireland's got it, but well, we've all got it bad all over the world. Every single country has got slightly different things going on in their curriculums, but it all comes from the same thing. So if we stand together, fight together, then we will move mountains. So thank you, Lynda. That was brilliant for your talk there. So our next speaker now. Our next speaker is a politician. He's the only person, the only party that has supported us from the very, very start. You all know him, David Kurten from the Heritage Party. So massive hand for David. Woo! And you definitely don't have to get up on the bench.
I better not get up on the bench. There might not be much bench left after I get up on it, actually, to be honest. Thank you so much, Lucia. Yeah, I've been fighting against this for a very long time. Before I got into politics, I was a teacher myself, but I haven't been in the classroom since 2016. And when I was a teacher, this wasn't really much of an issue because all of these things have come in the last 10 years. In England and Scotland and Wales and Northern Ireland, we have relationships and sex education, which is the branding in the UK of comprehensive sexuality education. It came in England in 2017 through all of the people in the Parliament, which is over there behind the cameras, through the fake conservatives, as I call them, introducing a clause in the Children and Social Care Act, which required all schools to teach this relationships and sex education. It came in Wales through the Labour government in the Senedd. It came in Scotland through the SNP in Holyrood, and it came in Northern Ireland when the Northern Ireland Assembly was out of action because they were all arguing with each other. But the Conservatives, so-called, in England pushed through the Northern Ireland Act, which required it to be taught in schools in Northern Ireland as well. So we've got this in all four areas of the United Kingdom through various political parties. But I call them a uniparty, because they're all acting together and they're all imposing Agenda 2030, which this is what this is part of, and the 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals, and of course it's all tied in with the World Health Organization too, and much of the matrix that tells schools what they have to teach as part of relationships and sex education is published by the World Health Organization, and it was done a long time ago in 2006 in documents going back that far in history, if you like. And some of the things they require children to be taught are quite perverse. From 0 to 4 years in age, they're supposed to be to learn about and to try to think of words which are not too perverse. Self-stimulation and touching themselves, and I don't want to use anything more explicit than that, although that is explicit for 0 to 4 year old children. And this is what they voted for. And some of the MPs and some of the politicians in the Uniparty are bad and wicked and perverse. Others of them are just stupid. And they just go along with what they're told, and they don't look into things and scrutinise things properly. And because they don't, they let these kind of things happen, and they wouldn't want their kids to be taught about it. They might home educate their own kids or send their kids to independent schools, but they want everybody else to be taught about it, or they just don't care and they don't look into it. So our job here is to raise awareness to the millions of parents around the country who, when they find out what is going on in schools, are absolutely horrified and disgusted, as you are here, which is why you're here, which is why you're out and you are protesting and you are in organisations fighting for our kids' innocence. And I thank you all so much for doing that, and for everyone who's involved in the fight to keep our kids pure and innocent, and to restore the innocence of childhood that has been taken away by politicians and activist teachers, because not all teachers are innocent. Some of them are. There's a lot of teachers who don't want to teach this stuff, who don't teach it because they teach other things. But there are increasingly activist teachers going in, and they think they've done a good job when they queer a child. That's what they want to do. That's their aim. It's sick and it's perverse. I can't believe what anyone would want to do that. But there are people who do that, and that's what we're up against. So it's really a great honour and privilege to stand here on the stage of Public Child Protection Wales and Too Much Too Young, and to be with you as you fight for children. Now, we need to take action politically as well. We're here and we act in schools, you act in schools, you act in the media, you tell people what's going on, but we need to actually boot out the Uniparty. So they don't ever do anything like this again. So we reverse the bad things that they've done, and we never ever let this happen again. And so obviously, you know, I'm in the Heritage Party. Two of our policies are that we will completely scrap and abolish comprehensive sexuality education. We will repeal the Gender Recognition Act 2004 and scrap and take out the whole concept of gender from law, because there is no such thing as gender that is different to biological sex. There are two sexes, male and female, determined by your anatomy at birth and your chromosomes. There is nothing else but rubbish. I would nearly swore then. Anything else is unscientific rubbish. And we will also implement and try to bring into Parliament a Hungarian-style law that protects children from promotion of LGBTQIAPP plus ideology, so that they are not subjected to that, and they can be kids, children can be children, kids can be kids, and they can maintain their innocence. Now, we are in the end of April here at the time of this event. As always in the UK, there are scheduled elections in the first week of May, and I'm so excited that in Wales we have a full slate of candidates, and many of you fantastic representatives of humanity and decency in Public Child Protection Wales are standing for election to the Senedd in Wales, and I'm looking forward to seeing you get in there and kick some bottom. Thank you very much, everybody. God bless you all. Keep up the fight.
Thank you very much, David. It's a pleasure to hear from you as always. Now we've got somebody very special next. A few years back when we were here in Parliament Square for our rally, Billboard Chris turned up from America. Now today we've got... Is he Canadian? Oh, he is, sorry, yeah, Canadian. Well, today, sorry. Yeah, it's your job, Bridget. Today we've got our Mancunian version of Billboard Chris. This is Steve James. He goes around the country with his billboard and has discussions with people. So I will now pass you over to him. You can hear what he has to say.
Right, unlike David, I'm going to have to stand on here because I'm quite small. Yeah, so I wasn't the original person to start doing this. I saw Billboard Chris Elston online, and I thought, I can do that. So I actually reached out to Chris and I said, have you got any advice, because I'm going to do what you do in the UK? And he gave me 4 pieces of advice. The first one was to remain calm. The second one was to know your stuff. Now, Chris is an absolute guru, and I've learned a lot from Chris. My knowledge isn't as extensive as his, but it's getting there. I've been doing this a year now. Chris has been doing it, I think, 5 to 6 years. Hopefully we'll have conquered this gender ideology in another 5 or 6 years. I don't want to be doing this that long, but let's see. I will do it if it's needed. So the third piece of advice was to film everything, and the fourth piece of advice was to let them speak. And you don't have to be the best debater in the world. I'm surely not the best debater, but when you're trying to argue that a woman cannot have a penis, you don't need that. You don't need to be that good in linguistics to be able to win that. And I don't think I've lost an argument yet. But I was a former firefighter, and in fact, if I didn't, it's been ingrained in me. If you use the term fireman when you're in an interview to join the job or to get promoted, you will not get in the job, you will not get promoted. That shows how this ideology and this gendered language has infiltrated the institutions. So in 2018, the fire service brought out a new appearance policy, and there was one line in that appearance policy that got my attention, and it said, we recognise each employee's right to come into work and identify in whatever gender that they wish, and that could include no gender at all, non-binary. And I was like, WTF, what the hell? What the hell does this have to do with the fire service? But nobody was interested because it was that way out there. Nobody cared how deep it actually runs. So it got me to look into it, and I come across this this Marxist ideology called the Long March Through the Institutions. Has anybody heard of that? Yeah, well, if you've not heard about it, it was thought up by a man called Rudi Deutschke, and he was a student of Antonio Gramsci, who was an Italian Marxist. And it says, how do you change a society without a revolution? And it says you infiltrate all the institutions. So, and I saw that infiltration in the fire service, and as we're seeing, they're doing it in the schools as well, and they've got it in the police force, it's in Parliament. Just look at the Green Party today. They're a bunch of useful idiots that are pushing gender ideology, you know, throughout society as well as other things. So they're nothing to do with being green anymore. So you have to tell people what the Green Party are all about. They're basically useful puppets for the globalists. And part of it is to introduce this gender ideology into the schools. You may have seen in one of my videos, I did confront Hannah Spencer in the middle of Piccadilly Gardens. I was running after her with these boards flapping in the wind saying, Hannah, can a woman have a penis? I got quite a bit of abuse online for doing that, but I think, you know, as an elected politicians, we should be able to challenge these people. Anyway, I won't keep you too long. As I say, my name's Steve James. I've got a channel called Edge of the Matrix on YouTube. If you want to follow what I do and see how ingrained this ideology has become in some of the people that walk amongst us, please watch that channel and you'll be able to see that. But I also try and educate people as well. We're live streaming as well to some of the followers on the channel as well. So my whole the whole remit of what I do is to raise awareness of this amongst the general public, because the more the general public know about how crazy it is, the sooner we're going to stop this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve. That was incredible. And yes, we've got our own Billboard Chris in the UK. Woo! You're doing an excellent work raising awareness. And yeah, well done to you. And thank you for joining us today. And thank you for being at our conference as well. So that's brilliant. Excellent. Doing incredible work. So our next speaker, you all know, if you've been following us, you all know our next speaker. She's a big part of Public Child Protection Wales. In fact, a huge part, because she does the majority of the research. So you will know her. If you live in Wales, you will know her. You will know, because she's always doing lives. She started out her activism, if you like to use the term, with the dangers of the pharmaceutical industry, namely vaccines. But now she's really thrown herself into research into why pornography is damaging, sexualization of children, what it's causing. She's incredible. So I'm not going to say anything else, because I'm just going to bring her to the stage. So can we have a massive hand for Kat Watkins?
Oh, thank you, Lou. Hello, everyone. It's good to see you here. We've had a really good, productive weekend, actually, with the internationals over. And, you know, a lot of them have already said much of what I would say anyway. But I will add, you know, from Rhonda and Audrey, specifically, because they spoke about Kinsey, and I know the ones who know me know I speak a lot about Kinsey, and I do a lot of the research for Public Child Protection Wales, in particular the sex industry, in terms of how dangerous it is, the sexual revolution and the history of it, which includes Alfred Kinsey obviously being a main influencer in that, as well as the likes of John Money, the sexual revolution in the 60s. But we've already heard a little bit about Kinsey, so I'm not going to talk about that, but I will say that myself, Kim and Joan are obviously, we did our training to become RSE teacher trainers, so we know that all this is going on, but sometimes you need to be in it to really know what's going on. So I put myself forward to do the training back last year. It was an online course, and I did it because we need to be in these institutions, and this is the only way to know, really, even though we see what's coming out of it, our children are coming home and telling us, we know what's going on, but I wanted to know what they are actually teaching in those schools, and it was absolutely horrific. I don't suffer from headaches. I did this course, and it was like quite an intense course, and I was really the only one on this course coming from a safeguarding perspective. We had someone from the adult industry, the porn industry, somebody who was a content creator for Love Honey, is it the people who make sex toys? You had, non-binary, you had, and they were all coming from a really sex positive point of view. So I know that all of these people that were on that course with me are going into schools and delivering this education to our children. These are the types of people, the sex positive. And obviously a lot of my work is surrounding the dangers of pornography, and I can't explain, if anyone wants to watch a presentation I've done. Thank you, thanks. If anyone wants to watch the longer presentation, I've got it, it's probably on Public Child Protection Wales, or it's on my website, so I won't go into detail, but I can just say this. I know the effects that pornography is having, not only on society as adults, but on children, and it is absolutely destroying their minds. And when I say that, I mean because of what we do, we have people who come to us and they tell us what's going on, confidentially, of course, where they've walked in on their two younger children in a sex act because they've been exposed to pornography. And I know for certain that in the secondary schools in particular, they are definitely using Kinsey's work. It was part of the training I had to do. I zipped down, doubled down, turned off my camera, turned off the microphone so I could just get through it, because what we need to do is we need to get into their playground. It's very, very difficult to try and fight it outside here. Very frustrating. So at least now the three of us, and actually Penny from New Zealand did the same course as well, at least now we can, so what the schools are doing, I don't know if people are aware of how this is being delivered. It's not being delivered by your teacher, so to speak. What they're doing is they're employing third-party organisations that are unvetted, unregulated, and they're coming in and teaching your children with their resources. They're sex-positive, really they're so depraved, it's unbelievable what they're teaching these children. But what we can do, and we've decided to do it, is what we call RSSE, so it's relationships and safe sex education. So we can now produce our own resources from a safeguarding perspective as opposed to a sex positive perspective, and take those into schools. The difficulty that we've got, obviously, though, guys, is funding. These big organisations have got all the money in the world. They're backed up by all the organisations behind them. They've got all the money in the world. We're just individual people with no money, no funding to try it. But that's the only way we're going to get in there, guys. We need to get in there and turn it around from that perspective. Like I say, we know what's going on. It's highly dangerous. I won't go into the porn industry here because it's quite explicit and I don't really want little ears picking up on it. But if you go on my website, exposingthelie.info, or if you're on my Facebook, Kat Watkins, K-A-T Watkins, it's pinned at the top of my page. It's about an hour and 20 minutes where I go quite deep into the effects of pornography on the brain and why it's not only is it dangerous, it's creating offenders. It's creating abusers because of the desensitization process that it's doing to our children. This happens in adults, by the way. So we're talking about children who haven't even got it. Their brain is not fully developed, so it's being wired to a certain way. And this is why we're having more abusers, more victims. The abusers are younger and younger now, and the victim is younger and younger. So I'm going to leave it there, guys. Thanks for listening. And thank you to everyone who's come out today as well. We've had a brilliant weekend. And we couldn't do it without the support. We just couldn't do it. So a massive thank you. Cheers, guys.
Thank you very much, Kat. And we're in the Welsh section of our show now, and we have a lovely lady for you to hear from next. This is the one and only Joan Ginsberg. She's going to get something. Oh, a water.
Thank you so much to everyone for turning up. It's just delightful to see so many faces and such trust in what we do. And everyone has been so generous towards us over the years. So just a massive thank you for our public support. Because it's from the public that things are going to change. It's not going to be from upstairs. It's going to be from us. And it's from getting the word out, and that is the only way, unfortunately. I think we can knock on as many doors as we like, but they're going to get shut in our faces because we're facing a regime, I wouldn't even call it a government, that is actually by now very, very brazen. And they're taking chances with us, they're taking chances with human beings, human lives that have never been taken before. So, and you all feel the tyranny. I certainly feel the tyranny. So I just wanted to say that 57 years ago, lordy, I came to London, just down the road from here, to King's College to study Spanish and Portuguese. And prior to that, I'd studied French and Latin and German. So by now, at that stage, 1969, think about it, where was the word gender? Where was the word gender? Well, it was in my college. It was in my school, and only on the subject of language. Language has genders. For example, anyone who's done French knows that it's a gendered language. Oh, la table, for example. La is feminine. Le whatever. L'oiseau. Le, we've got la, we've got le. La for feminine, le for masculine. And it's very, very important. Grammar is very important. You mess it up and you're going to get laughed at. And that was the only place that language actually the word gender was important. I didn't hear it in my family. I didn't hear it on the street. I didn't hear it from my parents. No one used it. It was a niche word. By now, where is gender? It's everywhere, and it's everywhere and anywhere. It's in places it shouldn't be. It's become a mutant. And who made it a mutant? Well, some very unpleasant ladies in the UN, militant feminists, that pushed it through in 1993 or so. They had their way, they bullied, they demeaned, they redacted actual documents in order to get that word gender through. Goodness knows why. It was important to them. It was important to their agenda. And if you're interested in the way that the word gender suddenly became the rage, the norm, well, you can read a little book by Dale O'Leary called The Gender Agenda. So it became a mutation. So by now, gender has become a standalone word, meaning whatever you want it to mean, the way you feel. And the way you feel is much more important than any science, any logic, or there's absolutely no description for the word the way gender has creeped into everyday lives. And it shouldn't be there. And I'm here to tell you it was a linguistic word. It had no other purpose. And by now, it's a monster. And it's done some very heavy lifting. And it's got us where we are now, which is in a place of confusion. And it's so bad that if you Google LGBTQ action plans, you will find them everywhere. And you'll find very, very interesting reading in the documents. Those documents come from the police. They come from unions. Every single trade union has got its own LGBTQ action plan, including the education union. And what kind of things can you read when you look at these documents? You'd be surprised. Okay? So here we go. National Education Union Trans Guidance. Use the curriculum and this is a guidance for teachers, obviously, in classrooms. Use the curriculum and activities such as assemblies to challenge stereotypes based on sex and gender. Celebrate LGBT History Month, Transgender Awareness Week, and Transgender Day of Remembrance. In class, do not use boy-girl seating. This increases stereotypes about gender and could cause distress for trans students. Trans students seem to count far more than any of the students. You might think a student in a wheelchair might count more because of their disabilities. You might think that a child with deafness or learning disabilities might count more, but no, they've been given priority. And then you've got teachers who are actually told that if they want, they can order a pride crate. A pride crate. So they've got banners, they've got leaflets, they've got all the paraphernalia, they've got glitter, and they are being actually encouraged to go out on the street in Pride Day. Do we really want that for our children? These teachers are being encouraged to be activists, and they're encouraging the children to be activists. Don't you think that's quite a disgrace? And I want to end on one thing, the police union. one thing that the police union, actually, it has its own guidance. It's called Trans Guidance of the Policing Sector. Now, individuals who identify, this is what they say, as gender fluid may require 2 cards. This is policemen, policewomen. They may require 2 cards to reflect their gender on different days. We've got police misbehaving. We've got police that are getting paid on their time off to transition. And if you think transition is easy and you think that it's an easy, quick journey, it isn't. They're being allowed to do this. And with they're being allowed to do it, and we're paying for it. That's the joke. And we're paying for clearing up the mess that this gender ideology actually causes. Therapy, people need therapy. People get into a mess with their operations are unsuccessful, and their heads actually become so messed up that they're not functioning human beings. So the word gender has done a lot of damage, and I really I'd just like everyone to have a look at LGBTQ action plans and see what you think for yourself. Where's the logic? Why is our money going into this? Okay, and that's all I've got to say on gender, and that is why Steve is such a hero of mine, because he knows, and I hope everyone else here knows as well, society is never going to be the same, ever again. If this madness continues, we've got to stop it now, because it's seeds everywhere. It's a tragic situation for our children.
Woo, well done, Joan. Joan, you're getting quite emotional then, I can see with the answer. Angry. Thank you, Joan. As always, brilliant speech. Joan is a encyclopedia of knowledge. Got to say, she's a very wise lady. So our last and final speaker of the session today, this lady, you all know her. She works tirelessly to produce safeguarding training, advocacy training. She goes into schools with parents. She produces a lot of work, does a lot of research herself, and she organises all these magnificent events. She's incredible. And you will be hearing about what her recent feat is in the next moment or so. So can we have a massive hand for Kimberley Isherwood?
Hello everyone, how are you doing? So I'm not going to talk to you about the problems today, because I've stood here hundreds of times telling you about the problems that's going on. So what I'm going to talk about is what we have achieved over these last 6 years. So in January 2020, I discovered a crime in our government. Our government were legislating for comprehensive sexuality education from age 3 to 16 with no parental opt-out. Fortunately for us, I knew what comprehensive sexuality education was. So it took me seconds to find this reference in our documents. And as you can imagine, I already knew what was going on. I did not need convincing it was bad. My stomach dropped, the colour drained from my face, and I knew something had to be done. During this time, there was a consultation period going on. So we took part in the consultation, and 87% of respondents did not want this education. What did the government do? They brought it in anyway. So we did a petition, and in this petition we added links of evidence, and I added a link of sexual and reproductive rights of the children. The government did publish this petition,
but they changed our link to a pro-abortion website. I went absolutely nuts, and at 8 o'clock in the night I made them remove that link from our petition, which made a mockery of it. It didn't make much sense. So we started collecting signatures, and back in those days we only needed 5,000 signatures for a debate. But they phoned me up one Thursday evening. They said, if you don't get 5,000 signatures by Monday, it goes up to 10,000. We asked why? Why? Oh, you know, we're changing things and you were different. We were different. They didn't write to us, they just informed us at 8 o'clock on the Thursday night. We only had about 1,000 signatures at that point. So over the weekend we worked hard. We worked very, very hard, and we achieved those 5,000 signatures for that debate. So the debate came. I submitted 17 pieces of evidence to the committee. They sat there acting like they didn't know what was going on. We don't know what's misinformation and what's not misinformation, they said. Well, they had 17 pieces of evidence, and if they cannot decipher from that evidence what's real and what's not, they shouldn't be in such an important job. But that's another discussion for another day. So what they did during this petition, they said, what we're going to do, we're going to put a watch and brief on it. They were going to keep an eye on it. Okay, fair enough. But 8 months later, I found a document online. A document that the Petitions Committee had published stating it was misinformation. So did we leave it at that? No, we didn't leave it at that. We took them into court. We took the government to the High Court in Cardiff. 5 of us went in, 5 claimants, different backgrounds, different issues. Myself, I'm a criminologist. I took in the evidence of comprehensive sexuality education. We had a Christian family go in. We had a family, a mother of a 3-year-old girl who was sexually assaulted by a 15-year-old who had been watching porn. He was addicted to porn. So we had different stories. We had different ways, you know, around this. But we were looking to prevent harm to our children. But the courts don't do prevention. The courts will only do harm. So even though we successfully argued this was global, it was comprehensive sexuality education, it was in all 4 countries of the UK, we actually lost the argument on parental rights. They successfully argued that parental rights in education do not exist. And if they did exist, they would be absolutely minute anyway. So did we stop there? Absolutely not. We're not going to stop there. So from the court, we just built ourselves up. Like Kathryn said, we took on extra training, extra qualifications, different registrations. There was absolutely no way we were going to let this go. We were getting into their playground, turn it into our playground. And that's where we are now. Since then, we've developed our own child protection training, institutional child sex abuse. We have piloted it across Wales. We've trained over 100 people, and we are now, our work is now being signposted to charities in Madagascar. We are in the process of developing our own resources, RSSE resources, relationship and safe sex education from a criminological perspective for sexual safeguarding. Biology and chemical exchanges during sex. Real stuff that will properly educate our children and keep them safe from harm. Our training educates people in a way, we provide them tools so then they can look at the RSE using the tools that we've given them, and they can see exactly what is wrong. So from there we started conferences of our own. We come across an international group that was just being formed. We flew across the world to Washington DC to join the internationals to deliver a bill at Washington DC, and you guys helped make that happen. And here we are today. We've flown, well, we didn't fly them, they flew themselves across the world to join us in our conference on Saturday. It was a fantastic day. The information that people are now armed with, the contacts they now have, the networks that we've made are absolutely phenomenal. So that was Saturday. Sunday we had a day of podcasting, filming and interviews and a lovely dinner together. But here we are today in London. What are we doing in London? We are doing exactly the same as what they did out in Washington, D.C. because this, ladies and gentlemen, is a global problem which needs a global response. And that's what we are doing, the global response. It started with one small group of people. It's going to end with one small group of people. Simple as that. So this international project that we have launched is off the back of Rhonda, Audrey and Judith Reisman's work, but they have submitted a bill called HR 2749. Us here in the UK, we've taken their bill, we've kind of tailored it to the UK, and our bill is called the Child Protection and Research Ethics Bill, which will look at all resources going into our schools, go for the primary sources of this stuff, look at the data set, and if the data set is built on unethical acts such as the sexual abuse and rape of children, it gets scrapped. So that's what we're doing here today. We've come to Parliament, Portcullis House. We've had a round table meeting, a full hour with an MP. He's taken on board 2 bills that we have developed, one exactly like the American one, and one a little bit toned down, but it does the same job. So we've taken that in to Portcullis House today. We had a meeting for an hour, and the outcome of that meeting is pretty good. The MP is going, after a little bit of work, we got to do a bit of work first, that MP is seriously considering putting our bill through as a private member's bill. Now, private members' bills, like he said, they rarely become legislation. Okay, they rarely become legislation. However, it's going to raise the public profile. There will be debates in Parliament. That is footage for us, guys. That is mainstream stuff, tools that we can use. It's not about smashing it in one go. This is a huge agenda. It's about building on it, building up, getting these tools, arming people with information that they recognise as genuine. And sometimes that comes in the form of politics and unfortunately the BBC. So we will be getting questions asked, there will be members' debates, they are going to put it through as a private member's bill, plus they're going to form a cross-party group where we, England, Scotland, America, Ireland, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, we will all be working side by side, shoulder to shoulder, head to head, and we will be driving this project forward regardless what the outcome is. This is a fantastic tool, ladies and gentlemen. This is a huge, huge step. I was going to say something else, I forgot. So as you can see, guys, we are achieving things. We are going nowhere. We started this with one small group of people. We've raised tens of thousands, or hundreds of thousands of pounds to take the government to court. We didn't have a penny in the bank, but look at us. We've achieved it. Here we are now, pulling this off. We've developed training. We're producing resources. We will never back down. Did we start off like this 6 years ago? No, we did not. We had 5 people outside the Senate during COVID. 5 people on a phone. 5 people on a COVID fine going into court, defending ourselves. We started with just 5 individuals. And every day we're getting bigger. Every day we're getting louder. And every day we are making moves that people can recognise. And I think the most powerful move that we've made this year, because I can't say it's going into Parliament because this is last year's project from the American ladies. I think the most powerful thing we've done this year, we've decided to join the Heritage Party and tackle the Senate elections. Not only are we tackling the Senate elections, we have actually achieved something massive. This is the first time in the history of the Senate that a brand new party has come to Wales, stood in the Senate elections and filled every single seat. Ladies and gentlemen, we have made history off the back of our children. We have made history for our children. We are making history to challenge the comprehensive sexuality education. And as a result of that, we have a party election broadcast being aired on the BBC on Friday at 5 to 7, just after the news and weather. We were on ITV last night. We didn't see we haven't got TV licence. We're on the BBC Radio on Friday. We've got Jason on BBC Evening News tomorrow, David? Tomorrow. So we are doing it, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm absolutely delighted to say that a big, massive round of applause to David Kurten. Not only has he given us this platform, not only has he allowed us to join his party, but ladies and gentlemen, this fine man has made me the leader of the Heritage Party in Wales, which gives me the platform we need on mainstream media. And that's what it's about, guys. You never give up. It's not about winning in the first go. You're not going to win in the first go on an agenda like this. You've got to fight them at every single level. Take part in their consultations. Do your petitions. Take them to court with no money. That's what this is about. We can do it, guys. We are doing it. We stood here years ago, just a few of us from Wales. Then we joined England. We formed the UK coalition. Now we're part of an international task force. We are going nowhere. This started with one small group of people, and it's going to end with one small group of people. And that's all I've got to say, guys. Thank you all so much for the support. Thank you for giving us the confidence, giving us the encouragement, giving us the tools that we can give back to you guys, give you something to fight with. This is not over. It's not over till the fat lady sings. I'm not fat and I'm not singing.
So guys, I'm here in London today. As you would have seen at this point in the report, we had a lot of good speakers today. One of them has kindly agreed to give me some of their time today. This is Rebecca from Too Much Too Young. First off, Rebecca, how are you doing today?
I am very good, thank you very much, George.
Have you enjoyed the day so far? We've seen from Kimberley talking about the bill and those things, seems it's making a lot of good progress. How have you found the day, and how has it been down here in London?
Yeah, we've had a really good day. It was a bit of a mad dash to get down here in time for our appointment this morning. But yes, I think it's been very successful. I think it's a good start, and hopefully we can move on from here and make some really good progress.
If you know, guys, as you would have seen from earlier on, they've actually been able to make inroads with one MP in particular who shall remain nameless because they're going to remain him nameless. I don't even know the name of this MP, but nonetheless, it's going to be a cross-party motion to try and get the bill that these guys have brought in as part of this joint effort put into Parliament to protect children, repeal a lot of Kinsey's laws. And as you know, Rebecca set up an organisation as well called Too Much Too Young. When you set up that organisation, Rebecca, was it one thing in particular that led you to set up that organisation, or was it a slow realisation of how bad things were over time?
I already knew we were having, my youngest was in primary at the time when it first kicked off, and I already had an idea it was coming in because I was asking to be part of the consultation in my son's school. But funnily enough, COVID happened just before the consultation was due, so we never ever had our consultation. And then we were all kept very busy with COVID for the year. And when they went back to school the next year, and I saw the RSC curriculum, I was absolutely horrified. It was loads worse than what I ever thought it was going to be. I never imagined they'd have anything in it like they did. And one of my friends said to me, have you seen this group in Wales? We also followed the Birmingham lads, the Muslim Birmingham lads. They were outside the school protesting at the time. And then we found Public Child Protection Wales, came up to one of their rallies outside the BBC in Cardiff, and the rest is history. They inspired us, and then we joined them. We tried to copy them and do the same thing, but obviously England is massive. Loads of local authorities, loads of different schools. It's a lot harder to manage, but I'll do my best to represent us as best we can. So it's been a bit of a long journey since then. It's been disheartening at times, but lately I've got more hope. When we went to Washington last autumn and delivered that bill, I thought maybe this is a new way we could go. We've tried approaching schools, we've been empowering parents and helping them to fight back against the curriculum, and many schools will let you withdraw your children at primary level so far. But that's changing now. Now I'm getting parents contact me and say, oh, they were letting us withdraw our children, and now they won't anymore. So now they're saying it's mandatory. So I think it's a softly approach, and then they're slowly turning up the dial.
Do you think it's like the approach almost like the frog in boiling water? They're turning the temperature up so slowly in the hope that they don't notice, especially when you mentioned that what you thought you were going to find when you went in was, what you actually found rather, was a lot worse than what you thought you were going to find. What kind of things did you think you were going to find initially, and what then things did you end up actually finding as a result?
Well, I thought they were just going to teach them biology. I don't particularly disagree with teaching children when they're old enough. But it was, and that had happened with my children. My children had sat through biology lessons and sex education at a lower level.
Tell me, sorry about that, Liz. Where was your
I thought now.
What you found versus what you thought you were going to find?
So I just thought they may be mixing the sexes with biology, which I didn't like the idea of, and covering sex for pleasure too early. But I never dreamed it would cover kinks, fetishes, choking, masturbation, all manner of things. Some things I found learning this, with doing this job, what I'm doing now, I haven't even known. I've learned new things. Now, I've managed to have 3 children without knowing those things, so I fail to see why a 7-year-old needs to know them right now. When they're older, there's room in the world, they'll learn all the things that there are in the world, but at the right time. And it's only a parent who's going to know when that right time is for their individual child. Schools have no way of knowing the development of 30 children in their class in a delicate area like that. So, yeah, it should be the parents. Okay, I admit some parents don't want to cover that material. Basic biology, which is what kin's relationships and safe sex education will be. But yeah, it encompassed things that I had never heard of as an adult mum with 3 kids. So.
And you mentioned as well you were finding this, presumably, I'm guessing, like online resources or textbooks, whatever it might have been, for 7-year-olds. So we're not talking they haven't even hit puberty yet, and already they're being groomed into thinking that these sexual concepts and everything like that is normal. Were you finding the things that you're finding in like the UNESCO documents, like that normalisation of masturbation, those kinds of things, and you mentioned there the kinks and fetishes and stuff like that? Do you notice then, from your experience, if you're able to speak to it, is it worse then at the primary school level, worse at the comprehensive school level, or any of the other levels that you've seen?
Way worse at the comprehensive level. Primary level, it was very school dependent. It would depend on the head teacher and the teachers in the school. Some have managed to tick the RSE boxes the government are making them cover without going into too much detail. Some go full 100% into it and cover. Outside even the curriculum, it's not even, the curriculum's so loose and there's not such accurate guidelines, it is down too much to an individual teacher. So if you get a very radicalised teacher, they're going to give children very radicalised material. And I'll tell you what else it was a secrecy. I approached my school just before they went back in September and said, could you send me the contents of the curriculum? I want to have a look at it before I agree to my son. He was just starting secondary at the time, so he was 11. It took me 3 months. 3 months and about 50 emails to even get the curriculum. They tried every angle not to give it to me. And when they eventually did, I went through it with them and I told them all the problems I saw with it. I could see it as an untrained person, as just a mum, just someone who knows children, who has dealt with children. So yeah, it was the secrecy and it's the unregulation of it all. It is worth trying with your school. If you want to keep your children in school, many schools will be very understanding of parental beliefs and they will respect them and they will work with you. They will take your children out to a specific lesson, but as time's going along, that's now difficult to do because it's gone into geography, it's gone into spellings, it's gone science. It's not just a standalone RSE lesson you can remove them from. So in secondary it was virtually impossible to protect my son from it. The final straw was he had a job. They was letting me pull him out of the RSE. I was picking him up early every Friday when they were doing it. But then it went into geography. They taught him in geography. Managed to tie it in by telling him how gay people were killed around the world in different countries for being gay. Now, in my living memory, no one here's ever been killed for being gay, and not that I didn't want him to ever know that, but I didn't think 11 was the age to be promoting that to my son. And when I approached the school and said this has happened in geography, the head teacher was even unaware of what that teacher was covering in geography. They were shocked. So that was my final straw and I removed him and home educated him. But I didn't want him at home, I wanted him in school. His sisters went to school. It just proved completely impossible to protect him. And I was fed up with him coming home from school, telling me things, and then I was having to correct things all the time. Saying, no, that's not right, and that's not right. When my teacher said it's right, and when you spent a lot of years saying to your child, listen to your teacher, do what you're told, be good in school, suddenly you're saying, no, they're speaking a load of rubbish, don't listen to them on that subject. That can become confusing, can't it? So in the end I just pulled it. And to be honest, in the end he said to me, Mum, I don't want to go here anymore. They've got stupid rules, they're teaching me stupid things and I don't feel like I'm learning anything. So he has actually learned more online, home educated, than he did in school. It's come on faster, so.
And I think that's reflected a lot in the grades as well, especially around the place where mine, the schools around mine, you know, you hear it all the time in the news as well, the grades tend to be falling, the academic success is going down. Almost like they're trying to deliberately confuse children with these things rather than spending time on the fundamental skills, math, history, science, and teaching it from a neutral, evidence-based perspective. You mentioned there the head teacher in particular not really knowing what was going on. How much of it in your experience, we talked with Kim, she mentions that it's about 2/3, I think, of teachers actually don't like teaching it, but obviously then they actually know what's being taught. How much of it in your experience has been either teachers want to teach it, you have those radical teachers that don't want to teach it but feel they have to, and others then that just don't know?
The majority I've spoken to are teachers who don't really want to teach it but feel they have to, as they'll lose their jobs or be pressured out of their job or ostracised in their job or won't be promoted in their job. So I would say the majority I've met don't want to teach it, but maybe the ones who do want to teach it wouldn't approach me, so I have to consider that. So in my experience, no, I don't think. This is not parent-led or child-led or teacher-led or headmaster-led. This is led from high up with a very, very dark agenda. So.
Absolutely. And the last final thing before I let you go, are you optimistic for the future of England, Wales, Britain as a whole with regards to this, both in the short term and the long term? And if people want to find you and if you have any concluding bits of advice, reassurance, whatever it may be, maybe just for concerned parents watching this at home, what would your final remarks be?
My final remarks would be, look what's in your child's school. Do not take their word for it. Stand your ground politely. Insist you need to see what your child is taught. It is law that they do have to show you. Do not let them fob you off. And if you find anything in that age inappropriate for your child, say so. Because the schools do have to teach age appropriate lessons and they do have to teach facts. So if they're teaching your children anything that are not facts, then you've got right to complain. And you can find Too Much Too Young at www.toomuchtooyoung.co.uk. You can get links to contact any of us there. So yeah, thank you very much for giving me the time to advertise with the group.
No problem. There we are, guys. Make sure you follow them down below and make sure obviously you tune in with the rest of the speakers in this report today. Rebecca, thank you ever so much for your time and wishing you all the best with your work in the future as well. Awesome. It says, if you can't see that, it says 10 past 3 in the afternoon. Ben? What's going on, Bet? You good? Had a bit too much to drink last night? Long weekend? Naughty, naughty! Annoying tourist mode activate.
And given that I wasn't able to directly interview either of these two people, Kimberley I've spoken with at length on the podcast, as you will know, but I did not have chance to speak to David Kurten on any of the days. However, luckily, I was invited to a Heritage Party press conference afterwards in a Voice of the Valleys exclusive, in which I was able to sit down with the both of them, as well as record their press conference. And here is that, in case you missed it.
Let's begin. Welcome everyone to the Heritage Party press conference here in Comrade in Wales, and it's only 6 days to go until the Senedd elections on the 7th of May. We're all very, very excited because this is the first time the Heritage Party has stood in every constituency in an area, and I'm so proud of all of my candidates who are standing for the Heritage Party. They're all doing a fantastic job, and I really believe that this is what we need for the future of Wales, as I do believe the Heritage Party principles are the best thing for the future of every part of the United Kingdom. So we're just here today to launch the last week of our campaign and the final stretch before election day. And this is a really, really good election to be taking part in because, of course, the voting system has changed, and so it's all proportional. And because we are rising in Wales, a lot of people are now talking about the Heritage Party. We had a fantastic party election broadcast that went out on the 24th of April, just a week ago now. That was very well received and highly acclaimed. People are talking about us. We have been all over social media, and people are understanding and very excited about our policies and how radical they are. I mean, people are calling us radical, but to me, it's just common sense principles that we everyone accepted 30 or 40 years ago. Because it's proportional, we, or voters, you watching, do not need to fear voting for somebody and then that being a wasted vote. And this is what people are now saying, but no vote is wasted in the new voting system because it's proportional. You can vote for who you really want to vote. You don't need to vote for somebody that you don't really like to keep out someone that you like even less, which is what's happened before on first past the post systems, but it's not the case now, and people are saying that now about the Heritage Party, but it's not true. It's a lie, it's a deception. You can vote positively for who you really want to vote for. So if you like our policies and our principles, please do vote for the Heritage Party on the 7th of May, because a vote for the Heritage Party is a vote for the Heritage Party. It's not a vote against somebody else, and you won't waste your vote. But without further ado, I'm going to formally introduce my wonderful new leader in Wales, who is Kimberley Isherwood. She's worked very, very closely with the Heritage Party for years, since we began. Actually, she's been spoken at every single one of our conferences, and she's standing in Rhonda constituency, and she's taken over the leadership of the Heritage Party in Wales. It's wonderful to be on the stage with you, Kim, and you're going to say a little bit about our headline policies, so please go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. So our headline policies, anyone who knows me knows, the first one is scrapping the comprehensive sexuality education. We've battled the government on this front. I could talk on that subject for hours and hours, and it's something that's very, very close to my heart, hence why I've built such a really good relationship with the Heritage Party. We are opposed to the net zero madness, the climate emergency, which is no emergency. So we are fully opposed to the green energies, where we have to dig out tons and tons of live peat to fill our wonderful, beautiful countries, our mountains full of concrete, straightening roads, bulldozing buildings just to get these things in. These things do not lower our bill. These things do not improve our planet, and they are anything but green. It costs us millions of pounds each day to switch them on, and we are already producing 3 times more energy than what the country needs. We are also opposed to the 20 miles an hour. That is, I just speak a little bit about that. We are hearing time and time again that since we've had 20 miles an hour, road traffic accidents have decreased. However, in the same time scale, we've had a massive increase of unemployment. So when you look at the figures are well in the thousands for unemployment. When you look at unemployment and you understand that 85% of car use in Wales is for people to get back and forth work, you'll actually see the numbers don't add up. So we're not getting less accidents, we're actually getting more accidents. And the nation of sanctuary, we are going to be scrapping the nation of sanctuary. We believe that we should be looking after our own first. So we're against the nation of sanctuary, the illegal immigration and the HMOs. Now, time and time again, people will say immigration is not a devolved matter. However, our devolved services are supporting the immigration. You will also hear that immigration only accounts for 6.9% of the Welsh population. That is a small figure when you look at it like that. But when you turn it into actual numbers, you'll find that this is 220,000 people. 220,000 people needing housing, needing education, needing health. You know, these are using our devolved services. We also have provisions being brought in by the Home Office. They have given our local authorities a bottomless purse so they can house unaccompanied children aged 16 to 18 in foster care placements. So in Neath Talbot alone, they have taken in 39 boys there. That's 39 spaces that our most vulnerable, most at-risk children need. We just do not have the stock. So yes, you can say that this is not a devolved matter, but the facts remain. Our services are supporting it. We have massive waiting lists in the NHS. We have people who cannot be housed. There's not enough stock for them. And education, we know what's happening with the education on that front as well.
Absolutely. Thanks, Kim. That was a really good summary of our major policies. And you can see all of our policies for Wales on our Welsh website, wales.heritageparty.org. So thank you so much, Kim. Now, before we end, I just want to open this conference up to the floor for a moment and see, is there anyone who would like to ask us a question about anything to do with the Heritage Party campaign in Wales? Yes.
Yes, please. How is the net zero policy helping farmers in Wales when they're forcing farms to build wind farms, solar energy farms? How is that helping the agriculture and food production in Wales? Because we're having to transport food from abroad,
Yes.
which isn't good. We've always been self-sufficient in our own growth.
So, of course, net zero isn't helping anyone.
No.
Net zero is a disaster. We don't need net zero. What that means is cutting carbon dioxide emissions to zero or offsetting carbon dioxide. But carbon dioxide is not a harmful gas at all. I mean, plants need it. It's part of nature. So the idea that we can change the climate by cutting down carbon dioxide emissions is nonsense. We need to use cheap, reliable, continuous sources of energy. So all of this wind, solar panel arrays, and so on don't provide any energy when the sun isn't shining and the wind isn't blowing, and need 100% backup anyway from oil, coal, gas and nuclear. If we're not producing any energy from renewables, what happens? We buy it in from Norway. What does Norway do? How do they get their energy? They burn gas and they burn oil. So, we're just outsourcing the problem. We're not actually doing anything in terms of carbon dioxide. So, I mean, that's the science, that's the theory of it. But to answer your question directly, net zero is a disaster for farmers. Because it makes fuel more expensive, so food prices go up. And then there are all these programs that you've got from the national government in Westminster, the government in Senedd, which want to pay farmers for not producing food, or pay farmers to stop producing food and to put up wind turbines on their land, or cover glass over their farmland with solar panels. And it's horrible. Nobody wants it who loves Wales, who loves the countryside, and who wants to protect the countryside and protect farmland. So we need to completely scrap the idea of net zero. Any declarations of climate emergencies need to be repealed and rescinded. There is no climate emergency. We need to make sure going forward we have cheap, reliable, continuous energy. Oil, coal, gas, nuclear, petrol, diesel. That is the mainstay of our energy framework. It always has been. We need that for our economy in the future. And that's what we would do as a Heritage Party, and we're the only party that would do that.
Thank you. Another question, if I may. How is decreasing our army reserves and navy reserves helping control the border? We seem to be the only country open wide to any attack or anything that's going on now in these treacherous times. So how is the government, and I know that they don't want the Senedd speaking about this, it's not devolved to Wales, but it's important to the Welsh people to know that they are protected. So how are we protected when our army reserves are being declined?
Yeah, I mean, there's two issues there which are very important to the Welsh people, and it might not be devolved, and the Senedd might not have any direct power over the military or immigration. But these things are really, really important, especially at the moment that you have all of the Uniparty in Westminster, champing the bit for more war in Ukraine, more war in Iran, in Palestine and wherever. We are an anti-war party. We say no to war. I don't know if we've got other signs that say no to war here. But we are against escalating war. We want to de-escalate. The only time we should be engaged in any military action is to defend this nation. So the Royal Navy that we do have, it shouldn't be over helping other countries to drop bombs on each other in the Middle East. They should be protecting our own southern border in the English Channel. And no other country would do what we're doing, which seems to have a programme which has been put in place by the Uniparty, the Conservatives before, Labour now, of actually facilitating mass migration across the Channel. Well, that needs to stop, and I know the Senate doesn't have any power over it, but if you're concerned about it, you need to vote for a party that will, you know, have those principles, that we need to control our borders and say we should have zero illegal immigration, and everyone who's come to the country illegally should be removed and help to go back to their own country, because they shouldn't be here. The only people that should be here from abroad are people who are here legally, but even that is too high. You know, people talk about the Boris wave over the last 5 years, whatever you like to call it, after the COVID time, mass migration from the Indian subcontinent, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Nigeria, Sub-Saharan Africa, massively increased until you got a couple of years with over 1 million people coming to the country legally. That needs to stop. So our policy is to advocate for at least a 75% reduction in work and student visas, which will be manageable and sustainable, and that will lead to actually a period of net emigration, which will balance the period of massive net immigration that we've had over the last 30 years since Tony Blair came to power.
Of course, we understand we need legal migration in this country because it helps with the workforce and that, and the same goes globally. But you can't fill a country to the brim where your children are struggling then with the NHS, with education needs, we know that illegal immigrants are being offered translators at a huge cost. We know that, you know, all this type of thing is going on when our children, our own children that were born in this country, haven't got the same respect shown to them for being...
Let me answer that, because people would make the case, and I think you're playing devil's advocate here, people sometimes make the case that you need mass immigration because we don't have enough people in this country who are skilled enough to do the jobs. I think that's wrong. The reason that we have de-skilled is deliberate, and we need to re-skill. There is no reason why young British people, and in Wales, of course, young working class Welsh people cannot be trained to do all the jobs that need to be done in Wales or on a wider level in the United Kingdom. We've de-skilled, and then people say, oh, well, but the young people don't have the skills anymore, let's bring in lots of migrants from abroad. That is completely wrong strategically. We need... Thank you.
Sorry.
We need to reskill our young people and train our young people to have all the skills they need to do all the jobs that need to be done in this country, and then we wouldn't need mass migration. And that actually is not good for other countries who are losing their skilled people. You know, there is more Malawian doctors in the UK than in Malawi. That's not good for Malawi either. So you have to think about how this affects other countries around the world too, as well as our own. And it's a lose-lose situation. We in the Heritage Party want a win-win situation where young people are skilled, they can do the jobs that they need, are proud of their countries, can make a living, thrive in their own countries, and therefore we don't need all of this chaos that has been caused by mass immigration.
Can I just raise some points there on the devolution and with regards to the NHS as well? One of our policies is to scrap the Senedd, and as we've heard time and time again, the Senedd have no control over immigration. So I would like to put the question out there: so what's the point in having the Senedd? If we've got the Senedd to protect us, but they don't have the powers to prevent this stuff, then why do we even have the Senedd to begin with? You know, did Aneurin and Bevan need the Senedd for the NHS? Absolutely not. We can have strong individuals in Westminster fighting and defending Wales. Also, I'd like to address the issue of NHS, because we told time and time again that we do need foreign people and immigration to hold up the NHS. That is not true. So with regards to NHS, I was a nursing student myself. I was offered a place in Cardiff one year and then Swansea the following year, okay? So I know how the selection process takes place. So 75% of university spaces are government and NHS funded for our people here. Okay, there's a cap on it. The 25% then comes from self-paying people, which is usually the foreign students. They tend to pay more fees than us anyway. It's a business model. Okay, that's why they've got it. Now, with regards to NHS and the waiting lists and being understaffed and everything else, any government that comes in that can promise more staff, training more nurses, it's not true. Let's just look at the 3 main universities in South Wales. They've only got 300 spaces per cohort for nursing, okay? That's only 900 per cohort. Per cohort. So if they are saying we can train more, we don't have the capacity. The universities don't have the capacity. Even if we lifted that 75% government funded to 100% government funded, we still do not have the capacity. So the Heritage Party are looking to address these issues by on-the-job training, just like they did years ago. That's how nursing they learned years ago. So by capping these spaces and not allowing people the freedom to go to different universities, because there are restrictions on Welsh nurses when they train as well, they've got to stay in Wales. By not allowing people that freedom, forcing them to have a degree to be able to become part of the workforce, the government dictating the numbers, we are never going to reach, we're never going to meet what we need today. So the Heritage Party will be putting on-the-job training in the NHS for people, so there will always be staff there, which will cut waiting lists and will save on negligence cases later on. It'll also save us money and lives in the long run.
Thank you. Fantastic. Thanks, Kim. Another question at the back.
So in your manifesto, it says restore parents as the primary educators. Can you explain that a little bit more to me, please?
Yeah, I can explain that, yeah. So back in November 2022, myself and 4 other claimants, we took the Welsh Government to court when we were battling the comprehensive sexuality education. So the Welsh Government had removed a parental opt-out from that particular topic, and we took the government to court to protect it. It turns out that the Welsh Government successfully argued that parents' rights in education do not exist. So parents have no rights over education. That's just one point. The second thing is the schools bill. So the child wellbeing in schools bill that's been brought in England, considering we're supposed to be devolved for education, Wales was slipped in onto that bill after the second reading. So there is full control over our children's education. There is full control over whether we can home educate our children. This new bill now applies school attendance orders to people. So if your child is suffering or your child is struggling and they're not doing well in school, the state can force your child into school. So this is what we mean by restoring parents as the primary educators. They need their parental rights over education. They are the primary educators of their children, and that is the way things have been done, generation after generation after generation, and we will restore that.
What do you think is going to happen to home education?
I think the home educators are in a lot of trouble, and I think there is an agenda to prevent that altogether. But we at the Heritage Party, we're fully supportive of home educators, parents as the primary educators, their decisions, what they would like to see for their children. So right now we are in a lot of trouble. I believe we're in a lot of trouble. I believe home education is at risk. And as a mother who did 50-50, I am appalled, and the Heritage Party will be fighting and supporting parents every single day against this battle.
Thank you. Thanks. Yeah, this is the Children's Wellbeing and Schools Bill that was just rushed through Parliament this week, just before Parliament was prorogued, wasn't it? So there's a lot of sections in there that are going to require more regulation for home educated children, more checks from local authorities, and actually gives local authorities more power to impose school attendance orders, which is absolutely abhorrent. It's absolutely wrong. They need to, there's never been a need for this before. We've always had complete freedom for parents to home educate in this country, going back centuries, from whence the nation began. So for this to happen now is a complete change. And this is the government trying to take control of home education. Is that we stand 100% against it. And obviously, as you said when you're talking about the Senate doesn't have any power over this at all.
And it's supposed to be devolved. It's supposed to be devolved, so devolution is an illusion. And also on the topic of education and parents' rights, we are seeing on a weekly basis between 5 and 10 parents in one single court alone being taken to court for low attendance of their children, right? So the national average in Wales is 90-point-something% attendance. The government has set individual attendance at 95%, but we do know that children with additional needs, their attendance tends to be 17% lower anyway in comprehensive school. So what we are now dealing with is a system of unrealistic expectations, more pressure put onto parents. They are being fined, they're having money taken from the universal credit. And let's remind everyone, universal credit is a basic income. It's, that money has been decided on how much you should live on, how much money you should require to feed your family. But the government are dipping into that because of these unrealistic expectations placed on family. The criteria set is really, really high, and a lot of people just cannot meet it, So we are under attack through by our government, through the education system. Parents need to be aware about this, and parents need to be ready for a battle.
How is criminalising parents as well, and through absences in school, through maybe no fault of their own, maybe ALN children, and they've taken a morning off and they've found that they're not registered at the school that day, so their attendance record shows a low average. How is criminalising them bettering that child and family? It's
not. It's putting a lot of pressure on families, a hell of a lot of pressure. And also in Wales, we've got massive waiting lists for the neurodivergent pathway. So a lot of children out there don't actually have a diagnosis yet. Their parents are being taken to court when they have no medical evidence in that moment to back them up. So again, unrealistic expectations. They are not. These policies and legislation is doing nothing to help the families, putting more pressure on them, putting them under more stress, and they need support, they need help. I think families are going to really feel it now as time goes on. But as for criminalising parents for their struggles, it is disgusting.
Thank you very much.
Are there any final couple more questions? We can take a couple more. Yes, sir.
Do we need the mic?
Get a mic.
You say you want to declare a moratorium on 5G until it's proven safe. What do you think of the dangers of 5G?
5G is using frequencies that have never been used before in the electromagnetic spectrum bandwidth for the radio frequency for electronic communications between 3 gigahertz and 300 gigahertz. We know that some of these, 95 gigahertz for example, is actually used in military active denial weaponry. So we don't want that being deployed from 5G towers. That's probably not the specific frequency that they use, but it's a potential to use that. We just don't know how some of these high frequency microwaves are going to affect human health, but also what they're going to do to animals and plants as well, particularly smaller animals that are very important, like pollinators and bees and so on. A lot of people have noticed that there's a reduction in the population of bees all around the place. And, we need to know exactly what these frequencies do to humans, animals, plants before we use them and roll them out. I think we need the precautionary principle when it comes to using some new technology that you don't have a choice about whether you're exposed to it or not. It's fluoride, for example. I'm against fluoride, but if it's only in toothpaste, you have a choice.
Yeah.
Actually, they're trying to put it in water, so I'm against that too. We should always have a choice to be exposed to something, to use something, or not to use it. And with these frequencies, there aren't. So what I'm saying, and what we're saying in our manifesto, is that it needs to be properly, independently safety tested before we roll it out, and not tested by the companies that are making profits of it, because of course they have biased reports.
It has been noted recently that there's been an increase in cancer in young people. I wonder where from.
I would suggest that that's probably got something to do with the experimental injections from the COVID era as well. I mean, that's known among people. Of course, there's been increase in all kinds of things: pericarditis, myocarditis, Guillain-Barré disease and syndrome, as well as cancers. And so, I've spoken about that for a long time. That's in all of the papers and the studies which have been done by the pharmaceutical companies themselves, that they wanted to redact and censor, but we know that this is the case.
Yeah, I think for me as well, I recently became aware of cases. This is just Wi-Fi, this is not 5G in particular. There was a lady in the 90s living in a cul-de-sac. This is in England as well, and I can get the case law for you. There was a lady there who had developed cancer. A few people in the cul-de-sac had passed away as well, and they actually proved that it was the towers that had caused it. They've gone into schools as well. There was a case not long ago, a family won a case with a child he was really poorly when he was going to school, and they've managed to remove all of the Wi-Fi from the school now and make it wired. But there was also another case where the family wasn't so successful, and that child did lose their life. Now, that child lost their life under circumstances they just couldn't cope. It was giving them anxiety. They were trying to battle the school, trying to explain what this stuff was doing to the child. Unfortunately, that child is no longer here. I suffer with electromagnetic sensitivity. When I'm within certain buildings, I feel sick. There's been incidents where I've had to pull over on the side of the motorway. I did not realise what it was, but then when you trace your steps back, every time it was happening to me, it was when I had just left a building which had a big, massive 5G tower on top. It's the same with this building, there's one there. So in a couple of hours now I'll start to feel sick. So as a person who suffers from it, personally, I would like to know more as well. And with regards to the children, that is one area I am interested in investigating and looking at.
Great, thank you.
Can I ask
I think the lady at the back would like a question, so yeah.
Yes, it says in the education section of your manifesto that you would abolish comprehensive sexuality education, PSHE, and citizenship from the curriculum. So how would you start going about that, and what would that look like, and what would you replace it with?
Well, how would we start? It'd just be scrapped completely. Comprehensive sexuality education would be scrapped completely. It will be replaced by a sexual safeguarding, an education on biology and the chemical exchange during sex. That's how we would address relationships. So we are actually working on some resources called RSSE resources, relationship and safe sex education. Again, all from a sexual safeguarding point of view, consequence of consent rather than how to consent, what sexual exploitation looks like. All of these things are not in schools. So the consequences of watching porn, the consequences of anal sex. So it'll be the consequences of, but as far as this 72 genders, the queer theory, that will be history.
Fantastic. I'm looking forward to that being abolished.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I think we can have one final question. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, David. We've seen a recent surge actually since COVID, we've seen a surge in lockdowns in schools where if people are observant enough, they'd have seen 20-foot, 30-foot fences going up all around the schools. I was contacted by a lady in Brecon just last week, and she told me that her daughter's school had been put into lockdown. The girl managed to get out because she was petrified, because the teachers were telling everyone to scramble under the tables, and of course goes without saying this is going to damage children's minds and it's going to give them PTSD later on in life. I don't understand where that's coming from. And also, this lady has been really busy trying to get freedom of information requests from the school to find out, which you would as a parent, why was the school locked down in the first place? What was the threat? There's nothing coming back. The police and the councils, there's no comeback from these incidents. But it's a real worry to parents that don't know what's going on at the moment.
Yeah, so there's lockdown drills happening all over the country, and my son in college as well, he was told they'd have to pretend there was a gunman on the roof. I know some schools have had to pretend there was a dangerous dog in the garden. But when you look into these lockdowns, they do actually come from America. So it's another thing that we've picked up there. When you look further into them, right, how the UK is doing this, I simply do not know. Out in America, they have done thousands of studies on what these lockdown drills do to people, not just the children, but the teachers as well. They all report higher anxiety. They all report feeling unnatural about it all. They're leaving with depression. This is scientifically documented. We don't know why they're doing them. We don't know where they're going with them, but what we do know is it is causing psychological harm. Now, they will say it's in case something happens. Yeah, the world is getting more dangerous, but why would you want to psychologically harm a child in case something happens? You don't do it. You don't do it. So as far as I'm concerned, these are intentional harm to our children. And I run an organisation called Public Child Protection Wales. We have template letters on that website, publicchildprotectionwales.org, where you can address the schools, ask them about the lockdowns, ask them can you see the risk assessment, because you're now going into the Health and Safety at Work Act. People need to go after them, they need to question them. These are unethical lockdowns and everybody needs to stand against them. People should be putting their foot down. This is not safety. If a gunman did come in, they could lock down in an instant. Okay, you can lock down in an instant. Just like if there's a fire, you can get out of that building in an instant. You know, they practice for that with the fire drill. You know, they know to do that. But with regards to this, this gunman on the loose and this dangerous dog in the yard, it is frightening people. They are being told they've got to hide under the tables. They've got to shut the curtains. They've got to stay away from the windows. I think it's dangerous, and I think it's a form of child abuse. That's all I can say.
Thank you, well said, yeah. Before 2020, lockdowns were the purview of prisons only. We never had lockdowns in society in general, certainly not in schools. You didn't have them in workplaces either. I've noticed actually over the last 10 years, all the schools in the country seem to have been surrounded by these huge metal fences. They never were there before. They've suddenly put them in almost everywhere. So there's something going on there. It's not been explained to everyone properly, and they put out the idea, well, this is needed because of terrorism, or people who are dangerous, but it's actually affecting children's psychology because they feel like every time they go to school they're going to a prison, and now they're being treated as though they're in a prison, and it's not the right thing to do to children. Absolutely.
Yeah, we've seen a shift as well in attitude to schools towards parents. So whereas parents would be allowed to go into the school, like especially the special needs schools, the parents used to have a really good close relationship there. Now all of a sudden they're no longer allowed to go into the classroom. They've got to be buzzed into the yard. They're not even allowed to take their cars in anymore, So it's like as if the system, we're not just having the school lockdowns, it's like the system is on lockdown against the ordinary people as well, So there's a big massive division coming because of these issues.
No more lockdowns.
No more lockdowns.
Well, thank you everyone for joining us and watching our press conference here, and I do hope that you will look at our manifesto, consider our policies very carefully, and I do believe if you look at them and think about them and compare the Heritage Party with all the other parties standing in Wales, that we're the party that has the most common sense, that will restore Wales to what it should be in a way that no other parties will do. So thanks for listening everyone, and God bless you all.
Right, guys, so as you can see, I'm at the Heritage Party press conference in Cwmbran today at the head of the Senedd elections that are coming up on the 7th of May. I have the national leader of the Heritage Party to my left, Mr. David Kurten. I have the Welsh leader of the Heritage Party to my left also, Kimberley Isherwood, who, you know, I have history with Kimberley going back on the podcast. We've had multiple conversations for the podcast about comprehensive sexual education, all of that good stuff. Thought we'd just get a brief interview at the end of this press conference, which will go nicely in the report. First off, guys, how are you doing today?
I'm doing very well, thank you. Yep, I've come over to Wales. I'm spending a lot of time in Wales over this campaign period, so it's always good to be here and see the candidates and other people who are supporters. So doing very, very well, thanks.
What about yourself, Kim?
Yeah, I'm fine, George. Absolutely being battered on social media for my views, but still smiling, still standing, and I'll continue fighting.
Common sense, not so common sense anymore, is it? That's the thing I think we're realising here, is that a lot of the things, morals that have been held for generations, they've sort of been turned up on their head, and what has now been deemed to have been evil in the past is now paraded as good in a lot of ways, is what we're seeing. I think that if you look at the Heritage Party banners, which you might be able to see some in the background over there, you'll actually see that echoed a lot of the time as well. Freedom, family and nation. So first off, guys, going into this election period in the Senedd, what would you guys say, not just maybe as a party, but also personally, the number one most pressing issue for you is at the moment, both nationally in terms of Britain and then in terms of Wales in particular? I don't know who wants to maybe take that first.
I'll go first, shall I? Well, it's the same fight for nationally and locally. We're fighting Agenda 2030 and the UN Sustainable Goals. So this is all across the UK. But as we're in Wales, we've got to focus more on the devolved policies. But for us, it's fighting Agenda 2030. For me, that aspect of that is the comprehensive sexuality education. But that's what I would say the party's about, and that's the priority for me.
Yeah, Kim, you're absolutely right, because Agenda 2030 explains it all together, because I often say that I feel like I'm fighting 20 different battles all at the same time. But they all come together with Agenda 2030. So there's bits to do with immigration, mass immigration, there's the net zero, there's the gender ideology in schools, there's digital ID, central bank digital currencies, there's the massive national debt that we've got, there's the abortion issue, which is going on, 300,000 abortions of unborn children in the UK. Every year taking place now. So all of these things are different battles, but they're all interrelated with each other. You know, I speak a lot about cultural Marxism as well, which is the ideology that everything is an oppressor victim narrative, which can be replicated in any number of different situations and creating dissatisfaction if you are in a certain character group, and then blaming the people who are just normal and getting on with their lives. It pits people against each other in terms of dividing people who should be working together and just being happy to be British or happy to be Welsh. Obviously, I don't see a conflict between the two. I'm English and I'm British. I also say I'm European as well, although I don't think the EU is the right thing for Europe. I mean, there's a difference between Europe and the EU, which is another part of it, the anti-democracy movement, really, which is taking power away from people continually. So all of those things are together. And that's a very long answer to your question, I think. But I suppose what I'm trying to get at is there's no one thing that you can isolate and say this is the one issue, because all of these things are interrelated with each other. And we've got to keep our wits about us and fight all of them at the same time and put together a comprehensive and holistic program which is going to restore our nation in every single area. And that's what the Heritage Party is trying to do.
Yeah.
One of the ones you mentioned, and I think it encapsulates a lot of the main issues that you guys have identified and others have identified, is UN Agenda 2030 and stuff like that. You have that entrenched within that is digital ID, entrenched within that is mass immigration, entrenched within that is all of these other things, 5G, I can't remember if I just mentioned net zero a minute ago, but the farmers, obviously they can all be impacted by that. If you could sum up just for the people listening, I know it was briefly brought up in your press conference, I know it's been a key point of your campaign pledges going forward, but a lot of people, I think still, they hear things like Agenda 2030 or the UN and all of the other things that are said about it, they still think it's something in the realm of conspiracy and all of those things, and that, you know, the big minds behind these things are, they don't exist, you know, it's all like Bohemian Grove kind of things going on. Why should people, well, first off, obviously, like what is it briefly, and then why really should people care about this Agenda 2030?
Yeah, I'll take that to start with. I'm sure you'll add to it. Children are being taught now about the UN 17 Sustainable Development Goals. That's not a secret. That's on the UN website. It's on the government website. It's everywhere in education. You see people wearing the little lapel badges with 17 colours. And those are the 17 Sustainable Development Goals with all these different areas. They sound very nice. For example, end hunger, but what that actually means in practice is changing our food supply to genetically modified factory produced foods where we will all have 1,800 calories a day. So it's actually bringing everyone down to the very basic level of scarcity. And that's just one of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. It's not a conspiracy theory because you can see this being taught in schools. Yeah. Your children will all know about it. So if they know about it, I think adults should know about it as well.
Yeah. Yeah, and for me, again, the comprehensive sexuality education, the guidance, UNESCO guidance, you open the front cover, it tells you plain and simple, this is part of Agenda 2030. Again, they sell it as something, you know, all children need to be educated the same, but their version of education and our version of education are worlds apart.
So can I just say one more thing?
Yes, of course, yeah.
Yeah, just we're going back to the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Another one of them is gender equality. But what that doesn't mean equality between men and women, where there's equality of opportunity. It means that there is, 79 different genders. I don't know how many it is. They're all making them up every day. But there's 72 different genders, and you can choose between them, you know, and change which gender you are every day of the week. Yeah. And it's not equality between men and women, because the idea of there's men and women is to be gone. So that we're all something completely different, and this is to do with the queer theory and queering our kids, and this is what they're taught in schools through the comprehensive sexuality education. So this is another one of these goals which are part of Agenda 2030 that your kids are very aware of because they're getting taught, but then the adults are told, don't look at this, this is a conspiracy theory, but it's not. And, you know, in a practical level, our policies are very simple. They don't mention it, but they're just, we need to stop this comprehensive sexuality education and teaching children gender ideology and exposing them to awful, perverse materials in schools.
Yeah, I'll just say how that's actually looking within our services. So there is a trans guidance for the police force. And when you look at this guidance, there are provisions in there for a police officer to be given 2 identity cards, one for one form of identity and one for another, in case they want to switch identity day by day. So this sounds mad, but it's actually real. It's actually real, and people can look this stuff up. It's in the police's own guidance that a police officer can be given more than one identification card so they can switch their genders. So it's not even about somebody who's transitioning. People are allowed to jump back and forth, and this is in the police force. The police force, you know, so people need to look at that. This is what Agenda 2030 looks like. That's what they are talking about, the gender equality. You can switch and change as many times as you like.
That's nuts. Do you happen to know, Kim, on that point in particular? Because I didn't know that, the one you just brought up there, where you mentioned they could be given 2 identity cards to change whatever gender they identify with, which seems to just be another aspect of what you said, David, where again it's oppressor, oppressed, all of these different classifications with these made-up words a lot of the time is just to pull on that victimhood currency, often for the pursuit of using it in a political context, usually just to shut down the opponent's arguments or whatever, because they don't want to engage in a logical, debate or whatever it is. Would that constitute? Would they then, do you think, with the gender cards, the alternate gender cards, would they then also be allowed to change their name? Because I know sometimes they change their name with regards to the gender. Do you happen to know something that's what they would be doing at the moment, or doesn't it go that far yet? Do you know?
I assume so. I'm not quite sure on the actual name, but I assume if that's the identity, it's not just going to change the gender. Today, David, you're a woman, and today, David, you're a man. I assume it's going to be David and Davina kind of thing, So, and also this is taking place on the DBS as well. So the Disclosure and Barring Service, there's an option on the government website that if you don't want to disclose your gender that you don't like, you don't have to. You can just ring a number. So this is quite worrying. These are people in positions of power, people in positions of trust, people who are being vetted kind of thing, but that they can switch from identity to identity, In the morning they can be a man, and in the afternoon they can be a woman, So this, I'm assuming the names would be different names as well. If they got 2 different identification cards, otherwise they wouldn't need it. They wouldn't need the different identification cards if they wasn't using different names.
Only reason I'd ask that just a bit quick is because if we play this scenario out, instantly you can think of the example, because let's face it, not every police officer is perfect. You have examples of police officers that are rapists and whatever else, right? Very, very evil people can find their way into these positions. I think we could see a scenario where, like, you have, say, a male police officer at the time has an interaction with, say, a female suspect or whatever that female isn't happy with. They try to report the male officer, but then he just switches to this different persona to get out of it. Do you think then we could just see this as another avenue of authorities putting things in place whereby they can often use the privileges and powers that they have for evil and then just escape any accountability and then call anybody in this instance who objects to it and highlights this very rational point where I want to make a complaint against this officer, or well, this officer isn't in today because they've just switched over to their female persona. It's a very dangerous precedent to set, don't you think?
Absolutely, it's dangerous precedent to set. Where is this going to end? Because when you're dealing with human beings, nothing's black and white anyway, You're dealing with people who live a lot inside of their heads, They plan things. And like you said, with the rapists, especially with paedophiles, secrecy is their modus operandi. So what is actually going on inside of their heads, We are in a dangerous situation. It's not just this ability to identify as something different in the morning to the afternoon. This is weakening our services. We've got like 4 foot tall, 7 stone women trying to wrestle a 6 foot man. And you've got a man copper just stood there holding the dog watching. It's not going to happen. It is dissolving the power and respect of our services. How can people feel safe under this kind of operation? They can't. They simply can't. And then they're making a mockery of these services, We had rules in place before. You had to be such a height. You had to be this fit to join the police force. Now you can be whatever you want, You can be a man and in the morning and you can wear your frilly knickers in the afternoon. We should be asking questions as to why these people feel that they can switch. There's got to be something lacking there, So do we really want these people in our services as well? That's another question we should be asking.
Yeah, thanks, Kim. What you've described there is just absolute nonsense, isn't it? And I think the vast majority of people think that this is absolute rubbish. It shouldn't have a place in our public services, you know, or society as a whole. If you want to do this in the privacy of your own home or go to a club and dress up as the opposite sex, you can do that. But what we would do as our policy is to repeal the Gender Recognition Act 2004, because we say clearly in our manifesto, we're the only party that does, there is no such thing as gender that is different to biological sex. There is male and there is female, and that's it. And you recognize someone's biological sex by their anatomy and by their chromosomes. Okay, there's some people, a very, very small number of people who have anatomical abnormalities. You could recognize their sex through their chromosomes. But this is a cultural Marxist ideology that says, oh, well, there are some people who have gender dysphoria, which is something in the mind, and they're victims of society. So therefore, we need to change everything in society to affirm a delusion which is unreal. And I would say we need to stop doing that. And, you know, because it's a similar kind of thing as someone who has anorexia. If someone has anorexia, you don't say to the person who's got anorexia, oh, yeah, you're really thin, stop eating, you need to eat less. You don't. You try to heal them. You try to get them to realize, no, you're not horrible and fat. You know, that's what they think. You try to heal them in their mind. And we need to do the same thing with people who have gender dysphoria. Realize there's something wrong, they need healing, rather than affirmation of the thing that they think which isn't true. And so that's what we need to do. And we need to just get rid of all of this nonsense where we affirm people saying there's something which isn't true and isn't real.
Yeah.
I think it'd be the case of, as well, a lot of people confuse a lot of the time that if you hurt someone's feelings in some way, that means you've done a bad thing. You know, for that person who has gender dysphoria, this is where a lot of times you see people, they classify it as hateful if you tell them the truth. But again, if you have any other person that has any other kind of vice, drugs, alcohol, all of these things, you're not going to get them to the point of where they have any kind of healing or are going to move out of that by constantly pandering to them and furthering is the delusion or the vice, whatever it is. And I think that's where you see a lot of people who are often driven by deeper principles and deeper accountability, which I believe in the Heritage Party comes from a Christian faith, and having read a lot of your materials, that you see those people whose morality and principle comes from that deeper place where, you know, you can offend somebody in the moment in the hope of that the message is actually going to resonate and help them. And I'm not sure if you look around a lot of the country nowadays, certainly in many parts of Wales, that faith aspect has massively fallen off. A lot of people are either just agnostic, atheist, or, you know, actively go against Christianity, you know, in an active opposing way. How much of resolving these problems is going to be an understanding that the secular atheistic system has not only failed, at least the way that I see it at the moment, it's not only failed, but has actively opened the door to a lot of these problems by moving the stringent definitions, for example, of men and women in scripture. Now you open the door to where you can have this whole movement where men can be women and stuff like that. How important is it going to be for people to reconnect with that? And if they are a person watching this that is actually starting to realize that, what would be steps that they could do to try and move forward in that regard?
Yeah, thanks. We're not specifically a Christian party, but we base our policies on Christian principles. But everything you say is true. This is a country, you know, as part of the West in general, that has abandoned Christianity in large part. There are still a lot of people who are a remnant, who are Christian, who have a living relationship with Jesus Christ. And that's very, very important. I think we're never going to restore our nation to what it should be unless we get back to repairing and building the foundations of our nation and our civilization in general in the West, which is Christianity. And you cannot do this with, you know, just some kind of, technocratic solution that suggests, policies that aren't based on any principles, that are just based on, some atheistic ideology. Which doesn't have anything there to ground you. We need to get back to Christianity. This is a Christian country. It's got a Christian constitution. And the reason we're in such trouble in terms of morality, with either so many abortions, why people are considering euthanasia in law, where there's so much chaos in relationships in young people, even in children, as well as adults as well, is because people are not behaving in a way which is Christian, which is given to us by God in Scripture. So I say that, and I don't have any problems in openly saying I'm a Christian and we have Christian principles, but we're told in politics, back from the days of Tony Blair and Alistair Campbell, we don't do God. They say politics and religion should be kept clearly apart. But then if you have someone like Sadiq Khan, he's a Muslim, and it's okay for him to be a Muslim and say that he's a Muslim in politics. It's okay for Lord Singh to say that he's a Sikh. It's okay for Rishi Sunak to be a Hindu in politics, but we're told if we're Christian, keep quiet about it. Well, I don't agree with that. I think that the Christians need to be the people who are most vocal, because we got the answers and the solutions, and we're just rebuilding the foundations that our country is founded on. So it makes absolute sense to bring Christian principles into politics and to advocate for people to turn back to the Christian faith and, of course, the person of Jesus Christ. And I think a lot of young people are doing that. And I think this confounds the people who try to destroy the foundations, because they never expected that after 60 years of depravity and anti-Christian activism, that a generation would rise up that just almost spontaneously, without any outside influence on them, is returning to Christianity. I think that's fantastic, and I think that we're really going along with what's happening at the moment in society.
Yeah, when David said about this rise in Christianity now without influence, I actually think it's because of the evils in the world. I think we've all started to realise how dark things are. We're seeing the evils, recognising the evils, living the evils. And I just think something's clicking in people. There is an opposite to everything. And when you see people behaving the way they are, the world is a stage, and at the moment the devil's written the script. So I think people are coming to God because of their experiences and what they're seeing from the dark side. So even though the dark side is running the show right now, I think people are recognising it, and I think people are realising that they can get power from the light, Do
you think it's as well maybe a more positive sign that how open it is now, and how flagrant a lot of the activists and stuff like that are with regards to these ideologies and stuff like that, how cruel they can be, how the common phrase goes that demons and evil will lash out loudest when they know their time is coming to an end. Are you optimistic now that when you see this younger generation, which I see as well, that at the very least are realising a lot of the things that they were told before were lies, that they hadn't interpreted things maybe in the right way, that a lot of these things that they took as truth had been distorted? Are you optimistic that either this could be the real start of this resurgence, or that things are now getting on their way to back to brighter times, should we say?
Oh, I think so, definitely. I definitely think so, especially like we're living in a society now that's the byproduct of the sexual revolution. And when you're looking into Christianity, you're learning about sexual immorality as well. And again, when you got sexual immorality and you're bed hopping, you go from partner to partner, it damages families. So I am really optimistic that the young people will learn about the importance of marriage, families, and keeping yourself. I do think we have the potential to change. Like I say, I'm optimistic that we can go back. I don't think we've come too far, not yet. Look, empty vessels make the loudest noise. We're seeing a lot of dark in the world right now, but the light is shining and the light is rising. And like I said, I am optimistic that things will come back, because when the youngsters are on a path to learning and the youngsters are on a path for truth, nothing can get in their way.
Yeah, thanks. I think, yeah, exactly as you said, there's so much evil, it's so obvious, and young people, well, everybody is disgusted by everything to do with the Epstein files.
Yes.
There's so many people who are in positions of power that have presented themselves as good, are absolutely depraved and perverse. And, you know, I was brought up to believe the police were good, they're on your side, the judges were fair, the MPs cared about the country, the banks looked after your money, lecturers gave you knowledge, they always told the truth. But every single one of those facets of society and the establishment has been smashed. For me, I don't believe anymore that the police, the MPs, the royal family, the judges and barristers, and even, you know, some teachers, yeah, obviously, but others are on your side. A lot of them are not on your side, and they're actually peddling lies, and they're in it for themselves, but some of them are also in it for depravity, and they're in it to destroy everything that is here and is good. And I think as people see that, they're disgusted by it, and as you said, Kim, there's a reaction to it, and people have a hunger for what's good and what's righteous.
Yeah.
And the only one who is going to give you what's good and what's righteous is the Lord Jesus Christ. And the only way to get that in our country is to come back to Christianity. And so that is what we're seeing. So even though the evil is so obvious, it's being exposed, it's horrible to see. And the people who are doing it are lashing out because they know that people can see how horrible they are. This is not covered up anymore. It's there for everyone to see. Even in that, you know, what's happening, people are reacting against it. And I think there's a lot of people who just want to get back to a society which is good and where people are honest and where people look out for each other, where people don't have any ulterior motives and where people have integrity and goodness. And that's what people hunger for. And I think that, you know, God wins in the end.
Yeah.
So we will get that back, regardless of what anyone else thinks.
Yeah, and I just want to add as well, we see time and time again, when an abuser begins to lose control, they behave erratically. And this is what's going to happen now. As they start to lose control, they are going to behave erratically. So we will probably see some more badness, we see some more dark, there will be a struggle. But like David said, God wins.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're seeing that now where, again, like we discussed, that a lot of things that especially young people now, they're realising that a lot of things that they were told throughout that time, then a lot of the, you know, education stems back to around that time of the sexual revolution, even before with Kinsey and those kinds of folks. There's many, many more things that we could talk about. But one thing I just wanted to ask, if you guys wanted to leave anyone with that'll be watching this now ahead of May the 7th, is there anything you guys would like to leave them with, any messages or anything like that? And obviously, thank you both very much for your time and for the opportunity to cover this press conference as well.
Yeah, I'll go first. What I want to say is, guys, May, we're going to see a mess, okay? There's not going to be a government formed from a singular party. We are seeing parties who are all taking a piece of the WEF, the Agenda 2030 playbook, okay? Digital currency, digital ID, this net zero madness, the gender bending of our children. We need somebody that is strong. So what you need to realise is now we are no longer doing past the post. You no longer have a wasted vote. You need to vote for strong individuals. Don't look at the size of the party, look at the strength of the individual. Like I just said, when abusers begin to lose control, they behave erratically. Look at how people are behaving towards us, you know, because they know we are strong, they know we are committed, and they know that we can do it. You are going to need somebody in that Senate that's going to protect you. You're going to need eyes in there. You're all ignoring red flags right now within certain popular parties. Just dig deep. What if these red flags turn out to be something monstrous? I believe they go into, but I need you to think like that. What if? What if? Well, I want you to vote for the Heritage Party as your lifeline. We are your lifeline. We are your net. We are there to catch you. We're there to expose the dark, bring the light, and fight Agenda 2030. We are the only party that's going to do that.
Thanks, Kim. I absolutely agree on Agenda 2030. We've said that a lot. But another thing I would say is look at the money, follow the money. We're the only party that has 100% of our donations, or we don't really have that many donations, small donations, but membership fees. We have a wonderful group of members. We're small, smaller than some of the other parties, but there's so many people who are dedicated and committed to restoring our nation. We don't have donations from arms dealers. We don't have donations from property developers. We don't have donations from crypto businesses and whatever they are. I was offered money to take a certain position on the Middle East, and I turned it down. So that should say it all, really. We're not beholden to anybody. We don't have World Economic Forum members in the party, either as members or giving us donations, so that we can be completely independent. And we only have people working with us who are completely committed to our principles. And you can see some of them on the board behind us, and some of them you can see them all in our manifesto. So please do have a look at that. And as Kim said, you don't have to vote for someone you don't really like to keep out someone you like even worse, because the system has changed with the Senate elections. It's now proportional. If we get something like 15% approximately in the seat, we will have a candidate elected. If Kim gets 15% of you in Avanog or Rhonda vote for Kim, she will be elected to the Senate, and I think she'll be far better in the Senate than anyone else in the constituency. And I can say that for every single one of the Heritage Party candidates. I've interviewed them all personally. I know them all personally, so you're not going to get any shocks coming out like you might do in some other parties, but they're all fantastic people, and they really deeply care about restoring our nation and making sure that the country functions for the people and not for the globalists. Thanks for listening.
Can I just say one more thing? We are getting ready for war. There's a war on our freedoms. There's a war on our rights. You need to be sure that you're going to vote for somebody who can get in the trenches and stay there. I'm ready for war. Everyone on the Heritage Party is ready for war. We've been warming up for the last 6 years, fighting our own issues. We got Jason with the energy, me obviously the comprehensive sexuality education. We are not going in there to pussyfoot. We are not going in there for charismatic speeches. We are going in there to fight and defend our freedoms. There is a war waged on us, and we are prepared for this war.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. David Kurten, leader of the Heritage Party, and Kimberley Isherwood, leader of the Heritage Party in Wales. Both, thank you ever so much for your time. And thank you for watching Voice of the Valleys.
And just in closing, on this last day of my brief time away as I'm finishing up this video, I'd like to issue a few thank yous, which are definitely in order. First off, obviously a massive thank you to the team at Public Child Protection Wales for allowing me to document this conference and the 3 days spending time up in London with them on Parliament Square. They didn't have to do that, reached out to me and asked me if I wanted to come along and document, so I greatly appreciate them for that, and for Kim and Kath and all the others for the time that they've sat with me on the podcast as well. You'll find those episodes linked on the channel wherever you may happen to be listening or watching this. Another big thank you is obviously for Steve from Edge of the Matrix, which you can find his channel down below. Steve was also documenting this event. He's basically known as the British Billboard Chris. You should definitely go and check out and support his channel down below. Without him, and him kindly allowing me to use parts of his footage to make up for my technical mishaps, large parts of this video would not have been possible. Large parts of this video also wouldn't have been possible without the international task force of Audrey with the MXVIII group, Rhonda of Purple for Parents United,
Jana and Eugene for the Natural Women's Council, Penny Marie of Let Kids Be Kids New Zealand, and all of the others as well, even the people I might not have been able to speak to on the record for interviews, but many people that spoke to me off the record, not just to share their stories and stuff like that, share how they got involved with the activism, but just really good, gracious people whom we had tremendous conversations with both on and off the record. So massive thank you to everybody that was involved in this. And finally, a massive thank you to you, the viewer, for having sat through all of this. Must be very dedicated, and I greatly appreciate it for all of your support, for your attentiveness, and for, again, making it possible for me to do this and hopefully make it so that childhood innocence does not go gently into that fateful good night. Thank you all so much for watching, ladies and gentlemen. Really appreciate you all. I'm going to go back and enjoy the last day of my holiday now. And yeah, thank you for being along for the ride. Looking forward to the next one. You take care. Godspeed.